Ni Eli, karibu sana watazamaji viewing us our channel where we have issues ya huku kwetu nyumbani, mambo vile yanaenda mpaka sasa. Inaonekana watu wana majeraha ikiwa makubwa sana. Hii ya AU imekuwa hata kuna kitu ingine inaweza maneno ya AU tungefanya sasa, na hiyo basi ndio unauliza watu, je, maji yakisha mwaika yanazoleka? Kila mtu sasa wako kwa nini tulienda hivi, which is good. Kufanya hizo postmortem ni mzuri, lakini nazo hizo postmortem pia lazima watu wajue kwamba it is always good in management and planning. Ukifanya strategy unaangalianga mwisho, what objective, how do you get to your objective, alafu tena ni kipi kinaweza kuzuia usifike mahali unataka. Sasa Kenya tumekuwa kwamba hatupendi kuambiwa ukweli. Tukiambiwa analysis za ukweli watu wanapiga nduru. Okay? So tunapiga nduru, si ati tulikuwa tunajua hatutaanguka. In fact watu wengi walikuwa wanajua tutaanguka upande huo. Anyway, Eli and all those wako kwa comment section. Today tunaangazia mambo ya AU, ndio tunasema post AU defeat, from our other colleague channel Njiru. And then we are also saying sasa, is Kenya all about Raila ego? Manake hii sasa inakuja imekuwa ni personal, ni ego ya Raila ndio tunatafuta. Leo Raila awe comfortable, Raila awe hiki, Raila awe hivi. Wa Kenya bado tena tunazidi kudidimia, ikiwa sasa si nchi tena, ni Stone PK akae vizuri, Stone PK ako hivi. Are we really on the right path? Ndio tunauliza, is it all about his ego? Mpaka tunaenda watu wanaanza kuongea, unajua 2027 lazima ifanyike. Kweli tunauliza again, is he really at 83? Is that a viability option? Ama are we really goofing? Because unajua tumeona we continue goofs after goofs after goofs. When shall we think right? Unaona? Hiyo ndio mambo inatakikana tujiulize vizuri na tuweze kuona kama tutabadilisha vile tunaangalia mambo. Manake vile tunaangalia ni kupotea tu, tunapotea. So welcome Eli na wale wengine, muje studio Reassessing na kuona tujadiliane haya mambo, tuseme je, Kenya itasonga tu Raila hajakuwa comfortable, haitasonga mbele tu Raila. I'm finding it very very ironic. Na karibu Eli, you can go first, salimia watu, and then you can come in.
Habari yako ndugu yangu Stony.
Salama.
What time is it in your area there?
Hello. How you doing? Good. Simon. No. So you gotta new.
Kuna mtu anaongea hapo. Okay, technology is not perfect. But Stony, sema.
Yeah.
Okay, huku ni saa nne usiku na 39. So I was thinking about first of all how influential some of our new media broadcasters have become. So in particular, my thoughts were about this person, David Wafula, ule alianza tujuzi last year. I don't know if you have landed on his YouTube before, David Wafula. So his broadcasts were always pro UDA and pro Kenya Kwanza, and you think it's a government project. These days, he seems to be one of the frontline people who are fed up with William Ruto. A young person like this with a huge following can only be some of the people that can cause change in Kenya. Sometimes his analysis, you can think ni watu wa NIS ndio wamemtuma ili ajaribu kutafute vile wananchi wanafikiria, lakini hiyo pia si shida. I find it interesting that our young people on social media and new media are trying to improve or even dismantle or make better the news and analysis of news that has always been owned by the mainstream media. So I think it's congratulations to such people in new media, even if they're just starting to do this, even if we don't agree with them, some of their analysis. So I think we should continue celebrating these people. I think it means that in the future, we don't only have to think about the so-called opinion polls zile za zamani, lakini sasa hivi Wakenya wataenda kwa hizo platforms ama YouTube channels za watu kama David Wafula na wengine pia hapo, ndio wajue vile watu wanafikiria or what is happening and get a bit of political literacy from ordinary Kenyans. This is a thing that I think we should congratulate ourselves as a people. Apart from that, I was interested to know that now I wasn't surprised that Kenya Kwanza now UDA are fronting Raila for Prime Minister, and there's another branch that is saying if they can't, if somehow the constitution doesn't allow or the people of Kenya don't allow, then they will find him an international job, maybe vile Uhuru Kenyatta alimtuma huko Ethiopia kushuhudia mambo ya sijui infrastructure za Africa. That is interesting because William Ruto and his supporters, they consistently engineered this message of hustler versus dynasty, and they referred to Mr. Odinga and Mr. Uhuru Kenyatta as the top cream of the dynasty, and now they're actually going against what they preached in 2021 and 2022. Now you can see them now, they're shouting the loudest, saying one member of the dynasty should come back and become prime minister. It's very interesting how politics of Kenya are always in a flux. So that is an observation I wanted us to maybe try and understand. Apart from that, I don't really have any more serious comments about today's events. Thank you.
Asante Eli, asante. Actually, hiyo ndio key. You don't have comment zingine, lakini hiyo ndio, ungekuwa unaelewa kilugha yetu ya nyumbani. Kuna a saying ambayo inasema when you are slaughtering a goat, kuna hii ile matumbo, which most of us like. I know you like it. Matumbo ikipikwa na mtu anajua vizuri, inakuanga hata tamu kuliko nyama. Sasa kwa lugha ya kikwetu watu wanasemanga sasa mbuzi ile imebeba whatever the contents of matumbo, the food, the digested food, ndio inawekanga hiyo utamu kwa hiyo matumbo. Right? And that's why even people think matumbo ni medicinal. Sasa tunasemanga ile imebeba hiyo all that waste ambayo tunamwaganga inabebangwa na hiyo kikapu. Alright, so your comment ndio imebeba kila kitu. Sasa imekuwa lazima tuache kubreathe, na tunaacha kubreathe na mambo ya kipumbavu ile tulikuwa tunaambiwa juzi kutwa, juzi ile ingine, na imeweka vizuri. Tuliambiwa ni madynasty, wanapanga ile kugawana viti. In fact tunacheza hizo maclips. Sasa ndio unajiuliza kweli Wakenya sisi jameni, raia tuna uwezo kweli? Tunakuja tumezungushwa. Sasa hizo tulikuwa tunaambiwa ni ushetani, ni mbaya, sisi ni hasla, hatutafanya hivi. Mbona imekuwa all that is what has come back? Copy hiyo ndio imeletwa. Manake ni kutafutia Raila nini, ilikuwa ni BBI. Na BBI ilikuwa ni nini? Kuspread viti, kuongeza watu ndio wapate mamlaka nini na nini, which Ruto alipiga to death akisema serikali yake hatafanya hiyo. Sasa imekuwa watu hata tumeambiwa tusiende choo. Huwezi enda choo sasa kabla Ruto hajatafutiwa, kabla Raila hajapatafutiwa mahali atakaa Kenya. Na Kenya ati haiwezi kalika mpaka Raila atafutiwe kiti. It is ridiculous. Karibu sana Resist na Nyakairo. Resist. Take it. Alafu ni acknowledge comment section akina Jipsa. Thank you so much. Karibuni sana. James Ndwati, I hope siko na maeko. Nimezima ile magadget zingine ziko on. Sababu mahali niko siko peke yangu. Sasa mtania radhi kama kuna kelele zingine nyuma. Alafu kuna nini? Kuna wale wengine wote tunawakaribisha karibuni, na kuna hao ambao wanatutazama, ambao wanatusikiza kwa YouTube. Karibuni sana. Resist, karibu. Resist, kichwa ndio hicho. Post defeat is Kenya all about Raila ego. Viability of him at age. Nafikiri atakuwa 83 in 2027 inshallah, God willing. Viability yake na BBI maneno. Karibu. Haya, Resist kama yuko karibu, Nyakairo kama una chance.
Asante PK. Resist Eli tulikuwa na yeye pandio ingine na comment section. Habari zenu wa Kenya and everybody. Asante PK. I want to say as a Kenyan, I don't think we are liberating our country. We just want good governance. Hiyo ndio tumekosa. Our Kenya was liberated long time ago from the colonials. Kwa hivyo wakati huu ni wakati wa kuwa tunapata serikali mzuri, ingine inaingia mzuri, na sioni kwa sababu gani iwe mbaya. Kwa sababu hawa watu wanaingia pahali pametengenezwa, pahali pako tayari, and everything is arranged as planned. The playground is there, ambapo ni kuingia tu kuanza kazi. Na hata ile mambo inaweza fanyika ya kubadilisha, si ya kuharibu, ni ya kufanya maendeleo, ni ya kufanya uzuri zaidi. But what we have right now, it's people who are saying that we are here to stay, whether you like it or not. Sioni ni haja gani unaweza kuwa unafanya mazuri. You fight a good cause. And then when that cause reaches, you abandon it, you go to the wrong course. What does that help? What does that mean? Who are you? Because now we tend not to understand who you are. And why I say so? In most cases, mtu akisha kuwa amekomaa, wacha mtoto, mtu akisha komaa, ni wakati wa kujiandaa kujua what is the right thing to do. Because those who do wrong, they face the consequences. But those who do right, they continue. Kwa vile huwezi kuambia mtu ambaye anafanya mambo mazuri anafanya mabaya. Lakini mtu ambaye anafanya mabaya huwa anaambiwa hapana, hiyo ni mbaya. Why is it so? Because people cannot allow bad things to happen. It is painful. It is filthy. It is disturbing. It is depressing, frustrating. And those are things that we try to avoid in our life. So when I look at what Kenya is happening, watu hao hawana, in fact, hawana mwelekeo. What they do is, if I follow this and I find that this is the right thing, that is hii ndio inaendelea, ndio inaonekana inachoma, anahama, anaenda pande hiyo ingine. Sasa inakuwa ngumu sana sisi wenyewe kuelewa what is going on and what can we do. Mtu ako na watu wale ambao wanataka mwelekeo mwema wa Kenya, mwelekeo wa nchi, ili watu waweze develop, kuwa na maono mazuri. Lakini anarudi, anabandon hiyo, anaruka, anaenda pande ile, ati kwa sababu pande ile nitapata kitu. But na upande hiyo anaenda ni upande ule mbaya, wananchi hawataki. Kwa sababu hakuna kitu wananchi watapata, lakini huyo mwenye amevuka ndiye atapata. What is that? What does it benefit you? And I hope Kenyans know what I'm talking about. Because we cannot live shouting, crying. Watu wanaumia, ati tunangoja nini? What are we waiting? Are we waiting for things to change or to get worse? We don't see anything coming up good. We are just looking at things getting worse and worse. Na bado, yule ambaye mlikuwa mnatarajia kama ndivyo ilikuwa, anawaacha, anavuka pande ile, anaenda na anakaa kitako, hata amuka, ameketi hapo. Nyinyi mkitaka kupita mpite, mkitaka kukaa mkae. But yeye amefika. What was he fighting for? Those are my questions, which I have never gotten any answer. And why I'm asking this, because we are in a very, very tough time. Because of one person. Kusema kweli kama leo. Let me say this point blank. Huyu Raila akisema leo mimi sitaki watu waumie, nataka tuendeshe serikali vile inatakikana. And you, Ruto, you have done this, you have done this. As a mzee, as mtu ambaye amepigania nchi, as somebody who really feel that this is the right time, this is the right moment, that we have to stand with the right things. Kwa sababu anajua the right things are there. I know Kenya will be very safe. Lakini ameamua kuwa pande hiyo, ndio yeye aendelee kusifiwa. Hata sio kusifiwa, because how many people are now not with Raila? Many. Because they see, huu ni mchezo tu anacheza, he is not serious. He is not serious. The time he went for AUC, alikuwa ametoka wapi? Kenya. Alikuwa amewacha wa Kenya huko Kenya. Wakifanya nini? Wakiumia. Ameenda huko afanikiwe. Hakufanikiwa, amerudi. Amekuja tena, ameingia kwa serikali. What is that? Huo ni mchezo gani? Unachezea watu ambao wanaumia. For me, I don't stand with that. I want change in Kenya. This guy ought to tell us, where does he belong? Already tumejua he belong to where there is mankuli. Hana haja na sisi, na hiyo ndio ile shida tuko nayo. Kwa hivyo tuache kumwabudu, tuache kuona Raila kama is a big thing to us. We need to stand straight and tell him point blank, you are a bad person, you are a traitor, you have done so wrong to us, we have followed you, but umeamua kutuacha kwa mataa. Basi, wewe enda pali unaenda, wacha sisi tuendelee na maumivu yetu, tutajua kutatua maisha yetu. Me, that is my take for now. Thank you.
Asante sana Nyakairo, good sentiments. Julia, karibu sana. And then tunakaribisha akina Faruk, akina Gypscam. Na Nduati yao niliwakaribisha. Julia, karibu.
Sasa mbona mtu anajiita Faruk?
Huyo achana na yeye anakuaga hivyo.
Sasa Faruk, mbona anajiita Faruk jameni? Yenyewe wacha tu tumsamehe. So tunaongelea maneno ya Raila Odinga. Sasa tulisema jana tuseme way forward. What do you think is the way forward?
Inaendaje? Si unaona tunasema tulikuwa tunajaribu maneno ya nani, lakini imekuwa polarized sasa. Ndio in my introduction niliambia watu we thought tu hiyo maneno tutamaliza, lakini sasa is Kenya all about Raila. Ati Raila hajakaa vizuri, sasa hatuwezi breathe. We can't.
Ninashangaa tulisema we move on.
Yes.
Because so, I want to move on. I mean Raila ameamua, that is his life. We can just say ameamua, hiyo ndio maisha yake. Basi we move on, right? So that is my take. PK, he has decided. Siji kama kuna clip Bernard alikuwa anacheza. Mumeamua, that's Kavurana used to say, mumeamua kuwa pande hii. Ninyi ndio mmeamua. There's a boy that says that mumeamua kuwa pande hiyo. Ninyi ndio mumeamua. So I think Raila has made up his mind to be on that side. And like PK, the other day you were saying, when we started this debate, we began discussing like, actually it's good Raila akose hiyo kiti diarudi kwetu. I mean, I think we didn't really sit to analyze that thing. Like whether if he goes for AU, Ruto celebrates. Yeah, good readers, because hiyo ni mpango ya Ruto. Lakini sasa he's not going for AU, he's back. So Ruto is thinking he's gonna be a thorn on his ASS, which I don't think so. He's gonna be a thorn on Ruto. I don't think so. I think he's beaten. So I think this time he'll take anything Ruto will give him. And that is what is likely to happen. So I think Kenyans should just accept that and move on. Na tuanze kupanga vile tutatoa Kasongo. That is my take, PK. We start looking at the people coming up. Today let me say this. I saw Morara talking. Morara is not yet 30. But Morara a lot of times talks like a 40-something-year-old man. He was analyzing what happened with the AU and all that. And he summarized everything by saying, when you refuse to listen to the people, when you refuse to listen to the cries of the common man, and you turn blind eye and deaf eye, you behave like the world, you forget that the world has become a global village and information is spreading so much. And everybody knows what is happening to Kenya. Unaona PK kwako, however much utajifanya bwana mzuri kwetu, tukikuona tukakuona umevaa suti, lakini tunaona watoto wako wanakaa kama chukura, will not respect you. However much you want us to respect you. That is what has happened to Kenya. We have washed our dirty linen in public. We have undressed. We are walking naked. Kenya is walking naked. For all the wrong reasons. And Morara said that there's a mistake people are making, politicians are making, a whole blanket judgment that Africa is full of dictators. Yes, Africa is full of dictators. But there is something they're not noticing, that the trend is changing. And he cited several countries, especially from West Africa. He talked about Burkina Faso, Akina Senegal. He talked about how the Ghanaian president came to power. And then he's saying, even these people, the old guards you see, a lot of them are coming to reason that this need to be done right. So when you go around abducting your people and killing them, and you go around doing all those things and you think they are okay with that. Unajua Kasonga nafikiria au watu, these African presidents are okay with this behavior. So you are wrong. You are wrong. The world is changing. You are wrong. And then Kasongo and team did not realize that that people are getting away from this neocolonialism and getting away from worshiping the West, and they are getting away and they are beginning to think like we can do things on our own. Kasongo hajafika hapo. Yeye ndiye ameamka saa hii, amegundua kuna West, kuna America, kuna Europe, kuna Russia, kuna China. Yani ako excited kama kale katoka amejua kutembea saa hii. That is his excitement. They already know that we've been here. They have stolen from us. They are stealing our minerals. So they're trying away from that. So Morana analyzed that thing very nicely, and I thought this young man is intelligent. Then he said, and then now you go to the African Union, you bring your candidate. You want your candidate to be seen as one of the best. They may not even care to look at the CV of your candidate. They're looking at you as a nation, as a country, and they are feeling like, what do they even have the audacity to tell us anything? I think that was the feeling of the African nations presidents during that election. So my take is, because that is the feeling, I mean, we should come back to our senses right now, and now also see, yes, we appreciate these politicians, Raila Odinga being one of them, for the good things they have done for Kenya, but then they have refused to move on. So what do? We leave them. We move on. We try to maneuver our way out. So my take is PK, we move on. Kama vile jilted lovers move on. That's my take. Asante PK.
Thank you, Julia. Sijui kama nasikika.
Unasikia lakini kuna there's a background something on the background kama radio something kwako.
Haya, na sasa nimezima redio, nasikika sasa.
Unasikika. I was trying to listen to see kama naisikiza. Unasikika.
Sasa you are right Julia, to move on, lakini sasa unajua hatuwezi move on because already njia imekuwa foggy tena. Unaona, imekuwa foggy, ni kama tumewekewa stop sign mpaka Raila akae nyumbani. Amina akae kwa kiti, tumtafutie ofisi, tufanye nini? Tufanye BBI na ile kitu yote ndio tutaweza kutulia. Sasa hii serikali itafanya tusiendelee. For me nafikiria ni labda tuing'oe, na sijui sasa tutang'oa vipi juu sasa madynasty wameungana vizuri kabisa, vile tulisema in one of our shows. Tukasema sasa Raila amejoin Ruto, hakuna vile ati watu wanasema ati watu walikuwa wana celebrate ati sasa amerudi na akirudi ndiye atasaidia kutoa nini. That is a far-fetched dream. Wakenya ndio nakwambia, Wakenya saa ingine tunaruka kabla ya drum kucheza, tunaruka bila kufikiria, you know. Watu walikuwa wana celebrate, celebration zilikuwa mara mbili, na wale walikuwa wana celebrate kitu haitafanyika ni kufikiria ati Ruto akirudi Kenya, Raila akirudi Kenya anakuja kutoa Ruto. That is haiwezekani. Ile pesa Ruto ametumia kwa huyu mzee, sidhani ile lolo huyu mzee amelamba, sidhani anaweza tema. Unajua tukianzia huko Madubai, manini, wapi na wapi, pesa ya campaign. Unafikiria kupewa kiti ya campaign for the AU, it was a conduit ya kubribe Raila. Remember, it was not Raila's idea to go for this seat. You guys, that's what we keep forgetting. Alikuwa tu ni kusukumwa, akapewa hiyo budget, amesikuona huko, ndio unaona walikuwa wanafanya ujinga ijawahi fanyika na nchi zingine. Unapeleka watu akina it is the most hiyo kitendo inafanya mpaka hata ukiulizwa kama wewe ni Mkenya unataka kudeny. Okay, ujinga ati akina wanaitwa nini jacaranda people nini ati kwenda ku eh? It is sijui hiyo shame tutaioga namna gani. I don't know how we are going to get over that. So Julia and Ellie, we have a big issue here. We can't make a step kabla maneno ya Raila, kabla maneno ya hawa wadosi, na wote wako pamoja by the way, wote ni waizi. Let me use that plain language. Ni waizi, wanafanya protection ya mali yao, wanajua Gen Z ama new dispensation ikiingia, oh this will go to jail, watu wataenda, because kwanza going from even the way pesa inatumika and all that, I'm telling you, hapo hakuna mtu clean, including Raila himself, wote hiyo underhand deals wanafanya. Kukiingia mtu kama Traore, they will all be hanged. Okay, they will be guilty, wataenda watafuata Waitito jela. Yeah, so they know that, and that's why they will do anything. Raila alisema openly when Gen Z were about to make route of plea, aliingia immediately akasema hapana, iwezekani, siwezi kubali ati nchi sijui iende wapi nini. He talked that and I'm looking for that clip, sijui kama ilishukishwa or something. Nimeitafuta the whole night jana, hiyo clip ile alikuja akatoa hiyo statement, the killing statement. I really, ukiwa uko nayo mahali tafadhali give it to us, share ndio niweze kuicheza, because hiyo ndio kuonyesha who Raila is. Watu watajaribu kumpaka mafuta sijui alipigania, he didn't pigania, ilikuwa tu ni nini, alikuwa anaingia na wave. Okay, na walikuwa wengi, there are so many people who did what we overpraise Raila for. Okay, and you can do so much for all your 78 years, then on your 81st year you spoil everything, unatoa ile harufu ya skunk. Okay, we will never say, tutasahau kabisa ulikuwa unanuka marashi. Yeah, so actually it is goof after goof after goof, na Wakenya wawache kudebate issues ati Ruto atatolewa na nani, atatolewa na Raila. Hapana, hata huyu wa Gachagua ambaye tunategemea sana sana sana, pia tusifikiria ati hata hii movement itaenda. As of late sisikii what is talking, unaona. So it is so sad and a desperate situation wa Kenya.
Ni kama
We'll see.
anabagain kitu.
Anabagain Julia. I can say that hapa. Anabagain. Anasema ongezea, mutasikia tu. Alafu atasema ati yeye ni truthful, aliongea na Mungu juzi. Mnajua bibi yangu ni bishop, malaika alishuka last night akasema tusamee huyu Ruto, manake ni mtoto wetu. That's what you hear.
Yeah.
Alafu tutaachwa chini ya basi, mlima itaachwa chini ya basi,
alafu okay, wacha chini ya basi. Unajua kuna watu wananibo from mlima na I hope wananisikiza, so they change their mind if they can, that there are people who are hoping ati Gachagua could be somewhere one of the figures leading Kenyans. I think they need to wake up from their sleep too, because we have not forgotten he is also the man that has put us in this shit, right PK?
Kabisa. So tuache hiyo tafadhalini, tuache hiyo, tuanze kufikiria Wakenya wale wa kawaida wa Kenya, kama huyo Morara hivyo anazungumza nini. I think we should get a more he has the talk but he's not strong. Ana pull, you know, that's the problem. Ana pull, anaona tu ni kama toy, you know. That's
people don't respect what he say. He's not getting the crowd, you know. That is the problem with Morara. So maybe one of the key players, but there are people when you wanna they can pull crowds, yet they are doing nothing about. I mean, they are not acting. You know what I'm saying? They are not acting. They are not being helpful.
Yeah. Na Morara naye kuna mali anafanya makosa. That's why ataachwa peke yake and he will dry. Atakufa, atadry. Unajua ile miti ina dry ukikosa kumwagiliwa maji. That's how he is going to dry, because amechukua narrative again ya kipumbavu, as much as he is talking some intelligent thing. When you are talking about leadership or taking over, you don't talk of isolating a generation.
You are being silly and stupid. You cannot talk of taking over a house na unaambia babako ahame atoke aende kabisa. You don't do that. Hakuna system inaendanga hivyo. Babako hata akiwa ako tuseme 83 years na wewe uko 25, you are so energetic. You don't chase him out of the compound ati because yeye amefail hizo miaka zote. Aliwalea vibaya kwa hivyo aende. You don't do that. You cannot even go any far. So makosa ile wanafanya na ndio inaona tuliingia mahali tuliingia is when they started saying at old generation endeni, mulikosea, mulifanya. That's why they cannot go anywhere. It is an all-inclusive approach. The old generation, there are people who are with your ideas. The old generation, ati kusema ati wote hawajui what was going on. They know. Old generation, si kusema ati hawajui kusoma, hawajui computer, hawajui nini. They are those who are so good. There is wisdom in some of those older people that if you mix with them, then you will have mileage to cover. So the young people are goofing, like Raila is goofing when you start thinking you can take this thing on your own. I would ask you, I would ask them, like with the way Raila asked them, only that they didn't know how to answer. You should have an answer. You do this, then what? Then what? Huh? Kama sasa Morara, if today he's told you are the president, he's not telling people atafanyaje. Ni uto tu vijana ana line hapo ndiye anasema wataran government Kenya nayo. those kids ndio wataran. It can't happen. Okay, he will need to embrace some very good willing people who wale wamenyamaza juu hawana space. You understand? So he has to have a mix and match of very pertinent and patriotic people. But a blanket thing of saying, oh, we don't want the old people, we don't want that hapo ndio goofing iko. Na hiyo ndio inafanya nini isipate ile msimamo anaitanga tija. Ndio inafanya hiyo sprout, hiyo springing. Ndio inafanya hawakaribi kama akina Martha hawawezi karibia Marara sasa because of course he's dismissing all of them. I mean, how do you dismiss people like akina Martha, people like Omta?
And that is disrespectful. That I find that very disrespectful.
Yeah, he's not going anywhere. Unfortunately, I was really I was kind of supporting him so much, but I realized ameingia kwa hiyo msururu ya kupotea njia. I asked him one question on Twitter. If today you are pronounced the president, tell us what you do. You are not saying it. Apart from saying utanyonga waizi, utaenda we na mkono kunyonga waizi? My friend. Inchi si kiosk. Ati kiosk unaingia unaona stock, maziwa iko hapa, hii nini iko hapa. Right now, he should be lobbying and he should be calling Kenyans of goodwill without discrimination. He's discriminating from day one. When you start saying wazee, what are you saying? What are you telling us? Yeah? Ukiwa 25 years na mtu wa 35, si kuna huyo ni mzee kwako. 35 na 48, si 48 ni mzee, 48 na 50. So when you dwell so much on young, what is young? 35 and below? Are you going with the UN standards? So you want your country to be run 100% by 35. How do they take over from the 60s, the 70s and 80s? You can only have a transition like what now they have done in Senegal, and it is progressive. Inaenda pole pole. So unfortunately that's why unaona inashindwa kupik. Imeshindwa kupik kabisa, which is I feel so sad with his efforts and all that, and I'm dwelling on that because it's a letdown. It's a power we would have wanted to ride on. If I were Morara, I would be riding around with people like Karua. I would be appealing to people like, I heard him dismissing Matiangi. You are saying you are better than Matiangi. You are better. We want you. You get in pole pole, then you go and show how better you are. You can't just jump from there. Your
That he was
carpenters, your
dismissing Matiang.
yeah.
That is stupid.
Yeah, and then he talks. He's so excited, saying that he's so rich. He's this at his young age. He's gloating too much. You know,
What is wrong with him?
he's
Hmm?
ni mtoto tu sasa ule. That's
Ni
what I would say.
mtoto na hana
Yeah,
experience hata
hana
kidogo.
experience. So it's unfortunate, and unfortunately, with that kind of attitude, the Gen Z, the youth that we really want to, to waingie. Because what we want to have is, for example, we mobilize right from MCAs. We have as many of rightful young men thinking properly, respectful. Because huwezi ongea hivyo ground upigiwe kura Julia. I tell you, some of us have
Hawezi.
participated, we know. Huwezi ingia ati kwa ward unaambia watu sitaki wazee, utaambua okay, enda na hiyo youth yako, wacha hiyo youth wakupeleke. You will be sabotaged. All right, you go to the ward and start saying, Jameni, I really want support of people who have goodwill for this and that and this and that. You can't start disrespecting your uncles all of a sudden. All of a sudden, they don't matter.
Keep burglars away. Do this instead. Sorry. For only $22 a month, I got a premium home security. Sorry, PK.
Yeah, okay.
I'm just trying to unmute my to mute my
your mic. Yeah. So you cannot come all of a sudden. All your relatives are thieves. Utaki kuongea nao, unawafukuza. Walimu wako wale walikufunza ni wajinga juu sasa ni wazee. Julia, I hope you are getting me the early. All of a sudden, your professors that taught you at the university now become useless because they are old. Anyway, why I'm mourning this is because the power of getting and blocking this nonsense that is going on with Raila and Ruto would have been very, very well powerful if it was coming from the Gen Z and the people of goodwill, the Mumtatas, how tushikane pamoja. Eventually, then we will have a pure Gen Z government with the time, But for now, ya Ruto lazima tukue na mix and match. Like I'm not a Gen Z, but I detest Raila and Ruto to death. So, and I support Gen Z very much. So why would they say nisije karibu mahali wanaongea, and yet we are speaking the same language? I'm just giving an example. Yeah. And the principles I'm talking about are what they are trying to propagate. So why would they say, by virtue of my age, because I'm like their dad or their uncle, that I can't think? My brain is yeah? Sasa hapo ndio nashindwa, how shall we progress when we have that? So I think there has to be a shift. Morara has to get some mentorship, um, and he has to really now, kuelewa mambo si kusoma. All the details we can get them from YouTube, from everyone. We can be like Ruto, we can cram the roads and all this kutoka hapa mpaka pale. That doesn't make you a super leader and all that. We want to be practical, all right? We want to be practical, We had very good inaitwa nini, program exposing corruption. Fantastic. But how do you now come to mitigate that? How do you build up a formidable team that will be able to compete? Hata sasa tuseme kura ziambiwe zinapigwa in the next 2, 3, 4 months. How prepared are we? Yeah, tunasema youth ni 75%, sijui 60%. But how are we going to see the things that are being played around to prevent them from registering as voters? We are not talking about that. Kwa hivyo, despite them having the numbers and willing to vote, there is sabotage going on chini ya maji. And those are some of the things, people are supposed to start highlighting. For example, registration of voters, it's supposed to be an ongoing exercise. Inatakana unawoka unachukua ID. Kama ID zinafunguliwa watu wa mpaka wakuje kuchukua bila nini. So these other Gen Zs wanatakiwa wa flood kwa areas za kupata ID. By now, when Ruto said there are no questions and all this, then all of them should be actually lining up and queuing up to get voters ID. I mean, ID cards, Kenyan ID cards, and then quickly go to IBC and register as a voter. Ndio tuone sasa the shots ama the numbers shooting up, tujue sasa on board when if a credible election is conducted, these are the people. We have this kind of numbers. The 70% or 75% of population we are talking about, ndio hii in terms of the votes. Yeah. And then now we start consolidating. How do we do this kind of a thing? Yeah. Sasa tukikaa tu tunangoja, oh, wazee msitukaribie and all that. I tend to think that is not the right direction. Then when we talk of election, oh, Baba must be, Raila must be in the ballot, okay, in 2027. What are we saying? When even people, senior people, are talking on TVs and press conferences, talking as if it's a do or die. Kama Raila hatakuwa kwa ballot, dunia inaisha, no? Dunia ya Kenya itakuwa imeisha. Kama must he be in the ballot? That's a question, and I want people come wale watakuja kujadili na comment section. Surely must Raila be in the ballot? What is it that he will give us, having known who he is? Ni ukweli tushajua wa Raila, ni policy gani sasa atakuja kuleta at this sunset days? Where is it? Should we really dwell on that? And that's why I'm so happy with some members of parliament from his back area. I mean, from his home area, who are so vehemently opposed to him. I have taken my time to find out why, and their reasoning is superb. It's superb, and they give reasons why they think that that story of saying, oh, lazima, eh, to an extent some people thinking that akafunga macho saa hii Kenya itakuwa giza yote, you know. In this age and era, we are being enslaved by one. Kumbe, it's the power of the cartel of the crooks, the Dynasty's Club. Dynasty's Club. Ndio hiyo Dynasty Club. Yeah. And Ruto made very, very grateful effort to be able to join the club. That's why he has stolen every single coin that is meant for our country. Ndio aweze kujoin hiyo club, hiyo multi-billionaires club. Yeah. And you can imagine now if they gang up again, where Kenya will go. It will just be looting. Okay, so take it to the bank. Hakuna siri baba ati atatoa ati Raila knows vile watu wanaumia. Raila, he doesn't give a damn. Doesn't give a damn. That I can take to it. I mean, I can hold it as a fact. He doesn't take a farm. Okay. Those who want to, there is this Farouk man here. Farouk. Huh? Ati wasema hapa ndio kaisha. I don't want this one. Yeah, you see, ati won't be in the ballot. Farouk, you must be hidden in a hole. That's the talk today. Yesterday and today is trending. People are fighting. That's, if you are not in Kenya, just go to Kenyan news, bro. Either you are a man or a woman, but go to Kenyan news, utasikia people are toying with the idea that one, he must be made prime minister, and if not, there has to be formula as to what and how he should be reserved to be able to run in 2027. Kama hiyo ulikuwa kama ujui, basi unasikia, that's why you are on this TV. Usikuja hapa kunini, we don't just come pick things out of nowhere. Okay, Good. So Nyakairu umerudi tena, ulikuwa na kajambo ama ni Eli? Eli, sasa umepata comment ingine? Kenya huwezi lala kama Raila hajakuwa
Raila
prime
hajakuwa
minister.
prime minister.
No, I'm not even interested in whether the man becomes a prime minister or not. In fact, I've never even referred to him as a prime minister the same way I never referred to Kibaki as president or Uhuru as president or Ruto as president. I've never used those titles because those were mostly stolen elections, and the prime ministerial job was not even constitutional. They had to do something in order to make Mr. Odinga to look important. But I wanted to refer to what is happening in. I'm sorry to just slightly deflect from the topic, but what is happening in the Congo and how this will affect us, how it can affect us even very, very seriously. I mean, already we have Tanzania and Uganda, they already made their pact of how they can channel Uganda's oil through Tanzania. And it's cheaper for them. It's a competitive thing for them to do through Tanzania. And this first time they're probably going to do the commercial sale of the oil at some stage, maybe in 2 years' time. I spoke about that as a way of trying to, relate to the regional friendship and the enmity that we have at the moment post-AU. I can think that Tanzania and Uganda, they're very, very close friends at the moment. They always think that Kenya bullies them around in the East African community. And I just wonder how now the complex situation that is going to cause a regional war in the Congo, because this war is coming, and it will be, I think, if we're not careful, if those countries are not careful, it will be worse than the international war that attracted around 8-9 countries there in the late 90s and early 2000s. So in terms of Kenya, William Ruto openly said during an interview last year that those M23 people are Congolese, and so it is a Congolese problem, and so Rwanda should not be blamed for a Congolese problem. But in conventional wisdom, people know that it is Rwanda that is basically using the M23 as a proxy to fight an internal war. And so this is a very difficult situation because the people who, like Ruto, being on Kagame's side, and Kagame is actually like Ruto, he's also trying to protect his job because Kagame is facing a very, very fierce challenge, that is happening from outside the country. And he even thinks that South Africa is involved in this. But this thing, if it goes on in the next few months, it can affect East Africa really badly. I'm not being a doomsday person. I'm just saying this is a fact because we saw how the Congolese war affected so many countries in the early 2000s, late 90s. It never touched Kenya that much, but now it can affect Kenya, because they've seen our weakness, what we are, most of these countries. So I would beg this kind of government that we have to either stay neutral or make some comments which are, if you have nothing to say, don't say it. Because what Mr. Ruto said there, it created a huge problem for Kenya, the comments that he made about M23. And the way the Congolese people became very restless, they even told the Kenyan soldiers to march out. This is a very, very big concern for me because I know that it can spill over, not just beyond Uganda or Burundi or whatever. Of course, it's happening within Congo, but the interested countries are regional, and everyone will continue. All these regional governments will continue looting that country. Mpaka there is nothing left to loot. People say that Congo has so much surplus of all manner of minerals, but it's okay. They have the surplus, but what about the life, of the people that are suffering in that country? And now this M23, okay, they are very far away from Kinshasa, but we know that even when Laurent Kabila launched his attacks against Mobutu, he started from very, very far. He started from Eastern Congo. In fact, he spent many years in exile in Tanzania. And so people may be arguing that it is impossible for M23 to proceed into Kinshasa. I think it's quite possible. It is very, very, very far, thousands of kilometers from where they are now in Bukavu. But that's the same thing that Laurent Kabila did, even though at that time it was a liberation war against Mobutu Sese Seko. So when that happens, there's already a tribal connection or reference that people are making. They're saying that it is the Tutsi now expanding because they claim that Museveni is a Tutsi, Kagame is biologically a Tutsi, and that now we will have a new Tutsi regime in the Congo. So that will make the situation even worse, because then it will be a genocidal warfare between two communities again or more within the Congo. It's a very, very difficult situation, which this current regime we have in Kenya did not handle carefully. I've always said that when Moi was in power, that dictator Moi, his diplomacy was so sophisticated because hakupenda kutaja majina za watu ama kusema ati hii serikali iko hivi. Even when he knew that Museveni was undermining Moi, testing Moi militarily, flexing muscle, Moi was always very, very careful what not to say and what to say in the region. Kibaki, we know, was hands off, except his invasion of Somalia. But this particular Ruto, it has to be stopped, because if this thing goes the full hog, it will seriously affect Kenya, because these Congolese people, or the Congolese businesses, they rely on Mombasa as the corridor, as the main corridor for their goods as well. So a lot of things can happen where it will also affect the Kenyan economy seriously. And so I would imagine that one of the things that after the AU summit this week that just passed, the Congolese trouble there needs to be fixed. These people need to sit down around the table, all of them, and fix it before it's too late. Because when you see the M23 marching like that with determination, we know they're armed by outside external interests, including Rwanda, but Rwanda is not the most powerful external sphere of influence in the Congo. We know that M23 cannot have such sophisticated weapons and even when you look at their uniform, it's, you know, those guys are well prepared. They're not just a rebel company. You know, this is a big organization. So Africans now have to think twice, especially the East African Union, how they can stop this thing spreading, and it's spreading very fast at the moment. My second point was about one of the sub meetings at the AU. In fact, the theme of the AU this year, the summit, was about reparations, you know, to people of African origin, including those who are enslaved, and whatever happened during the colonial period. So this year was the year to find a substantive solution, including reparations, that governments or people should be paid back by those who took things out of Africa, who enslaved people, and so on and so forth. That was overshadowed by that meeting. That plenary was overshadowed by the election of the AU, the voting of the AU's G chair and the vice chair. But it was going to be a monumental moment for if the African Union had come with the solutions about reparations, because this is very important. If you have an official international diplomacy, a multinational organization or continental organization such as the AU coming with a policy or a mantra about what they want to be done in terms of what was taken from Africa. Now, this has got the South African President Cyril Ramaphosa into trouble with Donald Trump, as we know. There's been a lot of heckling between the South African presidency and Elon Musk. Can you imagine? Elon Musk is a minister. Is virtually a minister, a powerful minister in the government of Donald Trump. Of course, we know that he has South African roots. And he is now marched out saying that Cyril Ramaphosa is targeting white South Africans, and this is going to be America is now going to respond. And as soon as Elon Musk said that a few days ago, Donald Trump announced that he's about to impose sanctions on South Africa because South Africa is targeting whites. South Africa now has a policy of reparations where some land will be brought back to the people of South Africa. And this is a very, very, it's a landmark moment for the Africans in South Africa. So in terms of the AU, what has happened recently, this particular issue of reparations has been ignored. This should have been grabbing the headlines so that we know that if South Africans can do this, they're following actually what they're doing, but through a diplomatic way. They're doing what those people in West Africa have done, in a Traore, but in a different way. So this is the news has given it a blackout. No one is discussing this, but this is one of the main things that could have changed what is happening in Africa in the next few years. Because if there is no economic freedom in South Africa, that country is still locked under the shackles of apartheid, because that is what is happening in South Africa. There's a township in it's actually a whole district in South Africa, within South Africa, called Orania. And in that place there, blacks are not allowed to live there because the basis of Orania in South Africa is that, number one, you have to speak Afrikaans, that foreign language that came from the Boers. And number two, you have to be a Christian of, Calvinist, Orthodox thinking. You have to be a Calvinist to live in Orania. So one of those things that President Ramaphosa is trying to change is that way of thinking. That how can we have a so-called rainbow nation, which changed in 1994, and now we have a mini state of Wazungu that say that we don't want black people to live here in a black country, So apparently Donald Trump has picked on this Orania, and is now encouraging white South Africans to be, moving to America as a way of saving them from bias, discrimination, whatever prejudice that Donald Trump is thinking about. So this, I'm not obsessed with what's happening in South Africa. I'm just saying that the AU summit had so many important things that have been given a blackout, and only because of the position of the chairmanship of the AU. I would love the AU to be a very, very strong, Pan-Africanist organization, but that is still a pipe dream, because there's so many countries there that still bow to the oppression and the oppressors. That's the way I see it. Thank you.
Nani anaongea? Hello?
Halo, ni Eli. Eli ndiye alikuwa anaongea. Karibu Njiro.
Oh, okay, ni sawa.
Amemaliza sasa, sijui next ni yeyote tu anaweza ingia.
Yeah, of course, no problem. So wacha niingia. Yeah. So yeah, it is important that tumerudi hapa phase 2.
Wewe umekuja nyuma yangu, acha muongo. Okay, go ahead Njiro, go ahead.
Unajua I have a lot of anyway, Nyakairo, unajua ama mnataka nianzishe ile moto yenyu na Eli?
Eli, tumekuwa friends. Usijali.
Pale hakukuwa na moto wewe. Me and Nyakairo, we are always just honest like this.
Okay, ni sawa, ina shida. Hebu ni wafanye msahau. Najua mnajifanya mmesahau lakini mnajua tu. Anyway. You see now.
Unaeko sima kitu moja.
Oh, ni mimi. Okay. Hebu just acha nione ni gani hiyo ina nilikuwa maybe na hii. Am I now okay?
Yeah, tunakusikia vizuri.
You're good.
Okay. Okay, sawa. Wow. Sasa
ulienda break ukakunywa chai?
Not really. Bado ndio inaungua huko. Good. I really appreciate ile position tumefika kama wa Kenya, that everything has failed in terms of governance. Na unajua bwana Stone PK, unaona ile wakati uko na mashida mingi, that is the time when you can actually get deliverance. Wachana ile wakati uko na tushida kidogo sijui unaona ile wakati yani umekuja ukafirisika ukaisha kabisa. Kama like maybe in my place tunasemanga leo tabeto kadira. Sasa that is the time when a man thinks. Sasa hiyo ndio time mwanaume anafikiria. Sasa the time when you don't have anything. But ile wakati tu still there is some form of comfort. Utakuwa ukisema hapo hakuna kitu hapo. So hata sisi wa Kenya sasa we are at a point where by now we can think. In other words, sasa karibu tunaenda matako nje. Millions of us, including hata wale walikuwa wanajiitanga, I know you know the inconsequential middle class. Unajuanga ile the inconsequential middle class ile tumekuanga tukisema in Kenya, you know, those people are very comfortable. Sasa those are some of the people now who can actually help us in this fight. Sasa hata wao sasa for the first time they have felt what it means to have a failed economy or things which are not working. So Bwana Stone PK, in terms of that, actually this war is winnable. Yeah, this war is winnable in terms of, because everybody is devastated. Unajua ile wakati devastation is only on a certain group. Unajua watu wanakusikia wanaanza kusema na huyu mtu ni uenda wazimu gani? There are some people might science to depicate hata mtu akikusikia ukiongea hapa, they know you are not mad. They know you are speaking the reality. So we are in the same wave. Sasa actually now we can be rescued. We are like that woman who was bleeding for 38 years. Alikuwa tu anangojea tu kurushwa pale kwa kisima pale Siloam, mama ilikuwa inaitwa aje. Unajua umebleed sasa, umefika mwisho. Yeye sasa akaulizwa na Yesu, do you want to be healed? Lakini mama tu anasema mimi nimekuwa hapa, mimi hata nilikosa watu wa kunirusha kwa hii kisima. So story ndio sasa, sisi we are at a point where by now we are so devastated, we can actually group to rescue ourselves at that point. But ile wakati sasa ati huyu ako sawa, huyu hayuko sawa, with those classes, sijui super rich, we are good. So Stone PK, that's what I wanted to add. So with whoever want revolution in Kenya, there is something which we are calling silent revolution, and it is there. Silent revolution is a state whereby dynamics of a country are changing. The thinking of a country is changing. People think like revolutions are never there, but unakuta sasa kuna vile watu wanafikiria, mafikirio yao inaanzia kubadilika in a certain way. Very soon you will start seeing massive rejection of some of the people who are elected as leaders in our places. I'm double sure even like Stone PK in your constituency, watu kama akina Roko, they represent the outdated thinking of modern society. Mtu kama Roko, I believe those people are serving their last term. Roko, I don't think Roko will ever be elected anywhere. Mtu huyo kama huyo ameisha sasa. And there are so many people. Let me not over discuss.
Who is Roko now? Is that deputy? Is that the one who is deputy speaker in Senate?
Hapana. Roko ni yule jamaa anasema okay, mute sasa, nimekusikia. Roko ni yule jamaa anasema ukiandamana ufungwe ama ufanywe nini? Is that idiot, eh? Yeah, ni mbunge huko kwetu Embu North ama Embu South, one of the place, like he is a very tall guy, tall.
Inaitwa Mbere North.
Yeah, he is MP of Better North. Is it the famous Chicago? The one which used to be Chicago?
It used to be called Chicago. It used to be called Embu East, you know, where Kamui was.
Yeah, ndio hiyo sasa. So ndio huyo jamaa sasa. So I'm just saying those are people serving their last terms. People like Anne Waiguru, even if they have become governors in Kenya, they will never return near the power again. Au ni watu wameisha sasa.
So you think it will be like a slaughterhouse ile ya 2002, si ndio? 2007 pia.
Beyond that, it will be beyond that. Sasa it will be beyond that. All those ones will be axed. Ndio nakwambia, and the biggest assignment ile hata mtu kama Ruto wako nayo is he doesn't know who is coming in. And you know, for you to even go for the election, you need a stable team which can win election. So is Ruto aware of people who can win elections? Ili aseme sasa you want to form coalitions with them? It is still a very amorphous ground, including hata kwa ground ya Raila yenye. Even hata Raila yeye mwenyewe, I don't think even is famous kuinua mkono. If it can massively work in some places, I don't think, yes, 50% it could work, but I even believe even in the rural land, I know they are waiting to axe so many people. Bwana Eri, do you want to tell me that bado in rural land story ya kuinua mkono, it is still viable at the moment?
I think over there people are so weak because poverty, yani wacha nikwambie, there are people who shouldn't be in parliament in Luoland. I don't know even how they always return. I don't know. Same thing does not happen in many parts of Kenya, but I don't know how we can predict this one. If it's like what happened in 2002, that landslide thing that Kibaki did with the so-called Rainbow Coalition, then it is possible that many Luo leaders, the current MPs, wote wataenda. Lakini unaona ile ya 2007, even Luo MPs who were not popular, they still came back to parliament. Whereas PNU leaders, wote, wengi wao walitolewa. Like PNU, they were slaughtered in 2007.
Nimesema, so ndio nakwambia now expect massive axing now, because number one, up to now you cannot understand in the ground who is popular. I think Stone PK, you can you need to confirm to people. Kama sai, if today we can do an election in Embu, I want to tell you that that election will be up for anyone. Sai ni vile wanajaribu kujistabilize na kujiweka kwa ground, trying to convince people, but now the ground is ready for anyone, as long as you have. Na ndio unaona kila mtu huko wanajaribu tu kuongea tu pro mwananchi, they are trying to say tuko pamoja, they are trying to say hata hivyo mnasema ndivyo hata sisi tunasema. So that is what is happening in the crowd. Like Stone PK, you need to confirm this to people, what is happening in the ground, because uko na kauono kidogo. Tell people what is happening in the ground. Sahi ni kukimbia kwa raia.
Okay, Jiro, yeah, niko very in touch with the ground. Niko in touch na ground sana. Na it is what we are talking about now. Sahi, you know, raia, kila mtu amekasirika Kenya. Na hiyo kukasirika ndio unasikia sasa anything that will come against the regime, against Ruto na Raila, anything, mtu awe ni kondoo iwe ni nini, iseme tu mimi niko na Gen Z na niko hivyo, basi huyo ndio ndani kabisa. Saa hii governor ikichaguliwa, saa hii governor atakuwa mkonji straight kabisa, bila hata nini, hiyo atakuwa asubuhi. And many others, many others. That's why mtu Stone PK amemandika huko
And you can imagine, and you can imagine Stone PK, mtu kama Mukuji, he has not even gone public to say you want to be governor, but ni ile unakuta like people are even actually prospecting him. I think from somebody like Mukuji, he is being prospected by people. Yeah.
Ni watu wamemwambia tunakutaka utoe hii Karinda imebadilishwa inaitwa Katavi. Yani
I understand. So now Eli, already in Mount Kenya region, the shockwaves have started happening, even, and we are not even near any election. So I can assure you, somebody like Cicely Mbarire, even in the name of saying that, and let me tell you how serious those shockwaves are. Watu hata wataki kutambua kama ati yako kwa serikali. A day back, she was trying to tell people that ati tusipigie serikali makelele, ati maendeleo itaenda. Watu walimwambia nonsense. Like people are tired, they don't care. So ndio najaribu kukuambia sasa Eli, ni ya kwamba saa hii watu wako huko, and by the way, let's not ignore the forces of change which are in Kenya. Na tusiseme tu wa Kenya ni wale. I disagree with that statement. I don't believe that wa Kenya ni wale. They will just at Ruto will just walk in the park. I don't agree in that. I want to tell you, close to half of Kenya, Ruto will have very bad things to do. And I know one thing, I don't know what will happen in Rift Valley. Maybe Rift Valley, he has capacity to consolidate half of it. But I can tell you, based on my own research, na ile mambo nasikia, I want to tell you that kwanza watu wanakumbuka sana, kuna hii kitu ilikuwa inaitwa yes. Kwanza let me tell you, watu hawajasahau. I'm hearing any person who voted yes, ground ishamalizana na huyo mtu. Eli, sababu mumekuwa mukisema ati wa Kenya wanasahau kama ngiri. Kenyans have refused to forget hiyo ya yes na no.
Njero, acha ni confirm, niseme kitu moja ya kubatares. Unajua sasa kuna one of the senior cabinet si cabinet, senior MPs already ana relocate. Guess who?
Hiyo story nasikia ni Kimani.
Yes.
Ati anaenda South Africa.
Yes. And na hiyo dalili naona we are seeing the dynamics in Kenya. What in
mute please.
Yeah. The dynamics in Kenya is, I swear it will reach a time some of them will have nowhere to hide. Because Ellie and everyone else, hasira ni mingi. Hao watu hata wanaweza kumalizia physically. Can you imagine? Watu unasimama kuongea unaambiwa hatutaki kusikia. Unaambiwa ati miaka zimebaki 3 unasema hatutaki, wewe toka tuenda. Yani people don't care, they even don't want your maendeleo unasema. Okay? So my worry is under an ideal situation itakuwa fagilia wote. But the situation will not be ideal because Ruto is the president. Ruto will not allow unajua, he's not a fool. He knows hata ile, yani saa hii wewe watu mpaka wanakuweka kwa coffin. Hao watu intention yao ni nini? So the problem, my worry is he might be like himself. You know, in Uganda hakunanga elections. For those of us or those who have been there during that, and we know how it is done. Inafanyangwa kitu tu semblance, you know. Nini, and then una have a few people hii inaitangwa EU na nini ati wana confirm the election was okay. Some of the worst situations unakuta mahali kama Kampala at one time voting ilifunguliwa for 45 minutes. na ikapita na ikapasishwa, elections were nice and all that. So I'm telling you, this guy will do anything. Me hata hii IPC sina faith nayo. I don't see a system where we will be able to vote, unfortunately, until mtu anionyeshe vile itawekwa, especially when they are ganging up with akina Raila and all this. Sijui Njiro labda or anybody else mjaribu kunielezea how we will be able to hold the election and have votes counted.
Okay, wacha niingilia hapo ili ninyamaze. You see story 1 minute hadi utakuja. You see already we have now those shockwaves. So be assured that Ruto knows majority of the places hana watu, and even his political party will not be there. So I am double sure close to every place in Mount Kenya region, Ruto cannot even get a coalition there. So hata puppet yake hawezi yeka huko. So hiyo ni kitu anajua. I think he will ignore those places by design. So, and that is why one way to avoid election rigging is to make sure that huyo mtu anajua ya kwamba he has no support. Once huyo mtu anajua he has no support huko, he knows hawezi weka machinery yake huko. He knows that because unajua pia watu kwa ground wanajuanga, because you know everybody will be running to the you know what happens in Kenya, we still vote. Kuna history ya people crumpling people running to the popular party. Ruto will see it. So you'll see like very much in Mount Kenya region, for example, utaona watu wanakimbia kwa chama fulani where you are assured of winning, the popular party of the moment. And you know very well the popular party of the moment haitakuwa chama ya Ruto, it will be the other one. So already Ruto has lost hope places kama hizo. So places kama hizo hakuna vile anaweza iba, where even in the ground it is determined, it has already been determined that you don't have people there. The only thing he can do huko is like causing sabotage. What is sabotage he can cause? Like maybe kuchelewesha ballots, printing mistakes. They can be done purposefully. That is how some places zinafanyika. Ama munaenda kwa uchaguzi munakuta jina ya mtu fulani haiko, so munaanzia that havoc. But at that time, so those are the gimmicks they will try to do. But in terms of unajua pia story ya kuiba kura, unless anataka kuibia kura kule Nairobi, mashinani pia you need people who are pro regime, who are those who are pro regime, ambao watakusaidia, na kuna maagent pale na wako tayari kusimamia debe yako inafunguliwa. So he has no way in which he can be able to steal an election, unless if you want to cause war inside all those places. I don't think agents who will be against him, they will be ready to see hiyo ballot ikiwa inawekwa kura zingine. I don't see. So in other words, they will sikia mtu kama Gachagua akimwambia hata agent atakuwa nao huko. Mimi I see mtu kama Ruto places like in Mount Kenya region huko ana kura, he is zero. So other regions of Kenya, they can try to enable him if they want, but the truth of the matter is this rejection. And by the way, people have been sent home. See at Ruto hezi anguka. Ruto anaweza anguka. So people should not be worried of that. So uchaguzi tutakuwa nayo, whichever the day tutakuwa nayo. We just need to have courage and we man our election to make sure ballot zimewekwa pale, tumehesabu. Bora kabla uchaguzi ianze, to make sure ndebe tumeangalia. Tukue tuna serious foot soldiers in the election. Tujue ya kwamba na kura zikihesabiwa tuko hapo. We just need to be a serious lot for once. Countries have shown us that you can man your election. So Ruto si ati ni mkubwa kutuliko. If we just man that election properly ni hivyo. So si ati atatuibia, hata yeye anaangalia tu hivi tu na anaenda. In Uganda the government wanted to steal the election. Ilifanyika nini? Walishindwa. So hata sisi anaweza jaribu kutuibia na ashindwe. We just need many boots and many willing people in the streets and we do it. Eric, go ahead.
I know you asked that interesting question about what is happening in Rift Valley. Will they also form a massive turnout against Ruto or against their current MPs? I know that the Kipsigis and the Nandi, I'm not sure, maybe I feel safe to to bring a tribal thing between, sub-communities, sub-communities, because that's the fight between themselves, the Kalenjins. But so I feel safe to talk about this other than just saying the Kalenjins are like this, Luo like this, Kisis are like this, Kikuyus are. But these are a Kalenjin internal warfare which has been taking place since Ruto took over, where the Kipsigis are saying that since the time when Ruto took over, many Nandis have been apportioned very, very big jobs in either parastatals or public offices. Usually people look at the success of their community in terms of who has achieved more in public office, which is a nonsense, but that's what happens, in Kenya. But when you see that these people, they were never disunited like this before, the Turgens, the Marakwet, the Keio, the Nandi, the Kipsigis. But now you suddenly hear a lot of oppositional talk against the Nandi by the Kipsigis mainly. And also when that Farouk Kibet made those really ridiculous comments about the Kipsigis, saying that all they know is to give birth to so many children. And that really seriously offended the Kipsigis community. In fact, it took a chunk of their previous, belief in Ruto, if they believed in him at all. What the comments of Farouk Kibet seriously offended the people of Kipsigis. These Kipsigis people, they were always known to be they were recruited as soldiers, to go and fight in the Second World War, just like the Kambas by the Wazungus. These Kipsigis people, not just as a Kalenjin community, but as Kipsigis, they were known to be very good fighters. Many of them, when they came back, this is the little history that I know. They purchased land from the Nandis. The Nandis moved to Osingishu or Eldoret, and these things have been buried, under the carpet. But now, because of one Ruto, their conflict has just been triggered by things as stupid as a man called Farouk Kibet making really derogatory comments about one part of the Kalenjin community. And these people were previously living together peacefully, But they have this, it's a bit like in Lowland. The people from Game or the Central Luo, and I can say this very confidently, in generations they have seen the Luos from South Nyanza as backward. So because people say that if you throw a stone just a short distance, you would have hit at least 3 professors or something just by throwing one stone. You know, this is what people say about game, because game is full of learned people. That is a claim about game, the statistics of game compared to South Nyanza, parts of South Nyanza. So there is that we are more superior than you kind of thinking. And I think this is the same situation that the Nandi and the Kipsigis, you know, this is how they see each other. One, in fact, the Kipsigis, they see the Nandis as those black people. You know, black, a kettle calling a pot black, you know, because the Kipsigis are supposed to be a little bit lighter. I don't understand this whole thing. But in terms of that question, what you asked about the voting patterns in Rift Valley, the Kalenjin vote, I think they are seriously split now because of the gaffes by Mr. Ruto and also the people who represent Mr. Ruto, who the people, like generally the public, I mean, they can't stand someone like Murkomen, you know, as a principal leader coming from the Kalenjin community. So yes, I agree with you that there will be some sweeping changes, but we're yet to see how this will happen. When I was speaking in the previous discussion in the previous channel, saying that Kenyans will never change, I meant that rigging will still take place. The presidential vote will be rigged. You've heard them saying this already, that where did you hear of an incumbent losing? You know, Kindiki has said this, and Oscar Sudi said it. They're already working on that. That's what those were my comments earlier. But in terms of changing of leadership, you know, people's representatives, you know, parliament, people will reject this particular parliament in a big, big way. That one I know. All people need to do is to walk around, campaign with posters showing pictures of people being shot at Parliament. Is a disgraceful building. I can't even imagine that people still sit there at discussing things, national things. That Parliament should have been cleansed, you know. But they can use a campaign tool that they have never used before. In fact, I am aware that in Nairobi, for example, there's a lot of young people now, you know, in do these, you know, attending weekends or whenever they are free, they're attending like charity organizational meetings, you know, helping, you know, the poorest of the poor. These are people who are gunning for positions in as MCAs, maybe some as parliamentarians. There's a lot of things happening that is inspired by the young people right now that has never been seen before. And you can see them, you know, on their motorbikes in their hundreds. This is already happening in Nairobi. And of course, people will say that these are Gachagua's people or things like that. But me, I think it's just there's a movement. You know, young people are trying different ways of dealing with this particular problem of an infested, a captured parliament. So I believe that in terms of, yes, like what you said, what might happen in parliament, I believe, yes, that the young people are ready to change, you know, change things, what's there. What my fears are that even in this particular parliament that we have now, there are a lot of young people there, and they just did the opposite of what was expected of them. So that is a big problem we have. Unaona, naona kama kuna shida hapo mbele na pia kuna ukombozi hapo mbele. Asante.
Okay, ni sawa. Nyakairo, go ahead.
Thank you. I think I'm going to add on something Ellie said about AU. AU, that we have a new chairperson, need to do the needful. And in fact, I saw something that Mohamud put it in writing because of the doctor who was kidnapped from Kenya to Uganda, Dr. Besigye, Kiza Besigye, ambaye anaumia sana huko kwa cells. Hajapelekwa prison but ako cells, ambapo ni kama amegonjeka already. And still wanamleta hapo kwa docket kusikiza mashtaka yake. Na ukimwangalia utaona kabisa huyo dokta ni mgonjwa. So when AU stands and mention all those mambo ambayo imefanyika Kenya, I wonder what Kasongo think. All what was said by Mohamud, yote ilifanyika Kenya. Abduction na huyo Dr. Besigye. So najiuliza, hao wote wawili, Raila na Ruto, baada ya kukimbia up and down wakitafuta hicho kiti, kweli ukiangalia mdomo wa Raila angesema kitu kama hicho habari ya Dr. Besigye? Unawezaje kuwa, I'm still on Raila, unawezaje kuwa unajua huyo mtu amefanya mambo mabaya na bado unasikia tamaa tu ya kuendelea na yeye? Yani nataka Wakenya muangalie hii picha. Unajua mtu ni mwizi, mtu ni muuaji, all kind of bad things amefanya, na uko na ushahidi. Huyo mtu ambaye anaendelea kuwa ana uhusiano na yeye, ni nini anataka? What is he looking for? What is he benefiting from it? What is he going to do after wameshikana kabisa? Atafanya nini? That is why I said he's even more dangerous than anybody else. Sababu unaenda kupea nyoka nguvu ya kuweza kutoa sumu zaidi, ndio iendelee kuuma watu. That's how it is. So hii mambo ambayo walikuwa wanajaribu kumock huyu mwenye alichaguliwa kwa AU, don't you think Kenya will be isolated? Kenya will be looked with a binocular. Hii ni nchi gani? For one, Kenya inajulikana politics zake ni nyingi sana. Sasa bado tunajitokeleza kujulikana, huku watu vijana hawaongei, ni kuuawa. Mwenye mkubwa wa huko aliiba uongozi, naye mwenye aliibiwa hajali, wanashikana pamoja, wanakuwa one group. How does that country look like? Hivyo ni kumaanisha watu wale wako huko hawana maana, na hao wawili hawataki kujua ukweli. The only thing they want ni wao tu wakae usukani, wawe wanachekelea wanadamu ambao ndio wenye Kenya. And that is why I said, kama Raila alikuwa mtu ambaye anajua na anapenda nchi yake, he is the most person who can stop what all this rubbish going on in Kenya, kwa sababu ameenda hapo akiwa alikuwa upinzani, akatoka upinzani akaingia kama kipepeo kwa moto. What can he tell us? And that is why people are not following him. That is why people are saying hata uende huko sisi hatukufuati. Sababu watu wanajua ukweli. Wanajua what is going on, it's not right. Huyu ni mzee ambaye amekaa miaka mingi, ameona serikali nyingi. Ni nini haelewi? That means he don't care. Na anajua ukweli wa mambo. Ile mambo anafanya, yeye si crazy. Yeye si mwenda, anajua kabisa kile anafanya. Na kama anafanya hivyo tu ajinufaishe yeye mwenyewe, basi we are in a tragedy. Hatuna na haja na yeye asimame awe rais, lakini awe mtu wa kweli. In fact, even I don't want him to say that he is going to stand to be a president. I will not vote for him, and many people will not vote for him. Hata akichukua Ruto ati aende akamuuze, hivyo tu wanasema wataiba kwa sababu wanajua hawatachaguliwa. And what is the right way? Ni kuchaguliwa, ndio usikie kweli mimi nimechaguliwa, watu wamenipenda. But ukisema utarig, hii rigging yako utafikisha wapi? Hata sisi tutajua saa ile una rig, tujue vile unafanya na tutakuendea. Simply because you cannot tell us ati kesho nitakuja kuwaua. Hata sisi tutakaa tayari tujue vile tutajisaidia. Why are you telling us that even before you rigged? Hivyo ni kumaanisha hakuchaguliwa. Na yule mwenye alichaguliwa naye ndiye huyo ameenda kuingia kwa matope pap. Waendeshane na yeye. What does that mean? These are not good people. They are both equal. Hatuwezi sema ati Raila ni mzuri, ati alikuwa mzuri, amefanywa mbaya ni nani? Yeye mwenyewe. Hakuna mtu amemkokota akamtupanisha huko. Yeye mwenyewe amejipeleka na miguu yake. You can imagine how many steps we went. Sijui dialogue. Hiyo ingine sijui iliitwa nini? Coalition. I don't know whether it was called. I can't remember those steps. Then we reached to a point whereby things did not work. Gen Z ndio hao wakatokelesha, at least to solve the problem once and for all. Ndio huyu ameenda ameingia katikati ya Gen Z, saa ile wanaona miili ya watu inatolewa huko Kware. Anawaambia hakuna dialogue. Hakuna dialogue. Honestly, knowing very well in his head, hawa ni kunyang'anya, ninanyang'anya ukweli wao, ninawanyang'anya ushupavu wao, naenda kumwaga kesho ama siku hiyo ingine. This guy alienda akalala akipanga, si ati aliamuka tu kama mwenda akakimbia huko, alilala akipanga, na labda hata waliongea na Kasongo through the phone. Baba, maliza hii, takupea kitu fulani. Are you equal to all those souls that were killed? You are just one soul. Na watoto wengi wakauawa. Huna heshima hata kidogo na hauna huruma. So anybody who is talking about Raila, I supported Raila because of what he was talking. Lakini nikiona yeye nikigeugeu ninaondoka. Na sikuondoka kwa sababu sikuelewa, nilijua amefanya makosa. And that is why I walked away from him, and that is why I cannot support him at all. Hata sitaki kusikia akisema chochote. The other day before he went for AU, alisema ati abduction tutamaliza, hatutakubali. Sasa nikashindwa. Yes, you are telling people abduction tutamaliza ukiwa Kenya. Ulikuwa unaenda AU kumalizia abduction huko ama ulikuwa unafanya unataka tukuelewe aje? He has been in Kenya the whole of time. He was in opposition, and that is where I feel so much pain about it. Alikuwa opposition, ilikuwa inaendelea vizuri na mambo ilikuwa inaenda, wakaanza kuikatakata slowly by slowly, kuimaliza nguvu, ikawa dialogue, ikawa nini. mpaka mambo yote ikaisha nguvu. Ilipoisha nguvu, hakusema chochote, akaingia ndani. So anaweza sema tunamchukia, anaweza sema tunamwekelea. We don't. Sisi tunasimama na ukweli na yale mambo alikuwa amesema, na tukamwamini for that moment. Baadaye aka lose direction, akasema heri niende huko, nyinyi jisaidieni. And that is where we are. Watu wasiseme tunachukia Raila. Yeye ndiye amejichukia mwenyewe. Yale mambo amefanya, yeye ndiye amefanya, si mtu mwingine. Hatumwekelei, tunasema ukweli. Tulikuwa hapa tukimuona, tukimsikia. But what he has done is dumping us for better of himself. Selfishness. Na hiyo tumesema sana, selfishness. So hatuwezi kuwa tunasema ati tuna ficha maneno, we limit ati ile mambo tunataka kusema ya mtu. Tunasema yote kwa sababu yeye mimi hanihusu sasa hata kidogo. Hata Saila alikuwa ananihusu kwa yale ukweli alikuwa anaongea, na mimi nafuata huo na ninashangilia kabisa. Lakini siwezi sasa kuficha yale ulisema ati ndio usionekane mbaya. You are a bad guy. Umetutendea maovu ya kutosha. Mzee wa miaka yako unatakiwa kuwa unajua watoto hatakiwi wakufe kwa sababu ndio wa mzingi wa mkesho wewe ukishazeeka. But you don't care about the mzingi ya Kenya. Despite of what happened, kama walikufa, hajulikani pahali wako, wewe umepata share yako and you are good to go. That is where we are. Kenya one day itasimama, na itasimama kwa sababu yake. Tutakuja kuwa na huru Kenya, na si kwa sababu yake. Since then, when he did that, tulikosa maana ya kuwa na mtu kama yeye. Wale wanamfuata waendelee tu kumfuata, but they know the truth. Si ati wanaweza kutuambia hakuenda akaingilia Gen Z, si ati hakuenda akapeana watu wake wakule kwa serikali, si ati atapewa kiti, si ati ameambiwa haya na yale. Yote tumeyasikia. Hata nyinyi mnamfuata, mfuateni na mnajua ukweli wa mambo hayo yote yamefanyika. And so we are not lamenting. Tunasema mambo ambayo imetendeka na tuna ukweli wake. So Kenyans, we have a big job to do, but I know one time these people will go one by one wakituondokea. They will not be there forever, even for a long time. Kuna mtu anafikaga pahali anasikia huo uchungu umezidi sana, hata sitaki mambo, anajiona because of shame. But the situation we are in now, it's about Raila. Kama hakufanya hicho kitendo, kweli kabisa Kenya ingekuwa tofauti, na angekuwa mtu wa heshima sana, mtu ambaye angekuwa kwa historia, the work he did. But you cannot fight for a good cause and dump it. You go for a bad cause and you be recognized. Nothing. That one, I leave it that way. Asanteni sana ndugu zangu. Mimi huwa ninalilia tu Kenya yangu, because if Kenya get good governance, it's a good country to be. It's our country. We know it. And we say it's good because we have been there and we live there. So mwenye anataka kuharibu, sijui anaharibu aishi wapi. But their time will come for them to feel the pinch that Kenyans are feeling right now. Kila mtu ako na siku yake. Mtu asifikiri ati mimi niko na pesa nyingi, mimi sina shida, sina nini. And I will ask Kenyans, hawa watu hata ukiwaona wamekuwa billionaires, are they sleeping? They are getting a lot of sleepless nights. Na maskini analala na ngorota huko mpaka asubuhi. Though shida ako nayo kwa sababu saa ingine hana kachai, hana ugali, hana chakula cha kutosha. Yes, they go through that. But the most people who are sleepless, have sleepless nights, they are them. Hata ukiwaona hapo. Kwa sababu wanajaribu kujiuliza, nimefanya hii mambo mbaya kwa wananchi. When will they come for me? When will they attack? When will they hit? Lakini siku yetu inakuja. You know, those children we call orphan, sometimes people hate them, treat them like nothing, but God does not forget them. He always comes for them, and they do things that you never believe. We are orphans right now, but we are not sleepy. We have our right minds to think and share how we can shape our country. If we had good governance, this forum would be talking of how progress Kenya is progressive, how economy is really doing well, how we help each other, which business is doing well, and we even become so friendly to each other, trying to make life meaningful. Tunaonyeshana mambo ingine na watu hata watakuwa wana invent a lot of good things. Watu watakuwa busy, not even thinking about standing on the street begging. They will be busy making their life better. And that is what Kenyans are missing right now. We don't care whether you are president by then. And this is the problem. A president who does well in his country and give people what they deserve, not handouts. That kind of life status ya kuwa maisha iko mzuri, kila kitu ni sawa. People even have no time to think about you, what you are doing. They don't care what you are saying. Even when times change, they know how they can calculate and make things work when they are not being interfered by the government. But when the government becomes corrupt, insultive, damaging everything, taking everything from people, high taxes, no school, people are not going to the hospital for better treatment, these things alarms everybody. And that is where people start yelling, making noise. Why? Why is it so? That is how bad governance face all this wrath from the people. Lakini wanaweza anza kusema Wakenya ni wanapiga kelele nini nini. It's because people are not served according to what they were promised or what people expect. We don't need handouts. It's only to keep the governance better. Country iwe inajengwa vizuri, imetengenezwa, watu wako kazi, people are busy, everything is going smoothly. No, all these bad things that have been done by this regime, if they are not there, who would be talking about Kasongo? Those names would not be even appearing anywhere. Those memes would not be appearing anywhere. Surely even we would be telling our children, don't do that. Because the guy is good. But now, tunaambiwa ati tufunze watoto wetu. Watoto wetu ndio wanaumia. wako huko wanatafuta kazi, hawana kazi, wako huko wanaambiwa waende wakachukue hurubaro, wanaambiwa waende nchi za wenyewe. That is why we get all these memes and all these bad things happening in the internet. You don't expect people to talk good about you being abusive the way you are. That is my take. Asanteni.
Santi Nyakairo. Julia anaonekana ako mahali. Julia, ama unanisikia? Haya.
Nakusikia, semeni.
Kuna jambo lolote unataka kusema kabla ama baada nikisha welcome wale wameingia kwa comment section?
Wa welcome kwanza, alafu bado mnataka kuendelea ama mmeamuaje mnaendelea?
Tunaendelea tu kidogo, maybe kwa
Okay.
another a few more minutes depending on watu wanaonekana mambo ya Raila imechokesha.
Tumekosa cha kusema about Raila sasa.
Imechokesha.
We
Anyway,
have said everything sayable. We have analyzed the situation. We have analyzed why he lost. We no longer care whether he lost or he won. And now we care about which way forward.
Yep. Naona akina Dan Dario wako pale. We relocate whole family. Yeah, unaona, umesikia hiyo Julia, watu wameanza kurelocate families. Wale wameona hawana future in Kenya. The political leaders in
Nani relocate? Nicheke.
Watu wanaenda wale wamekuwa wameona direction ya
Kimani Ichung'wah anang'ang'ana kwenda South Africa.
Huyo ataenda, si siri. Ule mwingine si alitoka wa Nakuru, ule pia, you know, they will all go.
Ule mama governor ajarudi.
Si governor, ule MP ule mlevi.
Nani huyo?
Ule kale ka MP ka budget.
Kamehama.
Nasikia kalihama Molo.
Ako karibu kachapwe.
Sasa itakuwa mbaya, watachapwa.
Kimani Ichung'wah was trying to go to South Africa. Na wacha nikwambie PK, mimi nika-analyze. Nikashangaa. Watu they're just dumb. Unaona sisi we are not here ya kupenda kwetu. Tungetaka kuwa kwetu, si ndio PK? Sasa akina Kimani wamekuwa wakiishi kama Ruto ni tano. Unajua vile kama umefika binguni, unajua Mungu ni tano. Unajua siku tutafika binguni, tutajua huko ni tano, hakuna kwingine. Kama ukibahatika ufike binguni, utasherehekea kwa sababu utajua sasa you can brag, you can do everything there. You can walk on the top of the stools. Kimani alikuwa anaona kama Ruto ni tano. Kumbe ameshtuka kaona Ruto si tano. And then to make matters worse, he doesn't know about relocations, where to relocate. If the best, okay, mnisamehe wa Kenya kama mniona nacheka. Sicheki kwa sababu niko penye niko. Ninatoka kuangalia mtu wa kiwango cha Kimani, the best he could do was South Africa. Look at that.
Yeah, with what he has looted.
With what he has looted. Yeah. Because with the amount of money he has, he can buy a green card anywhere. You know, he doesn't know that. Even America, he can get a green card for investment. Lakini unajua akona tumakesi. Akianza kufuatwa.
Tafuatwa sana.
That's sad. Nani mwingine amerelocate nicheke?
Watatolewa, Gen Z watawatoa tu list, watatoa kabisa. Unajua the end times for Kenya imefika. Si inasemekana siku ya kiyama itakuwa unajaribu kuikalia mawe, inakwambia wewe enda na huko usinikalie.
Nakwambia.
So I think the politicians, and that's why again to talk about Raila, that's why Raila Kenya ikaliki sasa. I'm telling you. You know, kama hakuna watu wanakuheshimu Julia, unless you are not respected even in your own village, it's very uncomfortable. Sijui, lakini when you have never gone through your process ama experience, you huwezi jua how it feels. Imagine saa hii uko mahali huko, alafu useme unataka kwenda nyumbani. Yeah? Unakuta hakuna mtu ako excited ati Julia anakaa. Unatoka unafika JKIA, hata hakuna mtu angalau una hata relative alisema wacha nichukue huyu mrembo kwa sababu tangu atoke hapa there are few changes nini. Mtu akuja na kagari kake. Unachukua Uber juu hakuna mtu. Unaenda kwa estate ama mahali ulikuwa maybe una nyumba yako Kitengela wherever. Unakuta tu ni watchman na kuku mbili zile anaangalia hapo. Hakuna relative wako hapo. It feels very bad. Unatoka hapo unataka kwenda kijijini, unafika kijijini, watu wanaambiwa haya, Julia alikuja. Unasikia okay, sawa. Hakuna mtu anakuja kukusalimia asubuhi. Atakusikia umuelezee kule ulitoka ukoaje. You can easily watu ingia into depression. Unakaa hapo wiki moja, wiki mbili, unakuta nobody gives a damn about you. That is the situation Raila.
Alafu nikwambie PK, unaona sisi here we came as workers, okay? So we were ready to work.
Yeah.
In fact, we were ready to work, to do anything. To survive.
Yeah.
Sasa ningekuja nikajigamba nikasema siwezi fanya hii. Hao sasa mimi ningetaka kwenda Kimani kama amekuja America. First and foremost akifikiria kuna makaratasi ya kufanya kazi. Sijui ni kazi gani. I don't know what he trained for. Hey bro, huku before you do that you need certification. Fanya hii mitihani mbili, na kama upiti au hautaandikwa. Meanwhile you need to eat. Enda Walmart upewe job ya kufagia. Yeah. That is what would happen to him. Ama nafikiri angekula nini hapa?
Kabisa. Hiyo pesa si ataingia na madola.
Ataingia na madola within how many days? Atalipa rent? First unajua ataingia na madola hataki kuishi kwa apartment.
Atanunua nyumba kabla akuje.
Atanunua nyumba kaambi unanunua nyumba.
So ametuibia sana. Si alikuwa
anunua nyumba afike aingie kwa nyumba. Nyumba kuingia hapa iko na to bills twingi twenye ajaripa for a long time.
Yeah.
But within no time he'll find that the money is gone and you have to go to Walmart to work in Walmart. Tunakutana huko na troli na matroli na Julia. Nasema unajua ya hanijui, namwambia hey bro, naona kama you look familiar. Mimi wewe si ni MP wa kwa Kimani ni wapi?
Kikuyu.
Wewe si ulikuwa MP ya Kikuyu? He can be embarrassed.
Alisema anaogopanga sijui ujimoto na nini, you know.
Nakwambia now if he's going to South Africa is even worse. That means hapo ndio brain yake imefika. That is the best place he can do because
but Julia, let me say Kimani is relocating because of his wish ama ana relocate kwa sababu ya kukimbia. You see, it is not a happy thing. It's not a pleasant situation.
Unajua Nyakairo, unajua kwa sababu gani? Ni kukimbia kwa sababu you see us we are economic refugees. All of us would have wanted to be in Kenya, right? Okay, nyinyi siwaji. I don't know about you. Personally, I love my country. And I'm here because I thought I got a better job than what I was doing in Kenya. Kimani unajua ako na stress. Unajua kuna kafrakas bunge. Kafrakas kako. Kwanza kuna hiyo kafrakas zinaendelea kumwagiwa chumvi, kuwekwa chumvi na pilipili na sukari na everything kwa sababu after Raila Odinga losing, now ODM has to be accommodated. And Kimani is not a fool. Anajua ODM will be accommodated how? By slashing some of his powers in parliament, and most likely he's gonna lose his majority seats. That is the most likely thing. Na since atukane na tembea, I think amekuwa akionyeshwa cold shoulder. Kwa sababu hiyo matusi anatembea iliwaharibia sana West. No, hakurudi since then. You know, Kimani was trying to please Kasongo. Akatukana na tembea, and that messed Kasongo's crowd huko Western Province. Sasa nilisikia hata Kimani alitukanwa na Sudi baadaye. Alitukanwa na Sudi kwa mkutano akaambiwa afunge mdomo. You remember Sudi telling Kimani mdomo refu awache in public. After that Sudi told openly Kimani to close his mouth, to close his long mouth. But I understand Farouk picked a fight with Kimani later on because of how he insulted Natembea. Because for him insulting Natembea, he messed their cloud in Western Province. Now Kimani Ichung'wah ameona hata si ujimoto mbaya, kuna mambo ingine namfuata. So I have been seeing rumors in social media that Kimani Ichung'wah is trying to relocate to where? To South Africa. Na Kenya siku hizi hakuna ruma. Mmesikia ati Chebukati juu yako hali mahututi. Kenya hakunanga rumors, nawaambia hivyo. Nawaambia ukweli.
Mimi kwa channel yangu and even kule tulitoka, nilikuwa naambia watu for the years I've lived in Kenya, inshallah God amenibariki. I've been learning things. You will be a fool if you've not learned. And one of the things we learned, especially when I got into politics, is that there is nothing called rumor. Julia, hakunaga rumor. Hiyo rumor ilikuwa ni kubatiza ukweli ile iko chini kwa chini na kufanya watu panic. Kama hivyo umesema Chebukati yako hali mbaya, unaambua yako hali mbaya lakini ni kuenda anaenda. Sasa unaambua ati si vizuri kusema hivyo. Unaona? So now of course tunajua hiyo from the last 4 since afanya hii mabisanga alifanya.
The last several months amekuwa hivyo, hata alikuwa siku ati alikuanga wazimu.
Iwent cabbage alikuwa kuna siku hata ikakuja ikasemekana sasa mpaka aligawa mali alafu ikakuwa anasema atembea akimsema atembezwa anazungushwa kwa nyumba anaambiwa wameenda Chebakali wakarudi. So those things came out and it was true. Alipopelekwa hospitali German ni wapi, it was true. Unajua watu uficha terminal illness which is stupid thing. Mimi napenda hizi nchi za mbele washa accept kila kitu. Kama umeambiwa una cancer stage 5 ama ni ngapi unaishia. Kubali tu unaishia, unaanza kuaga watu, unaanza kusoma sorry. Nani aliishia hivyo nani Kibuito. Yeah. You don't shed the blood of the masses, Julia, and you'll have peace. Never. Huwezi. There is no peace at all. Hii unaona hii Gen Z damu imemwagwa, yote inashikanishwa kutoka Chebukati ku announce elections, au wote na imesemekana hao wote will be cleansed in the country called Kenya. Wata collapse, wataenda hivi, watasambaratika hivi. Niambie any of them that is doing well. Akina Sudi wataanguka kama wamekauka. I'm telling you. You will see the worst that you've ever seen in that country. Uliambiwa ni plague. Plague si lazima atikuje kama tsunami ama nini. Kuna plague inakujanga kama ile mchwa ndogo inaitangwa kanyerere. Ile inaingianga chini, hautaiona. Unaonanga tu kidogo mti imeanguka, mnaanza kusema haya. Na hii miti ilikuwa kubwa ikaangukaje? Ama nyumba, unaona tu nyumba imecollapse huko kwa mchwa. That is what is happening. Julia, the blood of the Gen Z. Hiyo nobody can escape. Hakuna. Na ndio unaona wengine already they are walking stocks. Akina Ruto. Unasikia watu wakisema aende mental check up. You think it's a joke? Those guys are not normal. Angalia hii hata vile walikuwa na behave in Ethiopia. Julia, si huko hii nchi unajua tunakaa na watu endazimu kabisa. Ni vile ni nchi imeendelea na madawa. Kwetu Kenya ni vile mtu akilipuka waya ikiachana anaanza kuenda bila nguo haraka because we don't have a good health care. Yeah. Even akina Ruto wako stage nyingine ajabu. I'm telling you. Because can you imagine singing a poem about roads? When the president. When Julia the president, unaweza simama kuhutubia watu kaanza kuambia vile barabara Nairobi Mombasa road ukitaja every other town na bridges mahali umepita. Is that of what relevance is that in kwa mwananchi? Ati inakuwa part of your speech. Inatoka Mogadishu sivyo inapitia inaenda wapi na that's mad.
Hiyo kitu ya Ruto kumbe ilikuwa Raila alikuwa amesema hizo story.
Ala, sio niulize tu mimi nakuanga on top of it. Niko na hizo clips ni live akiongea. Those are part of his speeches. Wewe niambie umesimama mahali kama tuseme pika town, you know, or pika an area like Mokorweni umeshuka hapo. Hao watu wanataka kusikia ukiwaelezea vile barabara kutoka Nairobi kuja Mokorweni iko, ama wanataka kusikia kilimo kitaendaje, mazao ile mko nayo saa hii, what is it that we have put in place for you to benefit, wafanya biashara itakuaje? That is what they want to hear. Barabara utawaambia tu barabara kutoka hapa mpaka hapa tutashughulika, pesa iko. You don't have to now announce all the small little towns and bridges on the road. It's because the head is empty. The head is empty. That's why mtu anarudia rudia hivi. Father Danny Darius anatuambia it is said that Chebukati is clinically dead. Kenya has already lost 2 MPs at Senate and National Assembly. Yeah. Clinically dead is actually umekufa. Julia. Kwa lugha ambayo ni sanifu na ni rahisi. Ama inamaanisha nini? Kuna daktari hapa. Clinically si unakuanga ni mashini ndio zinafanya nini? Zinafanya ufanye mambo yale unafanya. The few remaining gas. So yeah. So ndio hivyo. Unfortunately unakuta watu hawana sympathy because tumelia tukalia machozi kaisha, na tumefikiria hivi just because of 1 or 2 human beings, then we are being wasted again tukiambiwa Raila lazima atafutiwe kiti, otherwise Kenya will not move. Na hata nilifungulia national TV moja nikakuta that kind of nonsense, nilifunga haraka. You know, I don't want people to propagate those kind of things that we can't move. Inani-irritate sana when organs have failed only sustained by machine. That is what we call unakuwa clinically whatever. Thank you Father Danny. James Ndwati anasema na Ruto ataenda wapi kama watu wanaishia kule, wanaenda wengine wana migrate South Africa. Sijui rafiki yake ako wapi. Unakumbuka Idi Amin watu walikuwa wanashindwa atakimbilia wapi, na akakimbilia Saudia. Sasa hatakosa mahali, atapata tu mahali. Sijui Resist kama ameongea ama alienda wapi.
Resist hajaongea, Resist yako hapo na Jemu ameingia.
Waongee because sasa leo tutaenda masaa ile ya kawaida because of many because ndio vile tulikuwa tunaambiwa tukiingia mono shule. Resist tuna flow ni yako ama Jemu?
Haya, asante sana. Wacha nichukue nafasi kwanza.
Karibu.
Asante sana bwana Stone PK. Naona yule mzee mwingine mkali anaitwa Njiro pale. Madam Julia Cairo, Mr. Eri. I really like the way the submission of Mr. Eri and Nyakairo. Very sober. Now, first things first. Bwana Raila Odinga lazima tutamuongelea kwa sababu hatuwezi kukosa kuongea juu yake because he plays he's still playing a role in the current situation in Kenya, and at this point he is playing a very bad role. Mimi kwa upande wangu nilikuwa nampatia nafasi kidogo. I was giving him like 10% benefit of the doubt. Maybe he had a plan. Akianguka AU atakuja arudi yule in factory settings tupate yule Raila wa zamani, and who had shown is a man of the people. And I'm now confused whether he was actually a man of the people in the first place, because first of all, it didn't make any sense kwenda kwa AU to me at all. Sioni AU inasaidia Kenya namna gani. Number 2, sahi ametoka. The first pitch that I was waiting for, ameongea akasema ati watu wanaingilia Kaongo. Yeye ni yeye mwenyewe alikuwa anataka kwenda AU na Kaongo amemsaidia sana na hali na mali. Man, wakati nisikia hiyo speech I almost puked. So mali ya Kenya inatumika vibaya and you're here coming to tell us ati umesaidiwa na hali na mali. You know, as much as I was giving him now the chance, like 5 to 10% chance, sasa mimi nimebaki 0. I have 0 tolerance for him. I have 0. Sahi sasa nimemaliza. But the biggest problem is that he still remains with a pretty good sizable part of his pate yake bado ni kubwa, iko na watu kiasi tu kikubwa who are still believing in him. But the most evil part ni kwamba wale watu wengi ambao wanamfuata, they didn't want him to come and go ahead and join Ruto, but he is forcibly now going to join Ruto. There's nothing. Kwa hivyo I agree with Nyakairo's statement kwamba now there's no difference between Raila and Ruto. These are the 2 dragons that must be slain. Sasa the question is, how are we gonna slay these 2 dragons? Because sasa Kenya, I don't want to make it as simple as Jiro was trying to say that oh, it's fine, elections ikifanywa 2027 tukilida sijui haitaweza kuibwa. These people are evil beyond our comprehension. These 2 men are super. I have just racked another word. These are the most super evil people that the Kenya have ever seen, because they have, ukiona marafiki wa Ruto, the best ni Museveni. And as one speaker, I think that was Tony PK, who said that he might try to employ, and he will. It's not trying. You said he will try, but I think he will. He will employ tactics za Museveni. And that's where he goes for tuition. Ndio unaona akikaka anaenda huko, anaenda tuition. Akikaka anaenda tuition. So he now knows na hizo vote tunasema za Mount Kenya, sijui tunasema za Ukambani, sijui tunasema za Western, they're not going to show up, because we are talking of an ideal situation whereby an election would be held vile inatakana. But there's nothing like that that's going to happen in Kenya. You can see clearly these 2 men, they want to retain power at whatever cost. So mimi, if I had a way ya kuongea na Wakenya, and probably this is the only way, I could be telling them we should be looking for another option. See, elections, there must be another option. Elections is not going to help. Na tutakuwa hapa how long have we been speaking? 3+ years. We will be here. There will be no elections in Kenya. Trust me, there will be none. And that is something Stone PK used to say a few months ago. We will never have elections. Watu ni watu ambao ni sumu. They are very, very evil. It even doesn't matter. Look at their company. Mahari Muhammad, anaitwa aje? Farah Muhammad or whatever, Farah Mahari. Watu wenye wanasema they can slaughter 5,000 people in a day. Those are their friends. So hii maneno tunaongelea hapa sijui watu washikane nini? Kenya ilishikana zamani. And like Jiro said, sio lazima tushikane. We just need to vote to know what we need, but that is not gonna happen. So hii maneno ya kusema ati tushikane sijui ati it's not gonna happen. We should be thinking of another way. kama ni tutaingia kwa mzito. Kwanza nimeongea na vijana nyumbani, wako ready kuingia kwa mzito, they are ready. Mimi niko na kama Stone PK ama the ground, vijana wako tayari. Na si party moja ya Kenya, it's all over Kenya. Wako tayari. After all, what else do they have to do? Ni kazi gani wako nayo? They have nothing. Wanalala ja. There must be another way ya kuondoa hii watu. Chebukati clinically dead, he's dead. Tunajua amekufa tu, ni familia wamegojewa wamalize arrangement, watoe zile pipes na machine, that's it. Na watu wote kuanzia Ruto kwenda Raila kwenda hii wakora wote wameibia Kenya, ginya hao Kimani Ichung'wah anapotea, they will follow the same route. Be what was there, they will follow the same route. Wengine watakula nyasi kama Abdulkaneso. Anyway, I have to go. Thank you so much. Mwingine aingie tafadhali.
Well, resist. Thank you for that input. Me, I think nilikuwa next. Obviously wasalimia tena leo wenye tulikuwa kwa Njiru huko. Tulikuwa shaongea alafu Stone PK nikusalimia hapo. Well, nikifuatilia mambo ya mwisho yenye resist anasema. So like watu Kenya wanakufa sana. Chebukati is clinically dead, Raila is politically dead. Let's just say that. And ukitaka kuongezea Kasongo is also there. I think Kama is coming to bite these people. PK alikuwa anasema hapo watoto and other Kenyans have spilled a lot of blood for these people to just take it just like another day. Nilikuwa nasikia hapo stories za nani Ichung'wah. That's another guy. You know, one thing that I am surprised is that I'm not surprised is that he's living. And secondly, the only thing that surprises me is that a person like that will actually announce that or even his plans for relocating will be out there like that. But just South Africa is not as safe as he might think. Unajua, I feel like once entangle yourself with Kasongo, no matter what, and some of these rogue government, no matter what you do, sometimes the only way to, because you know too much, sometimes the only way for them to feel at peace is to eliminate the individual. And some of those individuals are like Chebukati. The coincidence where the previous IBC guy also died almost 2 or 3 years after leaving his seat, and then Chebukati 2 or 3 years later. I see foul play. There's no way these people. That means if you're an IBC chairman, just after you leave after your term, put like 3 months, 3 years later, you know you'll be departing this world. You know, it's becoming too obvious that entangling and even siding with the rogue government might still get you in trouble. I don't know if Chebukati is there was something that was introduced in his system after Ali declared Kasongo the president. You know, if I was Kasongo, I wouldn't also be too comfortable with just Chebukati roaming around like that. And that's why he's not comfortable with Raila being free out like that. He can do that to Raila, but somebody like Chebukati, he knows too much. He knows who really won. So if I come back to Ichung'wah, the fact that he has interacted in a very negative way with the devil, he should be careful. Hiyo South Africa hata chokora akipewa passport ya Kenya anaingia huko for 6 months. That's how bad it is. South Africa is not even safe. We remember the guy, the musician, what was his name? The guy that used to sing very well in South Africa. He was just killed, just like that, by some petty thieves. What was the guy?
Lucky Dube.
Yeah,
Lucky Dube.
Yeah, that can be introduced to anybody there, and it will look like a normal crime in South Africa. So for him to go there with all the secrets, you remember Mr. Ishunga, he should not think for a day that he's Wamunyoro. Wamunyoro is almost the caliber of Raila, where hey, unafikiria sana before ushike Wamunyoro, because it might come down with the rest of a region. But huyu Ishunga huyu hiyo South Africa yake anaenda, mi namhurumia sana, cause hata kama ako na do wanaweza tafuta tu chokora wa South Africa wamalizane naye huko, na itakuwa petty crime, you know. We talked about Rao sana, and I also believe that it's true. We have exhausted all the issues about Rao. My only question now, as I think about Kenya, I'm trying to look at the chain of events that we can try and predict in the next few, let's say 1 month, 4 weeks. What are the sequence of events that we should be expecting Kasongo to do? I know he will be making moves. He's a desperate guy. And I think also discussing about his moves and anticipating for his moves will be a good way of preparing us based on the fact that he's not delivering. He promised Kenyans he will deliver Raila to AU. That was a failure. A month ago, he promised he will deliver roads huko nini, Western. Juzi Isiolo. So it's been a couple of failure, and we just need to anticipate what he might be, what other game plans other than the prime minister job. Ya Raila is just too obvious. It's just too obvious that he will go out of his way to make Raila happy. So that's too obvious. We expected that. But what other moves is he, or should we expect, and how are we gonna counter as a country his nonsense? I can imagine how much money has been spent on Raila, and I feel so sad for people who support that Raila narrative. Now that we are moving to prime minister, how much money have they spent to campaign for that guy to get a job that he didn't get? And how much money are they gonna use again to campaign to get him another job? And can we just try to estimate how much speaker, somebody's mic, and I would like to see if we can take the amount of money that has been spent, that we've thrown away, and try to look at the Kenyan projects that we have, or developments, or any issues that we have pending that could be, if we apply that same amount of money, we could have saved some lives, or we could have eased out some citizens, maybe employment, create employment. We need to at least kind of look into that, and tunahamasisha watu that no matter how much you are championing for your guy, the amount of money, if this guy decided to say no, use this money Instead of using it on me, use it on XYZ. Hata he can be selfish enough and will understand to say tumia hii pesa kurekebisha mashule kule Siaya. We saw those schools that were being broadcasted, that kids are learning in a very, hostile environment, harsh environment. If Raila or some of these leaders, especially just say Raila, if he could just say no, use this money on a selfish way to build schools or even go there and repair some of the classes, I think that will be looked into as patriotic more than just kumtafutia kazi moja. So I am just wondering, what is Kasongo gonna do other than Raila? That's gonna be wasteful, we know, but what else should we expect? What type of game plan should we expect? Resist amesema mambo ya election. I think this year, the 2025 finance bill, they already know it's round 2. And I saw a leakage. Some people were discussing that finance bill, and it seems like Kasongo will increase the payslip taxes. There were breakdown of what's going up. I saw that the property taxes are gonna go up, especially on land, 10%. So mina imagine niko na shamba ya 50 million. Sisemi niko nayo. But if I have a land for 100 million Kenya shillings and I'm paying 10%, if that's the case, per annum, 10% of 100 million is 10 million. If I keep paying for the remainder of the term that Kasongo has, let's say in 3 years, 2 years next to 2027, na apewe ingine. By the time he's out, I will have paid 70 million. That's as much as that's the value of the land that I'm sitting on. So what are the people who don't have jobs but they have inheritance? What are they gonna do? Because they will be selling those lands to pay for the taxes. And if not, those lands will be taken away from them. That's the simplest way. I don't know if anybody else has seen the leakage for the finance bill, because I also saw the farmers are gonna pay 5% of the products they plant, I don't know if it's whether they use it for consumption or only if they are doing it for commercial basis. So round 2, finance bill, how is it gonna look like? And the way we'll treat this finance bill, it will show and will show Ruto that we are not gonna be playing when it comes to 2027 election, because we need to show him that hatutingishiki, that we are not gonna be scared away, and all the tactics that he has used so far have not worked and will not work, and that the people are resilient. We have seen it because Raila lost the election, but we need to use the remaining part of the time we have between now to the finance bill to see what sequence of events Kasongo is going to be pulling and how are we going to react to counter his actions. He might as well just start working for Kenya the way the people want, because if he wants to have a country that's at least going to be living in harmony with him, then he might as well just start delivering. Imambo ya bribing is just, he's digging his own political grave. That's all I have to say, and back to you, Aston PK. Haya, huku wani watu wakiongea kuna nyamazwa?
Hapana, hapana Jemo. Thank you Jemo, and you really umesema vile ina nini. I wish tunge nini, there is a new wave that is coming from the diaspora, and I wish it would gain traction. Alafu pia unajua pia diaspora inakuanga na siasa zao zingine pia duni. Wa Kenya ni wale tu. You know, diaspora is a dynamite. Unaona, it's a dynamite, lakini huwa tunajiwaste because a dynamite is comprised of those components, sijui vile zinaitwa technically, lakini ukichukua ka element kamoja it is no longer a dynamite. Same thing with the hand grenade. Hand grenade ni hand grenade disastrous ikiwa kwa wako kamayai na imesiliwa na kale kapini. It will do nothing to anybody until that pin is plucked off. Diaspora iko kwa hiyo analogy according to me. But we don't know how to pull the pin. Ikija to pull the pin to cause massive, this time not disaster, but change or impact, we disintegrate kawaida. Yani tuna disintegrate kabisa, then all our energy and effort is in a nini. Why am I saying this? I've been in so many forums as a diaspora, but the things that come into play, oh my God. Yani ndio unaona ala, kumbe hata mtu akitoka Kenya bado amebeba ile jacket tu. Yani ile jacket. Sasa ile wave imekam na watu wanasema inakaa itashika. It's because sasa diaspora also together with the Kenyans wamechoka, wamejam. Sasa hiyo kujam ndio tunasema tusipoitumia vizuri, basi then it will be useless. Number one, we can't do anything much bila some of us kujitolea physically and also in terms of resources. We must. Hiyo ni kitu sasa watu waanze kufikiria, because you can't have your cake and eat it. Huwezi kujivinjari diaspora na unasema Kenya stories iende poa. Ni kama vile Kenya pia walianza ngati siasa ni akina nani, mimi si mwana siasa, au ma middle class, maandamano ni akina nani, si yetu. Sasa wote tunalia pamoja. Je, tunasema uongozi mzuri, Matiang'i si mzuri, nani si mzuri. Diaspora imejaa watu credible. Mbona hakuna watu wanajitolea kutoka diaspora waende? That's the question I've been asking. Mtu anaona save, unajua siasa is dirty game. Unaona, alafu watu wa diaspora ni waoga, anaogopa do zake zisikulwe, because of course you have to campaign. Tuna diaspora tunaogopa hiyo dola, watu wanaona ati kama ina uchungu sana kuliko do zingine zote. Sasa what happens? You end up having a very poor country, imeraniwa vibaya, your investment does not make value. Let me give you one example of when diaspora really had a chance and they made money. Those of you who remember Michuki just brought a small change like this. Ile ya matatu. Akasema matatu lazima ziwe na sako. Tujue hii matatu iko managed by which sako. Na matatu lazima ziwe na speed governor. So what would the sako do? The sako would manage fleet of vehicles from different people. That you didn't have to be in Nairobi to buy a M3, then when you uko hapo una supervise huyo makanga, una supervise direct, ndio upate do zako, ngiri tano zako in the evening. Unaona? So what happened? Michuki ali streamline, akasema hizi sako ziwe registered, credible, nini, na matatu ikikosea tunashika sako kwanza. Bas, that ikaleta nini. Alafu akaambia diaspora, sasa matatu imegeuka ni money minting. Of course we knew, and up to today matatu business is one of the fast money minting machine. if it is well managed. Ni vile tu watu hawataka kusema, but we learned siku za Michuki. So akaambia watu, just buy your material from wherever you are. Peana kwa sako, register vizuri, you will be getting your money by the end of the month. Kama inatakiwa ikuletea 150,000, unakuta imepigwa kwa account yako imeland. That is Diaspora walinunua hizo mabasi. Watu wakaanza kusema hala, kwani watu wa madawa menini? Haikuwa watu wa madawa. Jukaa sasa mtu ako UK ana invest hiyo, anapata ka 33, amekaeka kwa sako, every month anapata equivalent of $2,000 zinaingia kwa account pap. Wewe ujui madrina imeharibika ama imetoboka miguu ama injafanya nini, wewe ndo zinaingia papa. Kama ulikuwa umechukua kaloni kanaishia mara moja. So now we need to start thinking that way. In politics now we need to even start thinking of some of us who can make good leaders, because we have to start running and managing things from within. So some of us, some of those who can dare, just announce to everybody. Today I got very good news from one of our diaspora guy who has been on these mitandaos, and I mean, there he is. He's going for Ugenya seat because he's preparing for a by-election. And you know what, diaspora wameamuka, wamesema bro, enda huko ututangulie uanze kunini export good governance. You see? So everybody is happy. Why can't we have people coming in? People coming in to do that, you know, from the seat of the MCA kwenda juu. Because we need people everywhere in all leadership, governor, member of parliament, and all that. Then we shall have a say, we shall do, because you can imagine if you have out of the 290 seats, una watu credible kama tuseme 50-60 who you can count on. Na wengine 50-50 nini mixed like that. I believe saa hiyo utapata kitu inakuwa vile inatakikana. That is my thinking. So guys, we should also be, as much as tunaongea juu ya elections, juu ya nini na nini, pia to participate. I for one will do. I'll be telling friends. I'll be telling people. Tunaenda mahali unajua ukienda umeongelesha watu vizuri and people know who you are. Si kuenda tu kurukaruka ovyo ovyo. That is only when we will start that journey of cleansing our country politics. Otherwise, if we become just bystanders and keyboard warriors and cheerers, kuna kitu tutakuwa tunasaidia. Ati sasa itakuwa tu wanatutaka saa zile tunapatiana pesa and all that. I think we should also be there to count the beans. My take. Tufunge. Tukatinge.
Sema ndugu yangu nani Bwana Stony.
Sema Eli.
It's interesting what you said there, that people should go beyond just typing on the keyboard, because, you know, show your face and either stand for an elective position and so on. Even for us who are who do not respect electoral democracy 100% because of the rigging in Kenya and all that. But I decided to do this twice actually. I stood for, you know, what is similar to an MP, but you know, UK has 4 nations: Northern Ireland, Wales, England, and Scotland. So in 2021, nilisimama kwa parliament ya Northern Ireland as an independent. Alafu ya pili ile nilisimama kama councillor. I was nominated by the 3rd biggest political party here. It's actually the opposition party now here in the Northern Ireland Parliament. What my experience was and why I did it was simple. To do this here so that our next generation of young people, I would imagine in about 10-15 years time, the kids over here from who look like me and you would be actually MPs or councillors in big numbers. I would give it 10 or 15 years. So we were just the pioneers, because in this place, that has never happened. In fact, we only had one diaspora person from Hong Kong who was an MP in this Northern Ireland Parliament, a member of the Legislative Assembly. And then up in the northwest of Northern Ireland is there's a mayor there, huyo ni dada wa Ledama Olekina, anaitwa Lillian, na he's been mayor there in the past year. I think her term is over just before the summer. Yeye pia ako kwa chama chetu huyo Lillian. In fact, anapiga makelele hata Ledama is just innocent. So we have a strong leadership like that. You know, we have to try as pioneers. I know that when people go back home to Kenya, for those of us who try to get into the politics of Kenya, it can be rough. You remember that David Were, ule aliuawa sijui 2007. In fact, he was the first victim of political assassination in 2007. I think he had 2 or 3 wives. Moja alikuwa ni an Italian lady. Huyu David Were alikuwa anaishi Italy, akasimama huko Nairobi. He was killed during the clashes of 2007. And, he actually did very well in the elections. So I think sometimes if people prepare very well, they can do very well, even if they were coming from abroad. The fear is genuine, that they feel that when they get back to Kenya, they get scammed left, right, and center. But even politicians in Kenya, those who are in Kenya, they also get scammed. And some of them buy votes or buy voters. Is the danger that, please, if anyone is trying to go to stand for an elective position, bwana musingie kwa hiyo. If you just if you realize that is what is going to happen, don't even vie. Ati sasa lazima ununue watu. It's something very difficult for our country, you know. But besides that, I wanted to speak just a few minutes about this thing about Kimani Ichung'wah. I don't know whether it was in the Star newspaper, but they said that his family, in fact, I had the broadcast on Ikonini, that YouTube channel, that his family has been he has moved part of his family to South Africa. This is confirmed. Now, I believe that there is something like maybe political exile in the offing, or maybe Ruto is about to dissolve parliament with his executive powers, or something fishy the way James described it, or someone else said that it was James and Julia, that Ruto might be trying to bump him off because he has too much information. I believe this is the possibility, if it is true that Kimani Ichung'wah is taking flight to South Africa, which is actually a very dangerous place for political exile, because, for example, Paul Kagame has killed quite a few of his opponents within South Africa. Remember that army general a few years ago, and he has tried again to bump off one of the senior military leaders. I think he was the head of intelligence for many years in Rwanda. And Kagame amejaribu kumuua huyu jamaa mara mingi sana huko South Africa. So good luck to Kimani Ichung'wah, but I suppose if a majority leader is trying to escape, then that means that not just him, but many leaders around William Ruto are afraid of something. But to be even more sincere, I personally think that the way the government is so broke, it could be one of the reasons why, number one, parliament could be dissolved. Number two, because right now, if they keep pushing things that will attract budgets to be spent and there's no money, what's the point of parliament? But you know that Minister Mbadi said the other week how broke. He said that there is no money to steal. There is no money to steal. It's not there. You know. So these people, okay, we can talk about the money they're spending on this Addis Ababa expedition, blah blah blah. But really, there's no money. You know that the bills that are incurred in the counties is hard to pay and all that. So I wouldn't be surprised if someone like Ichung'wah finds something lucrative, or he becomes an economic refugee, or indeed he fears for his life. You know, that's why he's escaping. If I was him, I would probably do the same. And I think that it's just not him. There are many people like him who find it difficult to go to their home. I hear that Kimani Ichung'wah hardly goes to his village. This is something that Kina Gachagua say openly all the time, that Kimani Ichung'wah cannot even go to his home. Sometimes I find it like maybe too much political rhetoric, but when someone like Gachagua himself has the intelligence to say that, he gets the information in order to tell people in public forums that Kimani Ichung'wah hawezi kukanyaga nini kule kwao, hawezi enda huko kwa sababu ya vile alijiaibisha kule parliament na kusema maneno za upuzi na ujinga. Now the people don't they absolutely hate him, from being one of the most productive MPs during his first term to a nonsense MP like this, you know. So I think I wish him luck, but I hope that just as many of the MPs, even if it's a rumor, that it shows us that there is something that is breaking down, breaking apart. And of course, Raila will take the blame eventually, because the next campaign singing will be Raila alibomoa KANU, akabomoa ile ya Kibaki, ya Uhuru, sasa ya Ruto. He'll be the bogeyman again. You know? So, but good luck to Kimani Ichung'wah. I really feel for his family, because at the end of the day, that's a person with a family, and that they should not endure any form of fear because of their reckless political decisions. Thank you.
Eli, thank you, bro. Sasa, you know, I laughed when you when you said what you said. But Eli, why would you? Sorry, I know somebody else wants to cover. It's a quick one. Why, if you know, I mean, what is it that becomes of you, a family man, wife and children, one or two or three? You get into politics, then you start talking a lot of garbage, BS. Do you forget that you have a family? Okay, then when you are now in what you have been saying, it starts eating you, then you want people to empathize with you. Surely. Me, I have no, hata sioneagi watu kama hao huruma. Kabisa. 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 Anyway, ndio mwingine akuje. Caroline ananiuliza, how about you PK? Oh, in regarding to hiyo maneno ya I'm appealing to diaspora community. Yes, I am in the race, inshallah, but then tunangoja tuone vile system itakuwa. Definitely, God willing, I'll be taking one of the leadership positions, but I want to take the lowest developmental unit. Yeah.
Good man, Tony.
Yeah.
Tutakuwekea kitu, saa zile umefika ground, we will be there with you.
Kabisa, thanks. So that that I think I should, and it's not the first time. Anyway, I've done it once or twice, just like what you've said earlier. But as you know, when you are very straight, very clean, unapakwa matope ya ajabu. My first attempt was when I was fighting against Mutava Musiemi. You can't imagine. People stealing back where you voted with your family and your wife, unakuta una vote ya.
Yani ulienda kupigana na reverend.
Oh yes, I floored the reverend. Go to IBC and follow the case of that time it was called Mbere South. Now it's Mbere South. You can go back to IBC and check. Anyway, tulikuwa na king'ang'anyiro huko, ilikuwa ya ajabu. That was on the side. So actually,
what happened to Musiemi? Is it still about?
Musiemi had served 2 terms. Then people got fed up, and you know we are the ones. I'm part of those who installed him, who imported him from. You remember he was in the NCCK, and he was in the Ufungamano initiative. Okay, so he appealed to us, like just the way I'm talking, the way we would think, oh, Eli and these other people, Njiro can make this. So we really pushed him. I was one of those who pushed very hard, and we managed to convince the people. Actually, can you imagine people campaigning when you are not there? Unaambiwa tu kuja miezi ile ya 3 ya mwisho, and you are given a seat. So it you know, because people again were fed up. They were tired with the Jeremiah Nyaga family, which had really ruined the underdevelopment you find in Embu, especially the lower Embu, which is Mbere, is as a result of the Nyaga family. You know, those people who never even thought of helping people, because
Jeremiah was like president for life.
Exactly. And he actually Mbere has held flag ile ilikuwa inaitwa bendera for the longest, longer than any other constituency in Kenya. We never missed a minister apart from one term. And if I take you to show unikuonyeshe fruits that being in parliament ama in government, utacheka sana. Anyway, that's a story for another day. So Caroline, yes, God willing, we're gonna give it a shot, and we want to hii sauti tupige kutoka mashinani, tuchanue watu. My objective number 1 is to chanua people so that they can recall me even in the first 3 months. My first 100 days should be able to determine whether there is a direction we are taking or not. Period. In the jobs we do, unapeangwa 3 months probation. Yeah? Na mimi nikiambiwa I'm underperforming, even where I work, if at all I'm told when the evaluation and all this, I take it positively. That's how we should. An MP, an MCA, watu wakipiga nduru, sikiza, wakisema you are not delivering, usianze kupigana nao kama Ruto tu unaanza kukuoro people. You are insulting the people who voted for you. When they say they don't think you are performing, you start ignoring them. I find it very, very crazy. I think I find some madness in it. When you are begging for votes, unasema, like wakikuja wakikwambia si hivi si vile ulisema, then you start fighting them and quarreling the same people. Don't you think that is ridiculous? Anyway, yes, Father Danny Darius, yeah, Nyaga 2 sons, you know, he was there, then he gave his 2 sons. Can you imagine that nonsense? It has never happened anywhere else. Anyway, we have emancipated ourselves from that kind of hizo ujinga. Ndio unasikia sasa the most resistant people ni wako Embu County. Hata Ruto akiambiwa aende Embu ana think twice.
Wacha nikuulize, wakina Joe Nyaga na ule mwingine kichwa mbaya alikuwa anaitwaje yule? Norman, hey.
Norman na Joe ni brothers, but they never saw eye to eye. Walikuwa wanapigana mpaka kwa saa ya dina mbele ya fadhao.
Hey, that Norman was crazy, but back in the days of PNU.
Ni Budoma. Huyo hata mwezi aje kwa meza atakuinua. Usiuliona hata meno alikuwa ana hizi za mbele.
That was the guy who was accused of bringing down Dr. Otieno Mbai.
Yes, our devolution guru.
In
So
a devolution committee,
yeah.
Oh, kumbe anatoka kwenu, sikujua.
Allah is my Mumbere man. Jeremiah Nyaga was a Mumbere, but he was posing like he was a Mukerenyaga or Muembu. He was in denial about Mbere. He never wanted to be called Mbere because he thought we were primitive and we were few. So
okay,
can you imagine that?
So
yeah,
how far are you from Tharaka, or is that in Meru?
We border Tharaka on one side, Kitui, Kamba, Kalonzo on one side, and then Machakos on this other side, and then Kirinyaga on this other side. So we are there.
Kindiki is from where?
Kindiki is Tharaka. Is from
Tharaka. Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
Tharaka. Actually, is not Meru. Tharaka is a sub-tribe of Meru. Okay.
Right.
Who wanaangaliwa vibaya sana na Wameru. Wameru, they think Tharakas are backward, primitive, just like what you were saying.
Nilikuwa nafikiri sasa vile Ruto aliwanyang'anya Gachagua, sasa wamewapatia Kindiki, mnakasirika ya nini?
Hakuna Kindiki hakuna mtu anamrecognize. Wewe unajua ndio nimepeana story, unachinja kwako na hakuna watu wanakuja ukula. What does that tell you?
Anapita tu, hata kuna mtu amemuona.
Kabisa, hata hakuna mtu mnotice.
Wow. But look,
ni kama huyo ni kama kunyang'anywa Lexus upewe kato yote. Same here. Unajua hiyo feeling inakuaga tu bado, unaona tu umekasirika. Watu wanashangaa unakasirika ni.
It's true.
But let us wait for William Ruto's big action. What he has said in the last few hours about that there's bigger things coming. Tutaona na tutacheka, lakini tutaona tu. I connect this seriously with what Kimani Ichung'wah and the rest are attempting to do, leaving the country. It's going to be interesting, and I hope that Gen Zs are ready anytime to outsmart them if the actions that will, destroy the pace of the revolution. I like that idea by Njiru about silent revolution, because you think it's not happening, but it's happening.
Amjaniambia, who else is leaving the country?
I predict Wetangula.
Weta naye ameenda Saida. Tunajua Weta ameona akuchekwi.
Wetangula si ni mzee sana bwana. Sasa yeye aende wapi?
Unaona Ellie, these people don't know that it is very tough to relocate. You know that? Relocating is not an easy thing, especially at some age.
Yes.
So they have ruined the country, not knowing they need it as home. Na wameishi kama wako forever, unaona, wako eternal. They didn't even look at the fact that the most Ruto can go is 10 years.
Yes.
They didn't even look at that.
Yeah. But can I ask you a question? You see, when Mbadi said the other week that there is no money, there is no money to steal. So tell me, where are they getting? What are they scrapping from to pay civil servants and to pay even these MPs? Where are they getting this money?
Najua civil servants are the last people you can try to not pay. You do every other thing.
Okay. Wanacheleweshwa mshahara. Civil servants wa Kenya wana say. They get their pay even later. Civil servants get their pay after the teachers, because the teachers can say they are kusomwi, lakini pia walimu siku hizi nasikia mshahara wao inachelewa. So Ruto ameanza zile story za Moi. Unajua niliwaambia mimi I worked under Moi when I was first employed, and tulikuwa tunapata mshahara yetu at tarehe 12, 3. So that hapo ndio Moi Ruto amerudisha Kenya hapo. That is where Kenya is now. So civil servants get their pay late, and mimi nimekuwa nikiomba maombi mbaya kwamba pesa ikose mpaka polisi wakose mshahara na that is my prayer. I hope everybody is joining me in that prayer.
But probably that's where we are going, because there's no finance minister who has ever said blatantly ati hakuna hata pesa ya kuiba.
By the way, habari everybody, allow me to interject. Eli nasikia ukisema ati watu wanasema kuna pesa. Where does the money that is normally hived off most of our things go? For every liter of fuel that we buy, there's actually money there. When I buy milk, when I literally, the water I'm using, everything that I'm using, electricity, literally for every 100 shillings, I think I get units only worth 30 bob. The rest of it is in taxes. And that goes for every Kenyan, not our population. So there's no story like there's no money. Why would we even allow ourselves to have that conversation? Why would we allow them to tell us that? We have money, it's just that the money is used for the sole purpose of stealing. There's money we are generating every day as Kenyans, literally, for everything that we are doing, even the things that previously was generated. Hakuna. Saizi, for every pad that I'm buying, I think, as in every month, with the population of women, say for every packet of a pad, 60-70% is going to taxes. And that goes for literally everything, including kiberiti. So tutasemaje ati nini? Na petroli inanunuliwa hapa every day. Na hakuna barabara zinatengenezwa saizi, tuko na potholes that are super highways. The truth is those guys are all about stealing. Where do you think they're getting all the money to misuse? It's just that there's not enough for them to steal. The projection that Ruto had in terms of how much he intended to spend, he's not finally getting. And so according to him, it's not enough. But otherwise, there's money to run the economy. Only that now the other bad thing is about everything else that's going on, because of the high levels of taxes, factories are leaving, companies are closing down and everything like that. So maybe the taxes they would get from the other industries has gone down. But when it comes to the basics, they should actually be available. They should be enough. It's just that it's not enough for the greedy. It's enough for the needy, but not enough for the greedy. But you have a government that's greedy, so naturally it can't run the right networks administratively. Thanks. Poleni kwa kukata.
Thanks for that, because because I've often wondered when they say there's no money, and then all the time they talk about the pending bills in the counties. That's all. This lateness of paying contractors and things like that. They whinge about that, and then I still wonder why do they.
You haven't realized they're taking on capital investments. They're taking on building things. Because there they can steal. What are they building? What is the essence of building when you cannot service? When we have recurrent expenditure, why are we constructing things? We can freeze the building and then make sure that people are comfortable. We're sustaining them. We're building the industry. We are making the tax regime favorable enough for industries to be able to thrive and everything like that, so that there's more people getting employed, and as that the ripple effect would be automatic. But then why are they going into constructions? Why is it that someone like Sakaja, why is it that his first order of business was to demolish the parking that had been done over there, deciding he's going to build a conference center, and all these things they're claiming to build, including the affordable housing that is actually just a project for Ruto to build his estates. So the truth is, it's just a stealing regime. So there's really, really absolutely nothing that's coming out of this government that would genuinely come and say there's actual strife and that there's need. There isn't. There's just greed. That's basically all you're feeding. Thanks.
And if I may contribute to that also, You know, that's why it's very ironic when Ruto can cram all these names for roads in Isiolo, and then the finance minister, treasury says there's no money for even that. I mean, the list should be shorter. This guy can go on 2 minutes worth of naming roads that the same treasurer, his own treasurer here, says there's no money for that. I think they're just trying to excuse themselves for not working. That way, if we don't see any projects that are for the advancing the communities and issues like schools, we just have to understand. But it's very ironic that the same guy, his boss, is offering projects from what budget if we don't have money?
Chairman
Njiru,
umelala
Njiru,
ama
kwani
Chairperson Julia?
Njiru, what happened to you? Njiru, uko area? I think something happened to Njiru. So Maunga, good to see you. So when Barry saying there is no money, he said there is no money to steal. Nyinyi mmekuwa mkifikiria hii kitu, and I think it's me and Piki wamekuwa tukifikiria hii kitu. Mnakumbuka Gachagua alisema kwamba ata make announcement, akakaa akipostpone. Mmekuwa mkifikiria na bargain chapa yenye atapewa na Kasongo, na hiyo chapa itoshi.
Gachagua alitolewa kwa Ruto. Remember, Gachagua was begging Ruto to stay on. He was literally seeking forgiveness. Like he literally, Ruto pushed him out, and yet he wanted to stay. So it's not like Gachagua is out of government because of his own volition and deciding that this is not a place I don't want to be. He was pushed out. So when Ruto underrated him. So when now finally he's come and he actually appears to have clout. Ruto is finally seeing like there's some premium to him. But the truth is, Gachagua would sell his soul to Ruto any day. So right now, he's probably just looking to galvanize people, actually to take them back to Ruto eventually, because that's the kind of timing Ruto appears to be doing. So Gachagua can't be trusted to be with Kenyans, no. Just the same way, if at all Raila could literally sell us to Ruto, I mean, who is Gachagua? Thanks.
So mnafikiria sasa hiyo pesa akina Bandi wanasema haitoshi, mnafikiri ni pesa ya kuchotea akina Gachagua na wengine? You people, we should think always. We have things in this country, we have seen everything. So in Kenya everything is possible.
Imesemekana mahali that between September and is it January, Ruto alikuwa anaboro sijui 700 and what million every day. So where was he borrowing it to? Kufanyia nini yenye hatujaona? There's really nothing that's happening in Kenya presently rather than amkumbuki Mbadi mwenyewe ndiye alikuja akasema if at all Kenya is losing 2 billion per day, how about they reduce it to 1 billion per day so that the other 1 billion can find work? You know, like, honestly speaking, it is actually very, very ridiculous that we sit here and listen to people. When the likes of Gaucho alikuwa kwa hiyo bunge la wananchi, when Buddy was saying that, then the same people wanakupatia pesa ati uende uka sightsee as Addis Ababa in the name of supporting Raila. Na ukae huko ukiongea ujinga na upuzi vile mtasupport Ruto and everything else. I mean, I think tumereduciwa kwa watu wengine wajinga sana. So I guess at any point should we see the point, should we see that like these people are really out to try and get us and to make us appear foolish? Let us just call them out on the bullshit and then just proceed to just be Kenyan about our things and just keep our brains. At least that's the one thing we'll need to function long after those guys are dead. Thanks.
So we should be ready for anything, and we should not care. Mwenye anataka kurudi kwa serikali arudi. Those who won't go back, let them go back. We don't care. We move on. Tumezoea move on. PK uko area. Ellie, Jemo.
Well, Julia, that's a good point. Ndio alikuwa nasema earlier, now that we know Kasongo, we have talked about Raila so much, but what else should we be expecting from Kasongo? And I think you mentioning the possibility of Rigiji also surprising us, we should be anticipating things like that. Nothing is new in Kenya. We shouldn't be surprised. I think Kasongo will do anything to stay afloat. But if I was Kasongo too, I wouldn't even trust Rigiji, even if I pay him. So you know, like nobody is trustworthy in Kenya. You know, Rigiji can take money and still sell Kasongo. So it is very tricky. It's very tricky.
Ama goje apewe alafu announce kwa assembly.
Yeah, you cannot just like you say, we can't trust these guys. Kasongo should never trust Rigiji. If he pays Rigiji, yeah, itakuwa juu yake. So
Rigiji aseme niko na evidence. Eat your check.
Remember he said somewhere in was it mukule nyama na msipeleke pesa nyumbani. Sasa mkipoa pesa mchukue na mkule na mgawane vizuri, but usipeleke hiyo nyumbani, usichanganyishe na yako.
No, actually nimetoka saa zile when I was about telling you Ruto doesn't trust anyone. Actually, someone else told me that. I remember I was one of the TOTs who are BBI, and so one time once we were done with one of our sessions, some lady told me the way Ruto, she was in Ruto's camp. She was like, Ruto never trusts. Akuna mtu Ruto. He doesn't deal with anyone as a friend. He deals with you as a business. It's normally purely about interests. So msikae mahali mkaimagine kuna mtu Ruto ako naye anaona huyu ni mtu wangu duodae. Hata kina Murkomen na kina nani wanakuanga tu business partners. Wanakuanga, in fact, mkirealize Ruto upelekaga nani Murkomen pali anaona, ebu enda katafute njia zetu, mbinu wa kuiba hii place, kuna njia gani ya kuiba, tunawezaje toa pesa kwa hiyo ministry. Si ati anampelekanga because he's competent ama nini, Murkomen is capable of doing anything. Try and do a scorecard of how long Murkomen has taken in any ministry he's been put. Na usually anaingianga hapo, anapatiana hizo projects zake, kama ile arts alienda akaiba hiyo 500 million ya nini, waliclaim ya Grammys, si akaiba za Olympics zenye Ababu alikuwa ameshatengeneza akatoka. So saizi alipelekwa road similarly. So everywhere paliyopelekwa, literally anapelekwa atengeneze Ruto pesa. Those ones of nionyeshe avenue how we can make money out of this ministry, alafu ingia tuweke systems ya kusiphon hiyo pesa, alafu utoke nikupeleke kwingine. So literally Murkomen kama anapelekwa on a rotation to make sure that infrastructure ya wizi iko very well lined kwa all the ministries.
Ukiona Kasongo anakupenda ujue uko na shida. That's why he always use people who knows they don't have self-worth. That's all I see. And that's why we are like, hey, Baba, we thought you have self-worth. Why is it that you step this low? Yeah, people like Ishungwa, you see how much he disregarded his own people. Now he can't even go back. So Kasongo wants people like that. And that's why Murkomen fits the role of being an interior. He will never let Murkomen go. Because the loyalty and the fact that he doesn't know better, and that's what Ruto is looking for. He wants
Jemo, you're saying ati ulishangati baba lijikosea what? The reason why Raila went for the Ruto bid is because alisikia Omutata akikuwa floated huko, alisikia Kenyans wakiongea about options. Those ones of he was no longer a factor. So the reason it was even easy to net him was because aliambiwa hawa watu hiyo wanatutoa kwa equation completely. And the moment they come for us, they will take care of all, they will literally get rid of all of us. It will not matter. So including wewe pia, vile walikuwa kumekurivia, saizi sikia wanaongea about Omtata. So saizi kwanza vile tunaongea about Matiang'i ndio tumemaliza kabisa kwa ground. And that is why I know for a fact he will come and support Ruto, because he knows anybody who's put in there by people, by the Kenyans, is going to completely have him off the question. So akuna venye ata support anybody else, ata support Ruto in order for them. Ukisikia hata Gaucho akiongea Ethiopia leo ati in fact ata change constitution so that ikuwe kuna elections, or watakuwa wanasema in fact hata positions kama hizo ma MP, they'll literally just be, it will be by acclamation. Like literally you can tell the level of sycophancy where it's gone, and the desperation that now everybody who's been in the previous administration feels. And now they know for a fact that Kenyans are going to edge them out. So them right now, it's zones of no, how are we getting back there? How are we making sure that we protect ourselves against these Kenyans? Because right now they know it is them against Kenyans, and that Kenyans have the power to get them out. So they're trying to solidify. As for the value, because the value that Ruto thought he was getting out of Raila is no longer there. So right now he's actually just holding on to Raila as a premium, almost like a shield. You know, like Raila is almost like a human shield to him right now. That those ones of they will not throw such heavy artillery at me if at all I'm with Raila. But otherwise, it's not like Raila is giving him much political value, because it's obviously clear that Kenyans have taken on a different path and the determination is different. So that is why nataka to rub in history ya Matiang'i. And what I know is that Matiang'i saizi anaogopa kutokea because anything can happen to him. Knowing Ruto, he stops at nothing, and a desperate man as it is, he has nothing to lose. Therefore, he will try to gain anything by trying to eliminate anyone who comes in. He comes in as an option for them, because right now they've literally teamed up as a team, and they're out kugandamiza wa Kenya. They do not care about us anymore. So it is us for ourselves. So it is about Kenyans deciding which way we're going. And so even now, let us rub it in. Your story, Matiang'i, let us rub it in. Let us make sure grassroots tunaenda in everything that we are doing. We're just making sure that is what we are talking about. Even as we form cabinets, even as we form the next government, let us form it in our heads and in our spirit, and let it be something that we are all openly coming to talk about. So that our they're completely powerless and you have an alternative that we're not turning back from. For as long as those guys are not available within the purview, that they can't hurt them or harm them or eliminate them, let us just make sure and let us clearly make sure that you're telling them, you guys, your time is up, we don't need you, and trust me, we have our country back and we have the people that can help us steer it forward. That's all we ever need.
I would like to support that by saying that if people are serious about an election, I don't know about a Kenyan election, but if people are serious, then they should adopt a similar thing that preceded the 2002 elections. Something like that. That people were afraid that Moi would not relinquish power; he would just pass the baton on to Uhuru Kenyatta in 2002. But they came with massive opposition backing, including people left Moi's government and things like that. If we have such a movement that, okay, the problem is the youth generation may not agree with it, because of this generational conflict we have in Kenya. But they need to start talking now to see how such a movement that happened in 2002 can be repeated now. Because and I agree with you, Maunga, totally, that many high-profile figures now, they're afraid that if they come out, Ruto can do anything. So, okay, I also have this view that we fear Ruto too much, but it is known that he has sent people to their maker. Jirongo himself has said this so many times, and Ruto has never responded. He has never taken Jirongo to court for claiming claiming that Ruto alimnyonga yule kijana in 1991, siku za Youth for KANU 1992.
Eli, in all fairness to the young people of this nation, right now, even if you wanted someone to cross over from Ruto's government in order to form a formidable dispensation for the next, as you say, what happened with Moi's time, who would be that one person that would actually leave Ruto's government and join you, and you actually think that you have a good person by your side and it's someone that you can forge forward with? Which one? As
No,
in,
what? No, sorry.
look at
I made a mistake there. I didn't mean to say people from Ruto's government, but a movement such as that, which happened in 2002.
a movement has already been formed in our hearts right now, by the way, and it's a good thing. I'm actually thinking how much of a blessing it is that Raila actually joined Ruto. That way, we are able to dump the past completely. You know, like it's almost like we have them all in one basket. So just throwing them off a sea is easy. So then we get, even if say now we get Matiang'i, we're getting him with, okay, so what earlier on I had PK talk about, PK and Julia talk about Morara, and that they claim that they do not want any old people, and so generationally. So being that I'm a trainer of young people, and that we're usually very big on augmentation of leadership. So yesterday has to be met with today and somehow connected to tomorrow in order for that augmentation to work, because institutional memory is not something that we can afford to lose. So Matiang'i brings a lot of that with him. He brings governance with him, and governance is actually a process and it is an institution. So Matiang'i brings an entire institution with him. He brings with him the kind of where Kenya ought not to be, and he can identify what has happened wrong between the time that he was there and now, and into the future, how we can correct all of that. The present, if we can pick from any of the present, and of course for me, Karua would be one of those people that I'm looking at from the augmentation as well. So from the past, Karua is also someone that I could easily tag along without thinking that there's baggage with her, because generationally she'd be able to speak to a past that we are not supposed to ever revisit in terms of ever practicing and going back to and anything like that. So when I take Karua and Matiang'i from that past and then bring it to the present, in the present we have a lot of people. We have, including the Sifunas of this world. We have the likes of, by the way, I would easily put myself in there in terms of the present for now, in terms of the kind of experiences we've had and the kind of vision sometimes we have of the country. So we have, as I said yesterday, today, if we ask for 100,000 Kenyans across this nation who can lead as an alternative, we would be able to get it. Only we will need to deliberately decide that within this community, who can we get that you have consistently seen, and like this is their work to display that they're people that you can trust to give us to be able to lead. So when I heard earlier on when PK was saying that he asked Morara if he was assigned presidency, what would he do with it right now? The fact that he did not immediately have a response is very worrying for someone who's been out there and being able to point out, and especially he's part of our tomorrow. So when we talk about tomorrow, in the tomorrows, we also have quite a number of Gen Zs who also came out, and trust me, we have a generation called Gen Alpha. This is the CBC generation. Trust me, there's a lot of leaders in that generation that have obviously seen. And right now, as a country, as a way forward, we've got to be very deliberate about nurturing leadership right from our villages. You know, the way you live in a court with some children, you need to literally be able to look within those parts of children and decide which one of these has leadership traits that we can be able to pick up and nurture. And so you decide that that is a community project towards ensuring. So we will build something like a monastery. When Kenyans decide to do that, we will change this country. We will be able to get a country that actually has a pool of leadership that we cannot exhaust, but just a responsible citizenry that knows for a fact that we can never have a gap, and that this one we can easily identify, pick up, you know, like, and prop up and just be able to throw in and in the deep end and So when we are deliberate and intentional about creating a leadership pool, I don't really think we have a vacuum. I don't really think women out here haven't given birth to children who are able to steer this nation without necessarily the dirt and baggage that we presently see in the governance that we have in this country and perennially what we have carried. I'm glad there's conversations about people taking exile because we actually do not need them. Kenya does not need, there's a crop of leadership that needs to go, it needs to disappear, like literally just the world should open up and they get swallowed in and there's no problem.
Amen.
This Maunga should stand in an elective position somewhere there in Nairobi. Where Maunga wewe? Chukua kiti.
Mimi sijakataa. You know, I wanted a time such as this. For the longest time, Eli, this is not something that I'm hearing for the first time. This is something I started hearing from the time I was 12. But which kind of a country was that we had? So you can imagine if at the age of 12, somebody was actually able to identify that I had it in me. What did they do about it? The reason why I usually volunteer for most of the things that I do is because some of us were born with it, and just the fact that seeing things happening differently and being leaders are born. It's not necessarily a phenomenon that you have to like spring up one day. Someone woke up and made a discovery. Oh, by the way, so and so exists. No, you consistently see those children. You consistently see it in them, even in your own children in your homes. Julia, Ellie, Sony, everyone who's here, Jemo, you in your pack of children, you know who you can entrust with the family duty. That when you're absent, you can be able to give them an instruction and they'll be able to follow it, and with the right mentorship, they're able to be excellent. They cannot only be excellent in your houses, they'll be excellent for your community and for your country eventually. But what do we do about it? We sit back, fold our hands, and decide that bad leadership is all we have, and that is okay. So Kenyans started, where the rain started beating us is because we were not very intentional and deliberate about making sure that the future of this nation is secure, and that it needed to be secure with governance. That was what we did wrong. But we cannot necessarily dry up where we showered. No, we have to get up and decide we are now headed a certain direction. So where Kenya is right now, and for me, when the Gen Z came up, it was my happiest day because, in fact, I said I'm hugging my boots in as far as concerned my ambitions, because finally Kenya is in safe hands. But then when you look back, you're like, there's still a lot that they need to be pushed, to be mentored in and to be pushed in, and just to be allowed to understand that the process actually requires time and experience. And so that you're able to give them that, and especially in practice, well, some of us are eventually thinking, oh, it may not be such a bad thing. Maybe after all, it will not be about my tribe. It will not be about my gender. It will not be about my strong personality. They will not be looking for a feminine side. Because, you know, that's the other thing that has always come out in my life many times. Most people look at me and they're thinking, she's too abrasive. We require for her to be feminine. Excuse you. You know, like I have never had a problem with that. So when leadership is sought, what are those traits that we're looking at? What is that we need, without necessarily trying to be trivial and just making sure that we're knocking off people because we're comfortable with making sure that this is a low-hanging fruit that we can be able to pull up, and it actually easily pulls them down. So right now, where we are as a country, we are in a very safe place to decide that we are at the rock bottom. The only place you can go is up. So until we got to that point, some of us are not going to give ourselves up. Because the truth is, Ellie, when I go into an elective position, I'm going to work for people. When I go into a position where I am mandated to take care of people, it is about those individuals. It is about impact. It is not about me. I really don't care. I've always been here. Somehow you Google my name, it comes up for very many things. Some of them considered bad, some of them considered good, and that doesn't matter to me much. It has always mattered to me that in tomorrow, is there going to be somebody who's mentioning Irene Naimba with the fact that there's a smile that comes to their face, and there's something they're looking at in their lives and thinking, I would not be here if it were not for her and her efforts and her influence for the time, such as the time she existed. So until we are very clear about the kind of leaders we have, as long as it is not about personality, because when I'm looking at what we have as a country in terms of the leaders that we have in place, we have people who actually power means something too. What is power to me, Elif, when you know, it doesn't matter how long I'm alive, I will be dead longer. And there'll be one day that it will be the last time that I get to see my family. I will not know it, but that day has to eventually come. So what is it about me making sure that tomorrow is just better because I lived at all? If we were that deliberate and intentional about that, as opposed to thinking that the car I drive and the kind of mansion I own is important, then we'd probably have leadership that makes sense. Because right now, Eli, by the way, you should know that I literally own cars, but I jump into matatus. Why? Because I'm thinking my nephews need those cars better than I do, because they have school, they have training, they have sherehe to do, they have all those things to do with their lives that I do not perhaps need a car for. So I need a mansion where I need one comfortable bed to sleep in, a comfortable kitchen that I can have. And why would I need a mansion to do what with? It would only require that I clean it more. I have more people to deal with in my personal space and things like that. What for? So we talk about designer clothes and everything. Will you be opening my label tags and thinking, oh, by the way, she's wearing a designer? That time, even if I wore a sack, it wouldn't really particularly matter. It wouldn't change who I am. So at the end of the day, it is about the fact that we assign value to things that are not important. We have taken money as a factor that we are supposed to be reminded that when you put it is paper, that when you light a candle, a match on it, and it will burn and turn into ash. A human being, on the other hand, for as long as they're living, your tomorrow is always secure, because they will not see you fall down and leave you there. Thanks. Sorry, let me not go on a lecture on that. Thanks.
Brilliant.
Yeah, where did Julia went? Where is everybody? Jemo,
Oh, yes.
Umanda
I
wapi?
said amen.
Baba, nawasikiza
I
tu.
already said amen. And this is my feeling. You know, people are congratulating Maunga, and I also want to congratulate her because you have remained firm and steadfast. And I also love the part when you are so passionate when you talk about what Gen Z feel. And I think me and you, I think at this time we are lucky to be the mothers of these young people at this age. Na kama uko nao kwa nyumba, you'd understand what Maunga is saying. They don't take all this trash. You know how they describe Kenyan government? That, man, I can't stand this silly government. I cannot stand this silly government. It took these young people for Kenyans to open their eyes and see really something was very wrong. And then these people, they were not afraid. They used themselves as human shield to bring up something, to fight, to bring up, to light up the darkness that has been in our country when everybody else seems to be complacent. Even their parents and their big brothers and sisters were just like, wacha maisha iendelee, bora mimi niko na pahali pa kulala and what to eat tonight. Let us keep the status quo. These children decided that they had had enough. And because of them, that now we are like, no, we can have a new dawn in Kenya. Sasa mimi Maunga nikisikia ukiongelea Gen Z, I'm just like, that is what I feel about these children. They're not children,
Julia.
they're young people. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and by the way, do not apologize for calling them children. I usually call mine babies. They even know. In fact, I usually refer to them, and I said I'm going to embrace all of them wherever I find them. I'll tell them, yes, our babies, you've done us proud. What happens is this: look at the people who had a problem with the Gen Z. These are the people who've raised selfish, egocentric, drug addicts, and everything that is wrong with their children. They do not have children that they can actually give to the world, and the world would be grateful that they actually something amazing came out of them. They are very weak children, and that is why they had a problem with their children who came out excellently. And that's precisely why they're looking to kill their spirit and kill their zeal. Because in their homes, they have a bunch of, like everything wrong with them, they've been able to instill in these children. Because these children obviously mirror what you do. So they've perennially just seen you being a terrible human being. So they can't be anything different because they don't know anything different. So these guys were so bitter with the fact that there's actually correct thinking young people who've come out of Kenya and they're excellent in their dealings, and they're not tribal. They are, they're exposed. They come with their Ubers, they eat their KFC. Literally, someone was pointing that out as a factor. Just because they are jealous of our children, the fact that they could not imagine that we've actually raised children who have enjoyed certain comforts. But these children are coming out to fight so nobly for a cause that they did not understand. That's because they've raised very weak things in their homes that they cannot be able to proudly claim that this is part of me. That is why they are embarrassed with the fact that there's actually young people who've come and done such amazing things. Also, it's a quality of children that the ordinary Kenyan has raised, that these criminals who claim to be leaders are thinking that they cannot stand. So we celebrate them because that is what we have in our homes by day, Julia. That's precisely why.
Yes, and we shall be remembered as the mothers of the heroes that changed this country. We shall be proud when we grow old, because we shall remember that these children brought light into the darkness that was in this country. It is because of them that now naona watu wakisema maneno ya Matiang'i. In fact, personally, I think Matiang'i right now is the only person that has the guts to dare and to face the evil that is happening in Kenya. And with him, if he gets a team like Martha Karua, he gets a team like akina Omtata, Okiya Omtata, na wengine. I believe this. So that's why I'm saying, mwenye nataka kurudi kwa serikali arudi mapema tu. We don't care. We are used to that. Kenya, we are used to that. We are used to people taking sides, changing sides every day. Hiyo kitu tumezoea, hatutashtuka, and we'll not kill ourselves. We'll just move on. So, PK, yuko area, do you want us to end the show? Njiru, Jemo, I think we can end the show.
Well, Maunga nimekusikia. There's a lot that mmesema hapo. What do I always wish for myself as a person? I appreciate coming to these types of platforms to interact with the Kenyans, and also to gauge myself where I'm at when it comes to matters pertaining Kenya. And the one thing I always pray is my ability to have that discerning. It's in the Bible, it's called the spirit, and in real life, it's just a discerning skills where you can be in a position, and I think that's why Gen Z, they are showing a lot that we were missing back in the days. The ability to test something against in the Bible is against the scripture. In the leadership, and when you're dealing with leaders, you test it against the constitution. And sometimes you come here and you listen with an intention, to understand what really is going on, and to understand who is really saying something that's gonna be of a difference. And that way, if you are to vote for somebody like that, if they are to present themselves, you can actually say this is the way forward. And also, we also come here to seek guidance, because there's a lot of us here, like Maunga, who have they are, number one, they are on the ground. They see, things on real life. It's more than us who are on the online and diaspora. So we can seek some guidance on what is really going on and how can we be of help. The issue nataka tu ni wa challenge this issue ya Matiang'i. Me, I feel like I had earlier when we said that Matiang'i pengine anaogopa akitoka sahi. anaweza kuwa target. If we could have a Bobby Wine spirit in Matiang'i, then we have the right people behind him. You know, this is not like Uganda where Bobby Wine alijitoa na nani Museveni akaiba kura. Kenya tumeiva. If we have the Bobby Wine spirit yenye mtu anatokea, Bobby Wine coming out and going against Museveni, that is some bold move. He was hospitalized, he was, walimtocha, walimshika.
Jemo, let's be honest. It is normally said that there's really no honor in suffering. When you don't have to suffer, you see what I'm saying is, yeah, it may be a spirit that we want, yes, but then there's no harm in just protecting your king, and that is what happens in most monasteries, by the way. You protect your king as the warriors come out and fight.
And Maunga,
right now, the person who we are speaking about, who we are claiming to be president, is not a human being. And then he has the Faruqi Bets and all the other criminals by his side who are willing to stop at nothing. Nothing ever prepared you to imagine that people would be abducted in broad daylight like it happens, that people would be killed and put in sacks, and the guys would not care. And yet they know it is about them. We have a very brutal regime in place.
But yet
so there's no harm. There's no harm in us preserving ourselves as and when we can. Let the rest of us risk it for a better tomorrow when we are very assured of that tomorrow being better. If someone should come out now and they're struck in a way that would be damaging to that future, trust me, there's a risk in it. One time PK said, at the time when these guys were really hunting for Raila's blood, PK came out and told us, the truth is, if we can avoid it, let Raila avoid these people. Let him go into exile, do whatever it is. But let's preserve life, because these guys know that they will kill him, and eventually whatever uprising will be will eventually settle and the world will go on. But we'll have lost this man anyway. So for me, when you ask me what I really think about this Matiang'i factor, let Matiang'i stay wherever he's staying. Let the rest of us do the groundwork. Let them kill some of us on the ordinary. But let us at least preserve a better Kenya with the right leadership in place in those people who they will not have managed to kill at the time when the time is right.
Yeah, and also I appreciate your input, but this is what I was trying to say. The Bobby Wine spirit does not mean that Bobby Wine is dead today. The Bobby Wine spirit is that guy that at this point in time, if we're going to look out for leaders, is a leader that might not even be harmed or be hurt by Kasongo, but he will show up and prove that regardless of what, he's willing to stand in the gap for the country. Kusema una preserve mtu, we are stuck in between. Either he doesn't want the job, or he's doing self-preservation for himself and not for the country. So, the Bobby Wine spirit, it does not mean that he will be harmed. It is the spirit that you see someone like Bobby Wine standing in front of Museveni and
but it is the spirit that the rest of us have, Jemo. Yeah, I'm sorry to interrupt you. What I'm saying, it is the spirit that some of us have. It doesn't mean that he has to exhibit it. He has what we need as a country. So let the rest of us do what it is that is required for a time such as now. That Bobby Wine is not dead is because he's lucky. Have you seen Besigye? Have you seen what that man looks like right now? What's the point of subjecting someone to someone so brutal? The fact that Akina Bobby Wine and Akina Besigye are still alive is because they're lucky. Okay. It doesn't mean that if they wanted them dead, they wouldn't. But they don't have to go through that. When we can avoid it, let us do.
Okay, Maunga. But man, I feel like there will be we'll have to strike balance between if Matiang'i,
we don't need a president who has to go on the ground and fight blood and sweat. When we have his right mind in place, that is all we require. That is all we are trying to get from Matiang'i. We're not trying to get him to show us he's a warrior. He's shown us his governance skills. He's shown us his administrative skills. He's shown us his power when he takes on a resolve. That is all we need from him. As for the fighting spirit, let the rest of us do it until we get an environment where it is right. He doesn't have to be on the front line doing that. We have seen that when his capacity is required, he's capable. So let the rest of us who can fight do, but it doesn't mean that he has to put himself in harm's way to prove anything to us.
But I still, okay, that is according to you. According to me, because I also have my way of gauging leadership. I still believe that the problem with that type of approach is that if another person with just regular basic leadership skills, if they come out and they outshine Matiang'i, then guess what? We will skip. Kenyans might end up skipping Matiang'i. Remember,
precisely my point. And in that case, Jemo, Kenyans will get what they deserve.
Yeah,
in that case, Kenyans will get what they deserve. If at all that will be the mindset, it will be unfortunate. Because what I'm assuming that we are at this point where we know exactly what it is that we're looking for, and the strategy that we're applying should be one that we're very deliberate about. And when we speak about these conversations, it should be one that is enlightening enough for people not to think that we are talking about populist people who can go and fight. They will go and fight and come back and fight us.
Maunga.
But when we fight for that person, when Matiang'i gets in, on account of the fact that we have fought for it, he will come and know that he's accountable to us. So he cannot just stand and fight us because he knows we are fighters. It's got to be a space where now we are deciding what is it that we have for Kenya, that we are giving Kenya without necessarily giving one individual everything. We gave Raila the opportunity to fight for us. That is right now he's fighting us, and he's fighting with those people who are fighting us as well.
Well, I think that will be good according to your judgment and interpretation of the next leader. But remember, there's a lot of other people who I feel, and I say the Bobby Wine spirit, meaning somebody that's bold enough. Boldness.
Demo and Maunga, let's share this, and then both of you we see what you all are saying. You are saying the same thing, and it is good
good friend Joshua Igara, the Group CEO of Kenya Commercial Bank. I've seen quite a number of friends in the audience, Lady Justice Njoki Ndungu, Sylvia and the team from Safaricom, my good friend Polycarp Igade, and all of you participants and organizers of this fantastic meeting. I start first of all by thanking the organizers for the opportunity to be here this morning. Secondly, before I make my remarks, I would like to convey very warm regards and greetings from His Excellency President Uhuru Kenyatta, who of modern, strong African leadership, and has been recognized as such by a number of institutions, including the UN. But unfortunately, because he's working out of town in Mombasa, he couldn't make it, and he asked me to convey his sincere regards to you. Secondly, I want to confess that when Joshua spoke to me about coming here, first of all, wondered whether I have anything to offer anyway, where a leadership discussion is happening. But he insisted and said I could come and say a thing or two. So I will not even read a speech. I will speak very candidly from my heart. First of all, for the organizers of this meeting, thank you very much. Conversations on leadership is something that we need to have, not just in our country, but across the continent. I thank the Lord that I have had an opportunity in the last 7 years to serve my country in the position of a cabinet secretary. During the 7 years, I have also had an opportunity to learn a lot about our country, work with fellow Kenyans, and face tough times and tough decisions. And so I begin by saying this, right from Chinua Achebe, who was quoted here by Joshua Igara, to J.C. Maxwell, to as many authors as you like to bring in. The fact of life is this: human society, in whatever organization, whether it's in small groups, as families, or as society, or as a country, or as a region, we rise and fall depending on the kind of leadership we have. And therefore, for us, not just as Kenyans, but as Africans, this is a good time to talk about leadership. At the beginning of this decade, when in my previous life in the academy, we used to debate a lot, President Thabo Mbeki of South Africa came up with the African Renaissance and said, Africa is now being reborn, and Africa is facing new challenges and going to break new grounds. And everywhere, even international media began to scream that this is Africa's decade. And it was Africa's decade because we have probably the largest conglomeration of talent in the numbers of our young people, huge deposits of resources, and we are endowed in more ways than one and have the capacity to succeed. But unfortunately, I think, and I asked Joshua whether I could speak candidly. He said, yes, I can. Unfortunately, I think we have not effectively addressed the challenges of leadership we face in our continent, in our countries, and in our communities. And if there's anything I've learned the last 7 years I've been in government, is that we could do a lot more than we are doing, if we actually addressed some of the challenges we have in leadership. We have very serious weaknesses in our leadership. Sometimes in our environment or even in our countries, I honestly think we spend too much time on politics, more time than we should. And this hurts the potential that we have to do great things. I do not know who cast us, but I don't know why we sleep and wake up thinking about things that could not move us to the next level, like belongings, where we come from, who we are. And half the time we are lost in debates on pettiness, and we lose sight of the big things that we need to do that could unlock our potential and cause us to succeed. So I will share just about 5 lessons I've learned in the last 7 years as a minister. One, to succeed as leaders, we need to master enough courage. One of my favorite books in scripture is the book of Joshua. And 11 times or more, because that's from the version of the Bible that I read, the Lord kept telling Joshua, be courageous, do not be afraid. Surely God himself would not tell a human being not to be afraid if he didn't think you can actually be afraid. Because you can be afraid. 2 weeks ago, and I'm going to share with you practical real experiences. About 2 weeks ago, for the Kenyans in the room, I went to Mombasa. I decided on that Sunday morning with my team in the security sector to spend time to walk through Kisauni, from end to end of Kisauni. I met huge numbers of young Kenyans. 9 out of 10 people I met that morning, I swear, are below the age of 30. And about 6 out of those 10 people could not account for themselves. because they are totally dazed, affected by the amount of drugs they have consumed. And as we tried to even have conversations, it was impossible to have a conversation with them. In fact, you have to stand very carefully or else they can even fall on you. And you can see in the lives of those people the effect of the weaknesses we've had in managing ourselves, and how, because of our craze and worship for money, we have betrayed our own people in terms of protecting them against drug traffickers and drug dealers. And we actually stare at the reality of losing almost a generation in that part of the country. And that is because of leadership. To confront challenges like those, you need courage, the conviction to contest convention. When I came into government, the most common thing you hear in government is when you ask people, why can't we do this? The most common answer is, that is how we have always done it. We don't want to do it differently because this is the way we have always done it. And yet, that way we have always done it has not worked for us. Whether it is setting exams and selling them and rigging them and cooking up grades that do not exist, people tell you that's how we have always done it. When you ask a very simple question, why do we mark exams and complete the marking by December, and then wait to release the results in March? They tell you that's how we have always done it. Because in between here, we have 3 months to cook results, to interfere with the results and do what needs to be done. We need courage. My brothers and sisters, there is no day like another in leadership. Every day is new, and every challenge is new. In most cases, the challenges we face are daunting, whether you're talking about leading your own family or leading your organization. You must start with the conviction to challenge convention. That I am going to ask the question, why can't we do it differently? When I was in the youth group in church, we used to sing a chorus that time, which ended like, dare to be a Daniel, and dare to stand alone, and dare to have a purpose and live by it. So secondly, to succeed as leaders, really must have a purpose beyond self. We will not achieve anything as families, as communities, as a country, if we do not have in leadership the commitment to look beyond self. And again, let me tell you very sincerely, it's okay, it's fine and dandy actually to be a minister. I mean, you are paid well, you are driven around, you're even given bodyguards. You can drive for 7 days without going to the petrol station to fuel your car. But you know, you can also be lost in that sort of opulence and you do nothing for the people who in the first place are the reasons why you hold the position. And for me, I want to be honest with you. Every day I wake up, I ask myself the question, what are the pains that those people out there expect us to resolve? So that, because once you ask that question, you will not see a limit to the extent you need to apply yourself. I have never seen a limit to the extent I would like to apply myself if I am going to solve a problem, because you think about the problems of those people. I used to meet people when I was Minister for Education who were very surprised that I would wake up at 3 a.m. in the morning to go to the containers. And I told them, I have no problem staying awake all night if that means that those children get genuine grades and they move forward in a genuine manner. My comfort means nothing. I could stay in my house, wake up in the morning, chances are that by the time I get to the door, there will be someone salute me, even if I've done nothing. then be driven back left, enjoy the comfort of this life. But that hasn't changed the lives of the people for whom we actually, in the first place, are employed. So our lives really must have a purpose. There must be something you live for. And that something cannot be the comfort of your office. And for us to make the change that we need to make, we must always ask ourselves that question. What do we live for? What is the purpose of what we are doing? One of my former bosses told me that if you leave an organization and people do not miss you, or no one misses anything you are doing, it means you ought not to have been there in the first place anyway, because you never made an impact. So I go around telling public servants, okay, if you can do nothing, at least plant even trees so that when you are gone, someone might say, these trees were planted here when so-and-so was the minister. At least do something, as it were. At least do something. Move to the next level. Thirdly, there is no way we can achieve anything without sacrifice. Frankly speaking, leadership and sacrifice are two sides of one coin. We have to make sacrifices. Sacrificing comfort is one thing. But most importantly, sacrificing the petty small things or small comforts or conveniences of this life is even much more important. I have been giving people an example that, in public life, in dysfunctional societies, you can make a lot of money when you are a corrupt person. Because people come and tell you, they try to offer you things and they tell you, they can do this or that or the other for you. The sacrifice you have to make is to win yourself, first of all, out of those challenges, and then secondly, stand firm. I know the word firm is very common in my press conferences because I insist we will be firm on these things and we will not change. Why? Because I know people actually can change. And you can be talked to at night and you change. And influential people can come and persuade you to change and offer you other things and tell you, we do this business, we are good brewers and we have a lot of money. We can change your life if we offered you so much, because I know you can change. So making a sacrifice and sacrificing some of those is very important, because there is no way you can achieve anything without making the sacrifice. Fourthly, it's about our character. And I'll tell you why I think many of our politicians and many political leaders across this continent are not respected by people. And respect is not the sound of the claps you receive at public rallies or the songs that people sing for you. I believe genuinely that respect comes out of inspiration, when you inspire people and you change their lives. And there are very few people who are that respected, because in much of our public life, a lot of our leaders are two people walking around as one. There's you who stands up before people, and there's the real you when you are away from the public. Strength of character is very important. Carrying big Bibles and pontificating religious theory is not the way. We have to live what we tell people to do. And then sometimes, let me be honest with you, my brothers and sisters, sometimes plain, straightforward living is in itself leadership. You lead by example. So strength of character. And sometimes the strongest test is the one you face when you are within the budded office as a leader. You have to go through several police officers to come in. And then when you get in, you are in that budded office, you are closed in there, you are alone. And most times you make decisions in there when you are alone. That is when your character is most tested, as it were. Because those people you lied to over weekends on church pulpits are not there. It's just between you and your God. The strength of character to be able to say, this is the way we will follow, and it's for the good of the people for whom I work. This is, I honestly think that across this continent, both in private sector and in public sector, if we lived this way, one, we will raise generations of strong people. Our young people who look up to us will be inspired enough to live right and to do the right thing. But if we tell people one thing and do the other, and honestly, we are not strong characters, we obviously will lose out in the process. I would like to conclude by saying this. I cannot thank the Lord enough for the opportunity I have had to serve my country. There is no nobler thing that can happen to you as a citizen of a country than to be asked to serve your country in whatever respect, whether as a police officer, as a clerk, or as a minister. I am grateful, and I will eternally be grateful to God for the opportunity I've had to serve my country. Most importantly, I'll be grateful to my president for the opportunity he has given me to serve under him. Because a lot of people ask me, you know, there are several times people have thought I'm going to be fired for taking certain decisions. And I've told them I will not move 1 centimeter if I have not agreed with my boss. And the fortunate thing about strong leadership at the top in a country is because you don't bargain or think about political will. Our president is transformational in his leadership, and he is focused on changing our country. And when we have discussions on things that need to be done, even when we have to make tough decisions, I will always move because I know my boss also believes we need to crack the cartels in the textbook distribution so that we can achieve the 1-to-1 book pupil ratio. And so I have no problem facing them and telling them to actually find something better to do, but we are going to succeed in what we want to do because we are determined to do it, as it were. And as long as you have sufficient political will and you are determined and you have the courage to contest convention, to move away from the ordinary, and as long as you are driven by a purpose that looks beyond yourself, that thinks about those people out there, you will always succeed. I thank God for the experience I've had, and I'll close by sharing this experience with you. One day after the release of exams in 2017, I was coming home, and you know, Kenyans are very vulnerable. We express ourselves sometimes we don't hide. So a middle-aged woman met me on the queue at the airport in Dubai. And she asked me, "Are you Matiang'i?" I tried to tell her to lower her voice. But she obviously was very excited. She could not lower her voice. Then when I said yes, she raised her voice and said, "Oh, wow," you know. But anyway, she was very excited, to cut a long story short, because she showed me, I have the letter of my child who has been admitted to school X, and I have printed it out here in Dubai, and I'm now going to Nairobi to pay fees and take the child to school. In the past, I would have had to go there a month earlier to look for someone to help me get her from one place and suffer. Probably bribe someone, probably have the letter get lost. And when I told my colleagues at the Ministry of Education, why do we go through a laborious exercise of pulling everybody together and selecting children in a manual way so that we can provide an opportunity for rent seekers to look for bribes? They told me, this is how we have always done it. And I said, let's try it a different time, this era of technology. And every parent will just basically get the index number of their child, and they will go into the system once we have selected them and print out their letter of admission and go to school. They don't have to talk to us here in Jogo House. They don't have to come here so that we look big and important and keep them on a queue, as it were. Because all they need is that simple thing. For many parents, they just need to get their letter and take their child to school. They don't need, and by them doing that, we will not have become small people anyway. We'll still be the people we are here. But those people will have received the services they need, as it were. And the second reason why I thank the Lord is that through these 7 years, I have seen how making radical decisions can actually affect people's lives in a positive way. And it changes people's lives. And these things do change. And so, if there's anything I pray about every day, is that as long as God gives me life and opportunity, when I meet an opportunity to make a decision, I'll make the right decision, regardless of who is on the other side. The right decision, regardless of who I'm going against. Especially if it's a decision that is going to be for the good of our people, and a decision that is going to be for the good of fellow men. That is what I believe God wants us to do. That's what leadership entails. I wish you all the best, and I look.
Hiyo ni lini? Stone, hiyo ni lini? Hiyo ni lini?
Gani?
Hiyo video Matiangi, when was that?
Of course, during Kenyatta time.
Okay.
There was a conference. He was, I think, the keynote speaker at a conference.
Yeah, and it has not
changed.
Principles don't change, character, all this. So it's that is who Matiangi is.
And one day Matiangi is gonna be president.
Naona Mason Sanders ni kama akubaliani na sisi kabisa.
Sanders can go wherever he wants to go.
Mason Sanders lives in another planet. Unaona, let me say this, PK. These people who have been fighting Matiang, not fighting, people who have to say this about Matiang, about that, a lot, some of them are in the diaspora and they are not on the ground. Hawajaguzwa now what Matiang did. If you ask every Kenyan parent who has been on the ground, they know what Matiang meant to them and their children. A lot of Kenyans can track Matiang's performance. Now, when you wanaropokwa tu, they only look at him at the point of tribe. The fact that Siwa Kabila Lao, so they have to look for something silly to say about him. And that is the stupidity that Kenyans must get out of. I am telling you, I am hoping that Matiang is going to be president of Kenya. And Kenya will change. Even those who say silly things about him, I hope watanyamaza siku moja. Hii kitu tuwachange tu hii kitu. Si lazima mtu atuke kwa kabila lenu ndio mumpende so that you say he's good or he's bad. Si lazima. And I did as a period of Mason Sanders, yes.
Julia, I always say another, jana ndio kwa show nilisema to weakness to our Kenya. They are not more, they are few, but very bad. And that's why we are where we are. You see, if you want to know you are walking in the wrong direction, just angalia mahali umesimama. Just look at the way where you are. Hata kama ni shule, you are a class teacher, you are a student, you are a doctor. If you examine where you are, it will tell you ulikujaje hapo. Then you retrace your steps back. Wakenya, we always are very good at criticizing everything and anything. Nothing is good to most Kenyans. Nothing. That's why we have that big vacuum gap. We create that gap that an idiot and an evil person jumps in, boom, because we are busy arguing. Kama sahi tuna argue. Sanders anasema muuaji mwingine, oh, if you ask him to tell you ni nani na nani waliuliwa, it will just be garbage. The sijui Riviala garbage, Riviala. Now, if you tell people to follow that Riviala nonsense, yeah, some of them even know nothing about it. If somebody tells you about sijui container ilikuwa inawekwa watu, mbona tuwape, give us details, like the way now we know in this regime the details of Son PK was abducted on Saturday, akakaa miezi 6 akipatikana ayuko alive. That's a fact. So not that what Ruto came preaching, and he was in that government that he claims to have been with Matiang'i and the rest of the people. Oh, the Ruaraka, the nini. So yeah, give us somebody who is 100% mweupe kama pamba. You understand? So for me, because it is the majority that actually gets the person in office, what I pray for is that the majority of us are sober and fair in thinking. And here I also blame Diaspora. Diaspora is so much disconnected with the realities most of the time. Most of the time, we lose it because people start thinking superfluously. Somebody wants to bandika US in Kawangware overnight. Somebody wants to bandika a banking system in Scotland, in Mbere overnight. Okay, not knowing that to have those systems, you have what Matiang'i has described there. Very, very courageous and very determined leaders and purposeful leaders. You have to get those leaders first. Just like we are saying here, and Eli was also saying that, and I think Jemo, that for us to get the people who can do what we really want to happen, if it's about election, then we must spend almost all the time trying to agitate and fix an election system. Yani afadhali hata tusipate election miaka 10 until we get it right. I'm not saying Kasongo akae, but there's no need of hurrying to have an election. Then it is a scam, and this is one of the goofs of Raila Amolo Odinga. He has goofed in so many things. He tells us this commission is wrong. Na niendi anatuambia tuende kwa kura. Alafu tunaibiwa. So what we need to do, let's not be in a hurry to go to the slaughterhouse. Right now, for example, what we are talking right now is how we can remove Ruto. And yet people are talking of 2027 election. You see, you are jumping over. Una jump over without looking at the ground towards 2027 election. This IBC now, people are quiet. Now people are just talking about Raila and AUC, garbage. To me, that's garbage, which you should not, whatever. Oh, sijui nini. Now we will spend a whole month. Raila is saying, oh, I was supported. A lot of nonsense. We should tell them, shut up. We don't want to hear that. Let's see. And that's why I'm calling upon even Matiang'i now, if at all he will come to be president. Yeah, I agree with both Maunga and Jemo. You need to be safe, and you need it. But you need to come out. He doesn't have to come out physically. We are in the era here, Mesema, of technology. Let him firmly and assertively tell the people, we are coming to fix the rot. Those words from Matiang'i will be like Jesus anakuja amefika. Those words Matiang'i atoke live ama hata kwa X. All right? Na aseme vile Jenzi wamesema, aseme we are coming to fix the rot. He has the language. He has very firm language. Let him come out and do that. Nobody will go looking for him wherever he is. But that will be an assurance. And then we roll on the ground for Matiang'i. But if he keeps quiet na huko, we know he's good, yes. But he has said nothing. By the way, Matiang'i has not said that he has accepted to vie. That is another thing that I really wonder about some of our Kenyan politicians. Endi ameuliza tumerogwa na nani? Yeah, people amenyamaza tu, Sasa siaseme kama Gen Z hivyo alipropose na sisi tunataka. Is it true? Utakuja. Then we sharpen the swords and the knives and the guns and the bullets in preparation for Matiang'i. And he will be shocked. We can even tell him to stay wherever he is, akuje 2-3 months before. We will do everything. We will do the road shows. We will, I mean, what are we talking about? The ground is ripe for a savior. Matiang'i, wherever you are bana, tokelezea Karua, tokelezea. Watu waache kukuwekea fear ati Wakikuyu sijui nini. Those who are talking tribal, we will throw them into the Indian Ocean. Then the majority will rule. We are looking for characters. Yeah, so nobody should cower us at another Muaji, another who is not a Muaji in Kenya. This Raila you are talking about is worse. Is equal to Ruto. Yeah, he has killed what Matiang'i believes in. Matiang'i believes in. How many times has he mentioned the word young generation and empowerment of young generation? Then what sort of a leader are you looking for? If you are looking for a leader, sincerely speaking. Wacha nisimame hapo. Unajua nikisikia leaders wale wako assertive, mtu akicriticize, I feel like kwenda kwa choo kukojoa kwanza. Because I mean, it shows how blind we can be. Matiang'i can fix this country in less than 3 years. He did it in his ministries. 3 years, this country will be fixed because number one is kufunga, kukaza, waizi, period. And if he has somebody who is going to help him in all the sectors, even if it means kunyonga them, that's okay. Na amesema, if whatever he will be doing is for the interest of the people. Kama ni kunyonga Son PK ule ameiba madawa ya watu wanakufa kwa hospitali, let him, wacha akuwe hanged. If he has killed the population of Kenyans, what is this sympathy? Na menifurahisha anasema, ati you are carrying my Bible, unajipontify, bwana asifiwe, msangarara, sijui ni. That's all garbage. That's why I love this man. He himself is religious. Indeed, he is. He's a Seventh-day Adventist, and we know how these people are. But some of them are very, assertive. They are firm in what they decide because they believe they are deciding for the good of the people. If I can slaughter you for the good of 40 million, that may it be, and I'll justify in front of my maker. I did this because of this. I always go by Matiang'i and Singapore. Singapore is always my guiding principle. That guy who said, you mess what I've fixed, I'll wake up from my coffin and strangle your neck. Back to anybody who wants to talk.
PK, I wanted to say this, that Ruto ndiye anaonganga hiyo story ya Viability. Ruto knows all places. Ruto, hiyo unaweza track Ruto kwa hiyo. That is his signature. Such matters. So he knows who did that. Because in the end, the bodyguards who worked with him, where did they go? Those who worked with him. Many in the days when he was the deputy president. As it's like, that's my take.
Yeah, I think we need to help Mason Sanders. Wacha nisaidie Mason Sanders kidogo. You see, let me give a serious explanation here. Mason, I know, but in this life, wale viongozi tunatakanga, we want somebody who is result oriented, somebody who has been tested, somebody who, mtu kama Matiang'i, I think there is a place you can read about him. Whatever he did is much of the living people can testify. Much of the living people. It is not like something which we are trying to dig in huko nje. And we all agree that we need somebody serious because of the issues which we have. So mimi tu nikukuuliza tu, nataka tu kukuuliza, maybe you can tell us here in a message, like do you think, according to you, that seriousness of Matiang'i is the one which is drawing you away from him, or ama unataka mtu aina gani, ama unataka tu mtu wa mchezo tena? I didn't get you. Like I want you to tell me that I don't want Matiang'i because of this. The scandals which nilisikia zingine nasikianga zikiletwa, that is something he will have to clear his name. That one I can agree with you on that. He has to clear his name on that. But when it comes to the character and what we need, I think Matiang'i is our Trump. ni mtu wa kusema na kutenda, and for me I think he can do it. Thank you.
Aki wewe Njiru usieke jina Matiang'i na Trump please together. Imagine the truth is
No,
the
they are
character
the
of the
same.
man Matiang'i. Yeah, the character of the man Matiang'i by the way is very far from it.
Usiharibu, but
By the way, Jiru, you have insulted Matiang. Don't ever do
don't
that
bring
again.
hiyo
Why?
tafadhali. Let's not.
You are insulting Matiang by using that name you are using.
No, Matiang'i and Trump are the same. Ni watu wa, they
No,
do what they
no,
say.
Hapana, Jiru kwenda
Without due
huko.
respect.
Aki please Njiru, please no,
Achana na
no.
wazungu bana. Me in my channel I said I will never talk about these idiots, honestly, because to me
Serious.
they are garbage kabisa.
yeah.
Saa hii kuna riots all over nani bwana Njiru, riots are all over bana.
Where? In which
Usiweke
country?
kwa news uone.
Let's stay on the Kenyan side.
Let us not talk
let's
about
stay
Pia
on
America pia ni
Jiru's
itatupia depression.
tusiharibu.
idols.
Yeah.
How do idols wa Njiru wa tusiongelele? We don't care about them.
Watu wanafanyanga nisione news but watatupia depression. Tuko na too much.
Tusiharibu hiyo, tukae nyumbani, we sort out our mess kwanza. Yeah. And I even would want a president that will not align with any of those idiots.
Na
Because we can't
nyumba
die.
by the way, kama nyumba yetu iko mzuri, akina nyinyi hamtatoka kwa country yetu to lose such brains ati
Yeah.
mko huko mnakuja kuzika watu Kenya
let me
kuti na
tell you,
familia zenu na
Maunga.
kuenjoy a beautiful country.
Maunga, let me give you my prophecy. This is my prophecy. Na muombe this comes to work. If Matiang'i becomes president even for 5 years, let me tell you, no youngster will leave Kenya. You see, let me give you an example.
Amen.
I want to give an illustration. Ndio niguze Njiru penye naguzangwa. Huyu besti wake with his idol invited South African white supremacists wakuje hapa. Wamekataa kwa nini? They are comfortable in their country. They are the
No, they're comfortable in Africa.
Yes, and they are the landowners, they are the investors. Let me ask you, which investor in South Africa will leave South Africa kuja afanye kazi ya mbocha hapa? Which one?
Alafu.
Let me tell you, Njiru, in 5 years only, no youngster will leave Kenya to anywhere. I am telling you.
They want to mess up our countries ndio wapate cheap labor huko, ndio watreat watu wetu ni kama wako second rate citizens, human beings. Hatutaki sisi, tunataka Kenya yetu ijengwe ndio watu wetu wakae home. Unaona kama Bukinabe saizi vile wanafanya hivyo,
Yes,
ndio Kenya inafaa kukua.
Yes. Let me tell you, you people, when you mko majuu, mwachenge kwa mwambiange watu ukweli. Mkikuja hapa, you are forced to do anything to survive. Hata kama umetoka Kenya, kama uko professor, that is a fact. Not everybody. That is a fact.
Most demeaning thing to be in these countries.
Yes,
exactly.
Ya kuringia, sio kitu ya kuringa. I'm telling you, you should not even be proud about it. So we should be proud. We should focus and pray that our country gets back to its feet. We get someone like tumpatie miaka peke yake. You will not see anybody living in Kenya.
Amen.
So back to Matiang'i. We have to talk about building scenarios and circumstances that will help us succeed this guy to be the president of Kenya. After listening to the speech that he gave, I think it was a farewell speech, almost towards the end of the terms. He talked about leadership, and he quoted Joshua, "Do not be afraid," and the sacrifices. Mimi nimewahi kuwa na opportunity ya kufanya corporate, and I was also in a leadership position. But every time you will have a job opening in one of the departments, and you post the position, and you interview for the position, and you select the person that qualified at that time, there's that one guy, either a lady or a man, that will always come and complain from the same department, saying, how come alipewa hiyo job? I'm even more qualified than them. When you do not apply, you did not interview, you did not show the interest, sometimes people skip you. And then that's what you will have to deal. In the case that I had, is that you have to deal with a disgruntled employee in that department, and they so happen to be the most qualified person that you wished they applied for that position. The courage that Matiang'i is talking about is the courage that he was taking during an appointed position by Uhuru. He keeps thanking Uhuru and all that, and it's all good. The courage that he needs to take Kenya to the next level is an elective executive position. The other one was administrative. We cannot continue to sit and accept that the fact that the position is there and it's coming. We know the terms, the presidential terms. He knows very well this position will be open in 2-3 years. And for us to accept that, we are okay with him not expressing interest publicly, not taking the courage to stand his ground and stand his and make his decision known to the Kenyans. It's more like him saying, us allowing him to drink water from a wine bottle. So hakuna vile mimi nilikuwa naongea na Maunga, tukubali tuseme ati kwa sasa akitokea
Nilete maziwa hapo kwa
anafaa atokee, kwa sababu sio kutokea si kumaanisha anatokea physically vile Stone PK anasema. Expressing your interest does not mean that you are out here walking recklessly. It does not mean that you are out here calling Kasongo names. You can come out and actually call out unity of purpose and call out the problems of Kenya. As a matter of fact, we need to, I think the negative campaigns zenye zitakuja, we need to be more focused on leaders who are aware of Kasongo and Kasongo's mistakes, but also coming out and stating issues and policies that they are willing to use and shape Kenya for us to move forward. So it's so easy for me to come out and use Kasongo as bonga point. And I can do it to a point that people might even forget that I didn't even mention policies. He can come out and not even mention Kasongo. Already people know about Kasongo. He can come out and say, this is the Kenya that I see. This is the Kenya that I'm inviting you to help. This is the Kenya that...
What we need to happen, and I think that is what that is the perception that is, because trust me, Matiang'i already knows that everyone needs him. So what we're doing this, when you hear there's a silent revolution, it's happening. There's a time and place and a season for everything under the sun. Right now, there's a government in place. Kenyans are yet to dislodge it. So as is, we do not want to necessarily bring out a person who comes and radically just decides, oh, it is me. Matiang'i is not creating clout over himself. Realize the office has sought Matiang'i. Matiang'i has not sought the office. And that's the difference. That is the direction we're going to go in as far as now getting the next dispensation in Kenyan's leadership. It will be about an office seeking someone. When someone seeks the office, there's a problem because they're seeking it for themselves. But when we seek him in the manner in which you're doing, we will literally, you see, like that Senegal guy, he was in jail. He was not on top of cars. He did not even have the privilege of campaigning and everything. People were campaigning on his behalf. When Kenyans campaign on his behalf and come and put him there, we will tell him, you're here to serve us and this is what we need. These are our deliverables. Tell us what you can. Tell us what these are expectations of you. This is what we expect of you. Tell us what you think is you're capable of doing, and what is pragmatic about our demands, because you have been there before. So the truth is, we are not interviewing a character who we think we are yet to see his prowess. We are interviewing someone who we know is qualified. He's tried, tested, and confirmed. So we are calling him unto a job that we know he's capable of doing. So we are coming and telling him it is on our terms. It is not on yours. believe me, that guy will come and do for us a better job. We do not need him to come out early enough. We do not need him to come late. He will not come late because we are the ones already marinating it for him. Right now, we are literally just identifying areas where we know we're going to lay on the table and tell him this is what we need you to do. When it comes to time for campaigning, and we're already doing it, and that is why Jemo was saying, in your own capacity, make sure that you understand what Matiang'i stands for, and in your own small capacity, let us make the message go out there and confirm that we are building a new Kenya, and this is the person we have identified to do it. This is the team that we would like to have him to have. If he wants to add anything, if he wants to subtract anything, we will have reasons to do that, but at least he'll be answerable to us. For a change, we are going to have someone who's answerable to Kenyans.
Don't be surprised, and I'm voting for Matiang'i. Don't be surprised if someone else comes out with equal capacities and experiences and all that, and they present themselves. You know that you have
Who is this, by the way? We want all those names.
Okay, Maunga. One of the things, listen with an intention, not just to fight back. I let you talk.
Imagine I'm not here to fight. As I told you, I sound very abrasive. Okay. And sadly, by the way, when you start and finish with me, by the way, Jemo, do not think we are contesting here in terms of what the best of what someone can say. We are having a conversation, and that is why I don't want you assuming that I necessarily am loading off on what you're saying. All I'm saying is I'm in support of what you're saying. Only that there is no point of us being taking too much time on something that sometimes can be viewed differently, can be said differently, and that is all I'm saying. I'm not saying because you've been insisting he needs to come out and fight for who, for what.
Wow.
So me, all I'm saying is, in as far as things go, yes, there may be someone coming out. We want everyone else to come out because we are forming a government. It will not be of one person. So we want everyone who's capable of coming out to come out. So far, the person who stands to top that list is Matiang'i. Whoever else can come out, let him come out. Or don't tell me about Babu Wino. Of course, we know what his credentials look like. But by all means, let him come out.
I did not say anything like that. Actually, I didn't mention names. I actually said that he needs to, like he said, to have courage and the sacrifice. We understand that part sometimes can be a little bit tricky, but the courage to come out and speak on the issues, telling Kenyans that we have lined up somebody that is not upfront saying that they are actually showing the interest. And that's what I'm saying sometimes. And I use the example that I had in the past where someone else applied and they equally had the qualification for the job. And I gave them the job. So,
and why should that be a bad thing?
Hold on. Let me finish. And you're also using the Senegal guy. Why was the Senegal guy in jail if it wasn't for the reason?
Exactly my point. So yes, he did not. That's what I'm saying. This is what I'm saying. Let us stop imagining that we need someone to come and fight for us. Raila came and fought for us. He came back and fought us. He's come back now. He's part of exactly my point. I know the direction you're going, and that is what I'm saying. I do not want Matiang'i coming out as a warrior on the streets for us.
So, but you can.
He's already proven to us what he's doing.
You cannot use that as an example. Either you can use it as an example.
Okay, all I'm saying, the analogy I was using, the reason I applied that analogy was simple. He was not there to campaign, but the campaigns went on, and now he's president.
But it sounds like there was some sacrifice he took, and that's why the people voted for him. So you see,
precisely my point. Matiang'i had sacrifices of ensuring that he's fighting cartels in every area where he's held, and that is the reason why he's now a household name, and we are speaking about him in the manner in which you're speaking.
Okay, well,
people can make sacrifices. They don't always have to do it on the streets and on top of cars, and that is why they will suddenly have the kind of
not going back and forth. I'll let it rest. But if you are to ask me, I will also put names like Martha Karua, who I also saw defending people. That guy, the opposition leader, and I saw her how she answered the guy, the tribunal person in Uganda. The boldness that she has and portrays, if it's the same boldness that Matiang'i has, and let's say Karua presents herself, and she has been presenting herself.
Okay,
Guarantee
okay,
you, if
thank you.
Matiang'i miss out,
Excuse me.
if she,
We have
if
not
she miss
locked
out,
Akina Karua out, Jemo. We are
that's what
just
I'm
saying, let them come out. There are
yeah,
more
that's
than
what,
one positions.
exactly.
We have
PK.
not locked anybody out. We want
And
even
and
20 of them.
and that's the thing, PK. I'm saying that I feel like we are telling Matiang'i, stay back. We will fight for you. We'll let you know when to come in. No, that's
No,
not
no,
what we
no.
want.
we will fight for all of them that stand for it. What it's
Mhm.
Mother Karua, we know. And I think it's Nani. Maunga initially in the show, actually she was pairing Matiang'i with Mother Karua. I mean, in her,
Well,
Yeah,
okay.
she gave a very good
Can
line
I
up.
get an example of the
Jemo,
times, recent
may I
examples of
intervene?
where Matiang'i was speaking and actually spoke about the Kenyan affairs?
Okay,
Because
but
actually I missed.
Jemo, may I reply to you? I
Mhm.
think what you need to do, I think you need to do at your own time research about Matiang, and I think you are going through
I
the
know
same.
him. I know him,
No,
and I know what he
no.
stands.
I think you are going through the same thing that I said earlier. If you're in the diaspora, a lot of people in the diaspora are
No,
not really
I'm
so
so
much
invested
aware.
in Kenyan politics
No.
than
Jemo, let me
actually.
finish.
investing in
Jemo,
Kenya
I
let
by
me
get more
being
finish.
abroad.
information before I even
No,
get here.
Jemo, let me finish. Let me finish. If you haven't felt Matiang, it's because you don't understand what he means to Kenyans, and you have no idea of the roles he has played when he was in the government. You didn't feel him. You didn't even get the bit of anything that he was doing, and that is why you are still arguing about him. And
I am
that's
not
why
arguing about it. I'm actually trying to
Jemo, may
say
I
it will
finish?
be
May I
helpful
finish?
for him.
May I finish? You are even asking us to give you an example. Anybody asking
Of
you, tell me,
recent, because I follow Kenyan
no,
politics.
no,
I haven't
Jemo,
seen
no,
Matiang'i
Jemo.
talking about
Jemo, may
Kenyan
I
affairs.
finish? May I finish?
Yeah.
Anybody asking me to tell them what Matiang has done, my conclusion is they have no touch of what exactly happened to Kenya when Matiang was working in the government. And if they have no touch, there's no amount of explanation I can give them because they have no touch. They don't understand who Matiang is. They have no idea who this character is. And that is why, Jemo, you are still telling us here that somebody will come out. Let me tell you something. The truth is, nobody right now, all of those people you have mentioned, the only person who gets close to Matiang is Mother Wangari Karua. Nobody right now can get to his level. I am telling you. And if you hear people fronting him, it is because they understand who Matiang is. So what you need to do, Jemo, don't just argue with Maunga. Maunga, I believe she's on the ground. Personally, I've been on the ground for many years. And I have been on the ground, and I felt that guy, what he was doing, and the things, the changes he made, and his character. So when I hear people fronting him, I understand where they're coming from. So I think arguing arguing about what has Matiang done, what has Leslie done, if anybody is asking that, because they don't feel the ground. And I'm sorry to say, the people doing this, no, Jemo, let me finish because he'll also come back. I'm sorry to say the people doing this are the people in the diaspora because they
those who
don't
left
feel the
diaspora
ground.
a long time
Hawana
ago.
information, hawana ground, hawaelewi Kenya, hata hawaelewi these leaders. They just now they have just come to a realization things are bad in Kenya. So now they are trying to Google huyu alifanya nini, alikuwa minister sijui wa nini, alifanya nini. Let me tell you, Jemo, we have come from far. The other Matiangs we have was the guy, the Michuki man. We had another Amatiang called Michuki, the Michuki man. I am sure you have no idea of Michuki records too, if I tell you this. We have other Matiangs, the Matibas. Listen, I'm comparing Matiang with who? Kenneth Matiba. We have had Matiangs in Kenya who what they said is what they did. They didn't meet their words. So if you have been in Kenya and you feel the ground, you understand where these people are coming from and this. And Jemo, you need to ask yourself, if you got the space to skiz a Gen Z, kwa nini Gen Z hata wao wameshtuka wakasema ni Matiang? Kwa nini Gen Z? Why is Gen Z so much aware of what is happening in Kenya than we are? Seriously?
So Julia, can I go because you have said that and I appreciate what you have said.
You need okay before
okay,
you
so can I go?
Let's stop. Let's stop talking.
Can I go? Let me mention the
studio is full, please.
No. Let's allow Ms. Mamo to talk, and Mwamba, we shall come back to you. Yeah. So that we don't continue arguing on the same thing.
But unajua Julia anasema sijui mambo ya Kenya, which is okay if I just respond shortly, which I can mention.
No. Later on,
I mean, it is a small rebuttal. It's a small rebuttal.
Later Jemu tutakuja kwako, samahani. Wacha msimamo aongee na Mwamba na
Sawa,
Resist.
sawa.
We'll come back to you. Msimamo uko area? Haya, msimamo ameenda kwa mnazi.
Mwamba aliingia kitambo na ana ban.
Mwamba is banning.
No, I'm not banning. I'm just cool. I would like to have a cool.
Yeah, a man shouldn't ban in the night. Go ahead.
I'm just cool. And what I can only say is that we Kenyans, we know what we want. We want a good leader, and we know the good leaders. It's only I don't know what happens when it comes when the election time. Matiang'i is a good leader with a proven record. He is a very firm person, very honest. I came to know Matiang'i once when I saw him actually when he had visited a high school in Machakos. I wish you could get that clip, PK, because it's even better than what you have just played us. It shows you a person with a heart, a person who goes down to the ground to actually understand the problem of the person or the problem of that downtrodden person, what they go through, for him to sympathize and actually sort out issues. I remember that day he sat teachers on the spot because he could not take off what nonsense they were running that Machako school. Matiang'i is a good leader. In Kenya, we are not short of good leaders. It's only that we don't give them the chance because they are not bribing us. There's a time somebody said, when you buy a leader, when you buy them, when you sponsor them to go there, they actually serve you. But when they buy you, then they have to go for their payback. And that is what happened with Ruto. Ruto bought his way in there. And that's why now he's collecting back his money or his dividends of his investment. In Kenya, we have leaders. We have another guy who is never talked about. There is this guy in the name of the former governor of Makueni. This is Kibudha Kibwana. He is the same character of Matiang'i. Nobody will give Kibwana, and these guys don't come out. They don't go out advertising themselves because I don't know whether it's because they can't believe what is going on or they can't stomach the nonsense. Now, as Maunga has been saying that Matiang'i has to preserve himself. That one I don't agree wholesale. He needs actually to give us an indication to us right now. And I'm not saying he goes out campaigning, no. But he needs to give us an indication that he has received the message we want him. And we can now start having that faith that we have a fallback. We know where to go. We know who to choose. I think he needs to come out in a little way. We just need to know he's interested. I would be so proud if Matiang'i was the next president in Kenya. Believe you me. And I believe that one, not because of what you have played, but just because I know him and I've seen him on the ground, on the footwork, doing the job. He took out the education ministry from the dogs when he was the education minister, and he changed a lot of things. He stopped the issue of actually what was called rigging of rigging of the national exams. Those national exams, even today, and I believe today, even the results that came out this year, they did not look genuine to me. There is no way you can tell me a region all of a sudden decided to be the best in the country, all of a sudden in 1 year or 2 years, that things are charged. Alliance High School and the Mangu High Schools will be coming in the 20s and what, just 1 year, and then we are hearing other names we have never heard before topping it bad. This thing had stopped during Matiang'i's time. The issue of fake certificates, the one that are being carried by your governors in Nairobi and everything, had stopped. The forgeries had stopped. Do we hear? I don't know. I don't know who bewitched us. I think kuna mtu alituroga. And we need to we need somebody who can come out and sort out our nation. And then somebody has correctly said, people in the diaspora, I am in the diaspora myself, but I'm very, very much connected to what goes on in Kenya because I love my country. People in the diaspora, and especially those people who came a little earlier, they are really very, very disconnected with what is going on. And sometimes we give arguments that actually make us feel like we are actually spoiling things the way they are. We should first do our research before we comment and start giving out things that you are actually not sure or just things that you can look up in the internet. Kenya is very different from what it was 10, 15 years ago. and things need to change. Things need to change for the better. Let me stop there.
Thank you, Mwamba. Like asking me, tell me what Matiang has done. Seriously? And since
No, Julia, you had it wrong. I was asking of the latest issues that have been going on in Kenya. I know and I'm aware of what Matiang'i did when he was Minister for Interior and Education. I wake up, the first thing I do is stay on Kenyan news, regardless of what, good or bad, Uhuru Ruto. But lately, the silence and that okay, everybody has been talking in Kenya. Let me just start there. Everybody has been talking in Kenya when it comes to leaders. We are talking. I have not even had a sound
Excuse
bite
me,
lately. Hold on, let me finish.
excuse me, Jemo. Can I ask why are we going back to you guys who have already spoken? We haven't
No,
spoken.
but Julia was saying like somebody. So that's
No,
why I was
resist
asking. It's
was
clarity.
to have the floor after
It's just
Mwamba Jemo,
clarity.
and then it was to come back to you. Let
But
resist speak, and
while
then
you're
you
doing
can
that,
go back
someone
to
should
Jemo.
someone
Because
tell me
all you're
what has
doing,
Matiang'i addressed.
you're offering an explanation for what you already know. Let resist submit, and then we can come back to you, Jemo, for a rebuttal.
Yeah, studio imejaa, twende haraka haraka bwana.
I think that silent means it's resistant. I'm still resisting the abductions. I'm still resisting the bad governance. I'm still resisting everything that is bad that is happening in our country. Now, I have listened to you guys for the last maybe 30, 40 minutes. And the one thing that I have heard from various speakers is that Matiang'i needs to come out, and Matiang'i is the best. Personally, I can't agree more. I think the explanation that was given by one of the speakers is probably the best summation of what Lady Matiang'i is. He is somebody who is results oriented. If you compare with the other thug that we have in the name of a president, he is promise oriented, promises after promises. So, but if you look at Matiang'i, whether it's during the time when he was the Ministry of Education, whether it is the time that he was in the IT sector, changing from the analog to digital, all these things, is somebody who has done a lot for the country. If you listen to the guy when he is speaking, you go to a public place and you listen to somebody speaking, whether it is in a carnival or it's in a resort or it's in a church or it's wherever it may be, you can tell somebody when they are speaking from their heart. The man Matiang'i is a passionate person for his country. The nonsense that has been talked about, and I saw one of the guys in the comment section trying to talk about the killings that happened. There is zero evidence. He was this nowhere. It's not like the way we have pure evidence of what Kaongo has done to the people, and he has never refused. So the thing, the people, we will always have people like that, and even when like I have seen people have been told that some storm is coming in a place, there's some people who refuse to evacuate. Munaambiwa tu vizuri. The weatherman comes and tells you on such and such a date, starting this time, there will be floods and the lanes will be like, the tides will be maybe 2 meters, 3 meters high. And you'll be given free transport, and people refuse to evacuate. So the people the naysayers, we shouldn't listen to them. We should go forward with what we need to do. So on the issue of Matiang'i coming out, I have a little bit of a different opinion, because there's something that I would call the style. The style, different people, as we have got so many different kind of leadership styles, they have a different way of doing things. And I really don't understand why everybody seems to think that Matiang'i has to come with the style that we always know, coming out at it. That is Kaongo style. We don't want him to come out the Kaongo style. Matiang'i already has got his own party. He has declared. He has hired a certain firm in Canada who is working for them. You want him to come out in top of the vehicles the way you have seen before? He has got his own style. Now, on top of that, if you think about it, there is leaders that has come to leadership, and they don't have to all to come in a certain fashion. They can come in many different ways. Like we have seen, the case in example that I can remember recently is in Chad. Chad, the people, they had not Chad, Central African Republic. They couldn't got somebody who had the qualities of leadership, and they went for a general who had refused to lead the army, and he has gone to farming. And they say the only person that we think can lead our country is General Stone PK. They met him with his family, his cattle, and they tell you, General, get here, you are going to lead the country. So these issues of people talking that they have lazima mtu atoke 3-4 years ahead of time, it doesn't make any sense. I agree with Maunga. Is somebody who we want, what the Kenyans want this person to be our leader. We want you. We have seen you. We are not asking you. We are not begging you. You're gonna be our leader. You are our leader. You are alive. We know you. What? Sina pesa. Nani amekuuliza pesa? We didn't ask you whether you have money. I've had that issue of money coming up so many times. Somebody have to have so many billions. This election is going to be the most expensive. But when they do that, I will say like Maunga, when they come and spend their billions, if somebody spend, just for example, they spend 10 billion, guess what they want? They will want to make that 100, 1,000 times. They will come and steal the trillions. Otherwise, I bought this. And that is what exactly Kaongo is doing right now. And you can't blame him. He's a businessman. We keep blaming him. He was a businessman. He came and bought people in churches in Central where a lot of people come from. He bought everybody. And now we are here to complain. I was saying the other day this. If you have, if you wanted to hire a house help, wouldn't you go to an agent umuulize the person that you know that works best, anajua kuosha nyumba vizuri, he knows how to take care of kids and all those kind of things. This is what we did, and I remember very, very, very well. We said, and I remember, we said, Kenyans walisema in their majority. They said we tried to tell them, this man is a thief, he is a convicted criminal. Wakasema, uyo mwizi ndio tunataka. They said that every day. Uyo mwizi ndio tunataka. So the thief is doing his job like he was supposed to do. So why are you complaining? Until kama umepata hiyo msichana mzuri wa kazi, si umefanya kazi mzuri, si umeongezea mshahara. Sasa huyu mwizi anaitwa Kaongo anataka na aongezwe mshahara. He is doing a perfect job the way he was supposed to. Na because mmekataa kumuongezea, sasa ndio anajiongezea. That's why we hear he's anaenda kukopa pesa, I don't know 700 million a day or whatever the amount. Maybe it's more. That's what we know. Hiyo ni ya kukopa na ile anaiba. So we are in a very risky position whereby if this is the kind of money that is being stolen, then the hungry Kenyans that never get satisfied, they can even be bought for 50 shillings, 100 shillings. If they agree, and they are likely to agree kuchukua hiyo 100, hiyo 500, hiyo 1000, and then they form, wapatiane their IDs, and then they are called by this Kaongo, who they told us they want in the first place, then we are in a very bad place. Tutakuwa mahali pengine pabaya sana. To conclude, I would like also to say that I also have a different opinion on the diasporans. The people who are very alluded to the fact that the diasporans don't
disconnected. You cannot put all the diasporas in one bracket. Personally, I follow what is happening and I educate people. I tell you what has been happening. Most, half of them, nearly 3/4 of them, I have to tell them what is happening on the ground. You really don't have to be on the ground to know what is happening all the time. I go to the ground oftenly I go, but I also inquire and read and do everything. So I'm detached. And when I listen to somebody like PK, he's the same. When I listen to somebody like Julia, he's the same. There are so many other people who are in the ground. The truth is, there are people who are disconnected. Like we cannot put everybody in one bracket. We say all the diasporans are disconnected. That is inaccurate. Thank you.
Niingia hapa. Ni mimi? Ama ni msimamo? Oh, msimamo yuko. Msimamo? Msimamo endelea. Msimamo ama bado hujasimama?
Kwa nini sisimame? Mimi siku zote huwa nasimama, ndugu yangu Njiru. Sasa kusema mimi sijasimama unanishangaza mzee.
Mwambia Kiswahili kinamtoka bwana. Asimame. Wanataka usimame vipi?
Jamaa wangu ananiambia sisimami. Nashangaa si ungekuwa naitwaje babake mgeni. Asante. Ona
Hiyo ni msimamo
kwanza
anaongea.
Anasemaje Julia?
Nimeshangaa tu. Endelea. Nimeshika la mshangao.
Pole, usishikwe na mshangao, pole. Julia, pokea zangu. Ndugu yangu PK, pokea zangu. Njiru kama kawaida, kama dawa. Huyu ni Mswahili mwenzangu, ni vile tu ungenge na mazingira. Tungekuwa huku tungekuwa tunachapa Uswahili mwingine wa ajabu. Lakini vile vile pia hongera kwa Maunga. Maunga wish angekuwa mkaza mwanangu ambavuni kama alafu na ndugu zangu wote ambao tupo hapa haswa kwa ajili ya hili taifa letu. Nimesikiza mengi mmezungumza ndugu zangu hapa na pia nisiwe mbinafsi kule upande wa comment section pia pokeeni zangu. Alafu nimewasikiza sana tu yote mnayozungumza ni mazuri. Tunahitaji mtu ambaye hakika atakuwa na roho ya Ukenya, yani roho ya kuitaka nchi kama vile Traore, kwamba pana nitaangalia taifa, lazima tujitegemee, lazima tutambulike kwamba katika hiyo hali tunahitaji mtu ambaye ni shupavu, mtu ambaye haogopi. Umeona? Lakini sasa kizaazaa ni hiki. Unajua mimi huwa siku zote nasema usimsifu tu baba yako ana mbio. Anza kuangalia yule anayemfukuza baba yako kwanza. Speed ako nayo na jinsi ambavyo anamfuatilia baba yako. Huu mchezo wa siasa tumekuwa hapa tunauona kwa muda tu. Sasa hivi mtashangaa baada ya hii AU na huu muungano unaokuja huu wa Kasongo na wengine, utashangaa kwamba kwa kiasi fulani si ajabu kuona kuna mabadiliko mapya. Yaani watu wanajipendekeza sasa kuonyesha kwamba wako kazi na wanafanyia wananchi, kuweza kuwapoteza maboya na kuwanyima nafasi. Na tukumbuke watafanya hivyo kwa ngao kubwa ni ile lugha watakayotumia tena, kwa sababu Wakenya ni wengi wa kuamini lugha badala ya vitendo. Unaona, so lugha itakuwa ni imeongezeka zaidi kiasi kwamba kumkombizi na kuweza kumsaulisha Mkenya inaweza kuwa rahisi, tena ikiwa lugha imeambatana na hela. Unaona, lugha imeambatana na hela. Alafu katika hali hii ambayo wengi tumekata tamaa na hali ya kiumaskini, alafu vibaraka wale wabunge wetu ama watu wetu wa karibu ambao wako katika nyadhifa hizo za serikali anao wanakuja haswa kuhakikisha kwamba wanajaribu kuonyesha yale maendeleo, yale mapenzi Kasongo na group.
Umekuaje? Umekuaje?
Nimewambia msimamo hajasimama mkakataa. Nimewambia msimamo hajasimama
Haya
mkakataa.
haya, mwingine aje, msimamo akija hata nini
Okay, ni sawa.
atasimama.
Wacha niweke point.
Si Jemo alikuwa na
Wale
rebuttal.
hawajaongea wameongea wote wale wageni.
Tuachie wenye hawajaongea, itakuwa poa.
Nani mwingine hapo? Msururu ulikuwaje Njiru?
Mimi naona kila mtu ameongea, msimamo peke yake ndiye yako ameongea. Sasa tunaweza
Nyakairo hajaongea.
Nyakairo, haya basi.
Thank
Nyakairo.
you. Yes,
Baba
asante. Niko karibu, niko hapa. Asanteni sana. Nimewasikiza kwa muda. Sometimes it becomes hot, which is good because we are getting there and we are getting to acknowledge things that really matters. Mimi ningesema hata kama Matiang'i hajajitokeza na kusema vile anataka kujipanga. I remember Gen Z walimtaja na wakanyamaza. Hivyo ni kumaanisha hiyo ndio msimamo wao. Na hawaja change mind because if they had changed wangekuwa already wametaja kitu kingine. Walisema na wakanyamaza because these are serious people and they are the majority ambao wako very serious with what is going on in Kenya. They are the majority who died. So for me, I feel like there is an underground movement ambayo inaendelea and I'll be happy. Let me be shocked of what the good outcome will be. Tumeishi kwa old fashion ya hawa watu. Wale wako usukani saa hii, hiyo regime is old fashion. Na ninasema old fashion nikimaanisha hawa watu walianza politics lini? Zamani za kale. And up to today they have never have any answer for our country. Wao ni kusakanya tu na kufanya mambo mabaya mabaya because when you have experience of something you really have an answer for it. You can tell people this is how you go about it and this is the outcome. Hawa ni watu wamekuwa kwa politics kwa huo muda wote mrefu wamezeekea hapo, but they have nothing to tell youngsters how it goes. They cannot be a role model of what life it means in politics. So we have been following old-fashioned things and we want to get out of there. And these are things that really matters because the world is moving. Things are changing and we need to change with it. We cannot lie down there and listen to these goons who have refused to accept the truth and to accept that they are doing wrong. What we have to do is just to have that ground that we are moving on. Let's support each other with ideas and support each other to understand the person that we are eager to have as our president as time comes. Because these people, we don't have monopoly of knowledge. Ati wao ndio wanajua kuongea, ndio wanajua kufanya politics ama nini. Na furthermore, there is somebody who said that politics is not bad. It's not dirty the way we say that politics is dirty. It's not. Watu ndio wachafu. Na watu ndio wamefanya hii mambo yote ikawa mabaya. Because the debate we used to have in school, it never meant that we are going to fight, that somebody has to lose his life, that something is going to happen, bad things, besides us having a debate. And that is how it should be. And that's why a country should have an opposition. Kwa sababu si mambo mabaya mnafanya. But now opposition decides to be swallowed kwa sababu wao hawako hapo kwa nia nzuri, hawako hapo kwa nia ya kuwa watu wa kusimama na msimamo, wamekataa. So what I'm saying, we have been in old fashion, we need to carry on with the new fashion, and the only person who can give us new fashion is Matiang'i. That is my guy, forever. I have long time admired his performance. He has done a lot of good jobs, good things in our country. He has supported so many sectors, several sectors, which he has performed to the best. Na kwa hivyo, mimi nasimama nikisema, Wakenya, Matiang'i ako safarini, ako njiani, ana mpangilio wake, na sisi tuendelee kupanga yetu, tukijua tuko na kiongozi ambaye siku moja atasimama na tutakuwa pamoja na yeye. So for me, I'm saying Matiang'i for our president to make our country great again. Asanteni.
Wow. Twendeni haraka haraka. Who is next? Jiro.
Msimamo anasema yuko kwa show. I think ako backstage.
Haya, nimemweka. Simama bwana.
Na nimesimama mimi kama kawaida. Sasa nilikuwa nasema kwamba ni vyema kama kuna azma haswa. Mimi sina shida na Matiang'i. Nimeona performance yake, nimeona tetezi zake alizozushwa nazo, lakini kila ilivyo katika yale aliyozushwa nayo na yale aliyofanya zaidi, nikiangalia haswa kwamba anaona ni mengi zaidi, na msimamo wake kama kiongozi. One thing na Matiang'i ni msimamo wake kama kiongozi, lakini yote tisa, siasa tunaelewa, uweza kuwa una ufuasi, unapendwa kweli, lakini nafasi ikawa ndogo kwa sababu umeitumia visivyo. Wakati huu mimi ningeprefer kwamba angejitokeza kabisa, vile ambavyo Wakenya wamechoka kusikia hizi sauti za kawongo na uongo. This is the time ili Wakenya wote waelewe sasa tuna future yetu, tunaye mtu. So to me, asiache hao jamaa wajipange, kwa sababu they have been here kwa muda, na wao wanasiasa wakongwe wana maajabu yao. Mimi sikugundua kwamba PK kwamba tangia awali hakukuwa na upinzani, haswa kipindi hiki cha Agwambo, labda huko nyuma, huko enzi za miaka ya uongozi wa kina marehemu Mzee Kenyatta, lakini kama na mwanzo wa kina Mzee Moi. Lakini hapa kwa upinzani ndio shuhudia kwa macho yangu kama msimamo wa Agwambo, it seems hakukuwa na upinzani. Ni upinzani uliojificha ndani ya serikali. Yeah. Labda kwa hilo, lakini hapa kwingine kote tushagundua mwisho kwamba hawa jamaa walikuwa wanachezea racket, ni upinzani hewa tu. Kwa hiyo ulikuwa unazungumza yale ambayo alikuwa anagusa wananchi, kama vile ambavyo Sifuna anafanya siasa yake, anagusa mle ambamo mnaumiza mwananchi kiasi kwamba kama una akili ndogo unaweza sema this is the only person, la kukimtazama kwa ndani, mwisho wa siku amerudi kule ambako kuna kutesa. So to me kama msimamo, mimi I don't depend on masomo yangu, na depend na yale matukio na yaangalia, huyu mtu anatokea na hivi, lengo lake ni lipi. So mwisho wa siku nikagundua hakukuwa na upinzani, kumbe upinzani tulikuwa ni sisi tu tunasema tuko upinzani baba, lakini mwisho wa siku jamaa ndio wanakula wakisaza. So madam, tushagundua hizi statistics, tusiziruhusu, kwa sababu mwisho wa siku hii timu atakaoichagua, hii timu ambao wanaunga mikono pale bungeni, hawa vibaraka pale ndo watarudi kwa watu wao, kwa sababu kumbuka wako pale bungeni wana watu wao. Uongo akishashikishwa kagunia kabejaa hela, uongo watu wanabadilika, wanapiga kusiko kwa sababu ya katonge kamkononi kambako hakashibishi. Yani katonge kamkononi ambako hakashibishi kametuacha Wakenya mpaka muda huu tuko mahali tupo. Alafu tunasahau Mvuleni kwa sababu pengine ndio ana maneno mazuri, lakini mbona mkono wake mgumu. So before tumpe nafasi kucheza na hii hela ambayo ameweza kuirokota katika mifuko yetu, kwa kuweza kubadilisha mfumo mzima, kuonekana kwamba walikuwa labda haswa nia yao ni kuweza kutibu pande fulani ya nchi, maana hii ndio siasa itakaokuja. Mimi nawaambia kabisa na natabiri haswa hii ndio siasa itakaokuja. Kuchafuliana kwa hali ya ajabu tutakushuhudia, lakini vile vile pia pesa nayo kumwagwa tutakushuhudia, japo kulikuwepo, but this time around, kwa sababu dau lina yumba hili uongo, lazima hele itatembea. So hawa vibaraka hawa before waaje na haya ya uongo, Matiang'i na watu wake na akina msimamo huku, wazalendo wa kweli tayari washa take hiyo party kwa watu. So kama ni siasa itengenezwe, ionekane ya nchi aswe mapema kabla tuje tupangwe, kwa sababu mwisho wa siku tutakuja kukumbuka shuka ni saa 12 kumekucha. Ndio ni kiongozi tunampenda, lakini kwanza ndio amekinyagiwa, kwa sababu hawa jamaa wanalala wanaota siasa, wakiamka wanamkia siasa, wakienda chooni siasa, ni hapo kwa usiasa, kwa sababu hapo ndo kwenye mafuta, hapo ndo kwenye manukato. So hapa ombi langu kama msimamo, ikiwa tunamuelewa, tuna watu tuko karibu na Matiang'i, tumwambie mjomba, toka, we need your support. Wewe watu wa diaspora, na sisi tuko huko Kenya, nani tuko huko Kenya na Matiang'i wetu, mapema tumpangie huyu jamaa. Kuna sisi wenye tunaweza mwaga hii sumu kwa watu wetu vizuri tu, tukawaeka haswa, yani hii sumu ya kuoneza kwamba Kasongo hata aje nani, tunao uwezo. So tujipange mapema, tusije tukajikuta kwamba tumepangwa nani, despite kwamba tunaelewa kwamba, kwa sababu si kwamba hatuelewi kwamba hataingia awali Ruto halikuwa muovu, lakini mwisho wa siku tulisema bora huyo mwizi wetu kuliko ni huyu mzee ambaye analala, na kweli. Kwa hiyo for real, mapema ndio best. Huo ndo mchango wangu ndugu zangu, kwamba kama tunapenda kweli na Matiang'i yuko radhi, yuko tayari, hii siasa ipangwe mapema, the whole country ionyeshe utaifa. Alafu huyu jamaa tutamwacha na pesa zake akisimama ajui wapi kwa kuanzia, kwa sababu kwa makanisa toka tumekava, kwa mwananchi tumekava. Sasa sio huyu atapita na njia gani? Asanteni, mimi huo ndo mchango wangu.
Haya, msimama hapo, ndio kwa way forward. Sasa tunaendelea basi. I'm so happy that we are beginning, na tutaendeleza hii zero.
Haya, nani simu yake inalia kulia? Stone, nani simu yake inasema ti ama ni yangu?
Labda ni yako.
Oh,
hawa watu wamejaa studio, hawajaongea hawa.
No, nafikiri kila mtu ameongea.
Haya, tuende raundi sasa, raundi nzuri basi.
Yeah, so
PK, niongeze tu mahali, alafu tukumbuke Matiang'i awe amesimama kama Matiang'i, asiwe amesimama kwa mgongo wa, akisimama kwa mgongo wa. Yes. Mimi tu hilo ni onyo tu, kisha mwisho wa siku wa Kenya ama hawa vibaraka wagundua wamesimama. Unajua tuna mtu wa fitna. Huyu mtu tumemchagua, amechaguliwa kuongoza ama amejichagua kuongoza ile taifa, fitna. Na fitna ikiambatana na uongo hapo sasa. So asiwe amejibandikiza mgongoni kwa mtu, asimame yeye mwenyewe, asimame, yani asiwe huku kwa huyu wala kwa especially hawa old politician ambao washatengeza tayari maneno yao, wao washatulia. Mimi hilo tu ndo nataka kuongezea kaka yangu pekee.
Hapo hilo ni la muhimu. Manake hii kusema ati ni wa Uhuru, sijui ni wa nani, mwanaume ajisimamishe mwenyewe bana. Asante. Zero, back to you.
Yeah, so I acknowledge mambo yote watu wamesema hapa. Kuna raia hapa anaitwa Sheima Hussein. Ya, ningetaka muangalie ujumbe zake, ni kama anasema kitu like yeye ni kama kuna hitirafu kidogo ama wasiwasi kidogo na huyo kigogo tunaongea maneno yake hapa. So msimamo, wacha niongee Kiswahili chako cha ziwani, so tusikue tu majority of us tunaongea Kizungu hapa, alafu sasa wacha mimi nikuwe Mswahili nikuunge mkono kabisa. Sasa Sheiman Hussein anasema Bwana Matiang'i ni kama tunaleta mtu ya Uhuru, ni kama hivyo ndivyo nimeona. So mimi lile swali nitauliza kila mmoja wetu ni Matiang'i anaweza toaje hiyo sura ya yeye sio kirembwekeza, wacha niseme hivyo, yeye sio kirembwekweza cha Uhuru Kenyatta. Pili, Bwana Matiang'i anaweza hit ground namna gani? Like Matiang'i akitokezea siku ya leo, ni kwa mfano tu nasema Matiang'i akitokezea siku ya leo, mnaona kama anaweza manage kucommand a big following na Wakenya watu wakuja wameanzia kuruka pande yake? Ni swali tu najiuliza, ama tu ni yule mtu tu atatokezea alafu mvuto wake uingie maji? Like the question which I'm trying to ask is how can Matiang'i build synergy? Because it is something we need to do, because at the end of the day siasa ni mvuto, popularity. Let me use that word. Siasa ni popularity. Like you need popularity to do anything. So do you think Matiang'i can be politically popular? Because hilo ni swali lingine ambalo lazima tujibu. Tunaweza mfuata. Alafu la tatu, Wakenya wako tayari for a serious leader? Ni swali tu nauliza. Ama tu sisi tuko tu katika ile hali, najua tumeumia sana, ama sisi tunataka tu wale viongozi ambao sababu mjue mtu kama Ruto, najua watu wanasema tumeelewa uongo yake, which is good. Mjue Matiang'i is very practical and real. Bwana Stone PK, nataka munielewe hii. Matiang'i ni very practical and real. Are Kenyans ready for practicality in politics? Matiang'i ni wale watu ambao wakisema natoa kitu kutoka hapa nafikisha hapa, that is what he is going to do. Are Kenyans ready for a practical politician? Sababu unajua Wakenya tu tumekuwa tu katika ile hali ya tunataka tu mtu wa kutudanganya na hiyo story inaisha hapo. Sasa tuko tayari kufuata kiongozi ambaye atakuja afanye kile anasema, hata kama hakuji kutununua na pesa, sababu hilo ni jambo lingine ambalo sijui. Mnajua kwa kusema ukweli siasa ya Kenya hawa politicians wanakuja na pesa. Nyinyi mkiangalia hivi mnaona kama Matiang'i atakuja na pesa kama hawa politicians wengine wa kawaida, ama yeye atacheza kivyake? Ni maswali tu najaribu kujiuliza. Huko kwetu
mimi kwa haraka kama na haraka kama goti. Unajua goti ndio linalotangulia siku zote na silo lifanyalo kazi. So huwa na haraka kama goti. Ni hivi, kwanza for now kufikia sasa hatujapata practical. Huyo practical unamtaja kwa sababu gani? Wakati tunamhitaji kiongozi kama huyo hajatokea hapa Kenya. For instance, wakati wa hii adduction juzi tu tulikuwa tunahitaji kiongozi angesimama haswa hapo aonyeshe uongozi pale, but unfortunately up to date hatujapata. Kila mtu uko chini ya maji, yani anaongelewa tu ya adduction, lakini hakuna mtu ambaye amejitokeza kabisa kikamilifu haswa kuungana pamoja na nyoyo za Wakenya, kuungana na nyoyo za wale ambao haswa wameweza kupoteza wapendwa wao. For real bado Omtata amejaribu lakini unajua kila ilivyo nguvu ya maji siku zote ni mawe. Ukisikia
Omtata amepotelea hata hatumsikii bwana msimamo.
Nguvu ya maji ndio hilo ambalo nalizungumza siku zote kwamba nguvu ya maji ni mawe. Ukisia maji ndugu yangu Njiru ya vuma, ujue ni mawe, lakini kama hakuna mawe hao maji hata kama ni mengi hapo mahali, hata kama ni deep atanyamaza tuli. Nadhani hapo nimejibu swala zima la Omtata. So for now hatujapata practical, na if kama nikupata, ndio maana hapa alikuwa anatangulia kusema Matiang'i ajitokeze na ajitokeze kikamilifu kuonyesha yeye hayuko kwa politician yoyote, yuko kwa ajili ya Kenya. Either yuko na pesa, either hana pesa. Yale maneno yake ambayo alikuwa anazungumza wakati ule na matendo yake yenye tumeyashuhudia wakati ule, waacha sasa hivi ayatoe, waacha kunyamaza kwingi na kujificha ficha. Ni kama anaambiwa na watu nyamaza huko chini. Hilo ni jibu lako la kwanza. Lingine si kilembwekezi, ni kikaragosi, asije akawa ni kikaragosi wa hapo, ndo litaka ku rectify. Samahani Njiru, lakini hayo mengine mawili nitaachia Julia na wengine wamalizie. ila ile la practical, mimi kwa sasa hivi sijaona kwa kweli kiongozi ambaye anaonyesha kwamba na ukali haswa kiasi kwamba ni tisho na yuko tayari kusacrifice maisha yake, yuko tayari kusacrifice rasilimali zake kwa ajili ya Wanakenya. Asante.
Okay, msimamo nikuulize kabla tuleta kina Julia. Wewe unaona tukipea Matiang'i kura, unaona kama anaweza funga Ruto na sio ile mchezo, sababu Ruto inahitaji apelekwe njera. Wewe unaona Matiang'i yako na uwezo wa kufunga Ruto?
Itategemea na wale kama uwezo nao wa kumfunga, kama atakuwa hajazungukwa na hao wanaozuia haya mema. Maana kuna wale ambao hawaonekani, tunaona kina Ruto, lakini kuna wengine ambao ni kina Ruto wengi ambao hawajionyeshi, but wanatumia hela zao kimpango fulani. Uzuri tumeonyeshwa mfano haswa juzi hapa kati kwamba kweli watu walikuwa tunachezeshwa biashara, tukagundua hapo, tukashukuru. Na cha kujivunia nacho, Mungu halali bwana. Kiusiasa mtu amejikaanga, amejimaliza, lakini kuna wale ambao hawajitokezi wa kukimya kimya. Matiang'i aliamodi na wao, but mimi kumfunga Ruto, na hakika anao uwezo huo, anao kabisa wa kuzungumza na kusikika na kufanya, anao na kumfunga huyu jamaa, ana uwezo, lakini tu awe hayuko kwenye mizizi ya hawa wanaozuia mema, kwa sababu ni marafiki wa Ruto kimpango fulani, wanaelewana kwamba pengine hiki kikumana cha huyu, hata mimi pia siku hiyo nitaguswa, kwa sababu hii deal naijua, na pia mwenyewe awe hayupo katika hilo. Asante.
Haya, mwingine anaweza chukulia.
So msimamo, mimi nashukuru sana vile ume explain hapo. Ume explain mambo yote yenye nilikuwa na concerns na Matiang'i. Unajua, having a concern about a leader does not make that leader ineligible to lead. Umesema ajitokeze na akuwe na ujasiri. Stone PK alikuwa anacheza video Matiang'i akituambia leadership. Joshua Mungu akimwambia usiogope, hiyo ni ujasiri. Number 2, akatuambia mambo ya sacrifice, na tumesikiza, all is good, and hata mimi napenda chenye alisema. That said, ninajua Matiang'i sana na nimemfuatilia kwa umbali tangu akuwe appointed. Kazi yake naijua, najua kazi ya Mishuki, but just kujua mtu na inafika sasa ni pale walikuwa kwa administration, sasa tuko kwa mahali pa leadership where it's, najua kuna mtu alisema leadership is not given, it's taken. That means that you, even if you have all the attributes, you have to step up. You have to step up and show that you are actually interested in leading in that capacity, whichever capacity that's being offered. Matiang'i kunyamaza kwake haitasaidia Kenya tukimencourage hivyo, kwa sababu the propaganda na machinery ya Ruto sio ile propaganda ya hiyo approach. Ingekuwa ile time ya Uhuru, not even Uhuru, ingekuwa ni mtu mwingine tuna run against, that we are trying to replace. I can support that, but Kasongo is not the type of person that you tell the replacement to sit down. Na ninafurahia sana msimamo vile ameuliza hii mambo ya juzi ya abduction, na that's why nilikuwa najaribu kuuliza hapa, mtu anipe example 2 ya Matiang'i akiongea kwa mambo ya juzi ambayo yanaendelea Kenya, sio mambo ya kitambo. Yale ya kitambo ni sawa, tunajua. Hii mambo ya unyanyasaji wa watu, abduction, tumesikia Kalonzo akiongea, ingawaji bado tumemsikia na bado hatumwamini vile. Tumeongea, nani ameongea, Wamunyoro ameongea, Muturi, ingawaji ako ndani ya serikali, ameonyesha ujasiri wa kutoka na kuongea. Some of what you did that was good is not good enough for the next step. The next step also requires a lot of courage, like what Matiang'i was saying. Sijamsikia akisema hiyo ya kitambo mimi na ya appreciate, na akitoka saa hii aongee, jamani, I anticipate a few things, that atapigwa matope, lakini ni mzuri upigwe matope early enough, that way ikifika time ya election matope imekauka. Actually you don't need to scrape the mud, itakuwa ikianguka yenyewe. Watu watakuwa wamesahau all the dirt that wamemtupia, itaanza kuanguka mapema. Issue ya pesa, unajua sometimes when you make your stance early enough, sometimes it saves you money, because when you come out late you might need a lot of money and logistics to just communicate something that you'll have communicated way early. So it could be a campaign strategy. You attack, or you repel the government. When they attack you back, you come back with another way of dealing with that issue. So I feel like kumwambia anyamaze, alafu tena hiyo mambo ya kusimama, to be fronted by somebody, or to make it look like they are being fronted by people, it can be bad. He has to personally show the interest and personally present himself. He has to be engaged on the day-to-day conversations za Kenya. When it comes to leadership, when it comes to the operations, when it comes to the strategies, the ways forward. But he cannot be quiet and expect that kina Wamunyoro watambeba alafu waende waambie wa Kenya ndio huyo Matiang'i. Utakuta watu wengine wakisema hapana, si tulikuwa tunafikiria ni wewe. Hata heri Wamunyoro wamulete basi, tuwekee watuambie ndio huyo, lakini Matiang'i aanze kujiongelelea. We need to see vetting leaders. It has been our biggest problem in Kenya. And you don't vet somebody at the last minute, because somehow, somewhere, somebody will come out and they have more appeal when it comes to other leadership traits, like charisma. A lot of people are very charismatic. Leadership require charismatic people that knows how to talk. So utakuta kuna watu wenye hawana vision ya Kenya vile si tunataka, but they are appealing. The bad thing that happened to US is when we waited for too long and we presented Kamala as if it was a handout, and a lot of people who did not vote for her were feeling like she was just handed. And actually, Republicans waliitumia kama bonga points. That can be a problem. Sikusema hatuelewi debates za Kenya, politics za Kenya, tunazijua. But to have a discerning skill of how to interpret issues might sometimes help us to guide and have a better strategy on how to approach the problems yenye tuko nazo. So mi msimamo, mi niko na wewe. Matiang'i ajitokeleze, akuwe na ujasiri na asimame na onyesha wa Kenya ni yeye anataka, sio watu wengine wanamsukuma. Back to the studio.
Na niko na hapo. Asante ndugu yangu, nipo sana na kuongezea hapo ni hivi. Kwanza, hii siasa ya urafiki, ndio mwisho wa siku inatuacha tunachaguliwa badala ya kuchagua. For instance, yale matukio yalitukia juzi upande wa Northeastern, tumeona marafiki wa Kasongo ni akina nani, na tuelewe fika hao marafiki wako na wafuasi wao. Ndio hapo Ruto anapotushinda napo tu. Yani hiyo mbinu hiyo ndio ambayo anatushinda nayo, na hatuiangalii kwa jicho pevu ama kwa jicho la tatu zaidi. Wale wafuasi wa Fara mali wakienda kiwaambia huyu ndio kiongozi tukua na yeye karibu, na tukiwa kwake tunapata tutapata yale matarajio yetu ambayo tunategemea. Tusipokwenda hivi tunachaguliwa na wale ambao tumeweka kama macho yetu kule mbele. Mfano mwingine ambao naweza nikawatoa pia ni masuala mazima na CDF. CDF vile ambavyo wabunge wanacheza siasa nayo huku mashinani. Mimi niko huku ground naangalia. So mtu anakimbia anakuja anajenga darasa moja, anaanzisha kadaraja pale, lakini mwisho wa siku katika huo mkutano akisimama hata zungumza yake, mwisho wa siku atazungumza haya ya Kasongo, kwamba kwa kuwa mfano, kwa kuwa karibu na serikali, ndio maana tumeweza kupata nafasi ya kuweza kuja kuwajengea hivi darasa viwili, na tumefanya hivi mahali fulani, tukafanya hivi mahali fulani, na through ni hii CDF, kwa sababu tuko karibu na serikali, ndio basi tunamegewa kwa haraka. So hii narrative hii inamwacha mtu haswa ambaye ni mwananchi kujichagulia kiongozi ambaye anaona haswa anafaa, kwa sababu already kuna kiongozi wake ambaye amekuja amemueleza, na kwa kweli yeye yuko karibu na huko kwa serikali. So anatumia hawa watu wachache ambao hatuwazungumzii, hawa marafiki hawa baraka hawakuweza kuenda kukoma shinani kuharibu kila kitu. Na hata kama kutakuwa kuna usimama na ukweli, tunasimama na ukweli, huu ukweli wake unakuwa kidogo, kwa sababu kuna watu ambao tayari wako chini huku mashinani ambao watu wazungumzie. So the beauty is, mimi ombi langu ndio maana nilikuwa nasema kabla tufike 2027 kwanza tungekuwa tushavunja hii serikali yote, bunge, everything, na atokee mtu aseme kwamba kuna unafiki huu unafanyika, kwa sababu najua yale anafanyika. Hawa viongozi kama kina wenye hadhi kama kina Matiang'i wanaelewa fika, kama pia kuna vibaraka kutoka nje ya nchi kama vile wazungu wanafandi, wanajua hawa watu, waacha watumbue hii fitina sasa, iwe ya kuonyesha ukweli mapema, izagae haswa masikioni kwa Wakenya kabla hatujazagaishwa yale ambayo ni ya uongo katika hii serikali. So hapo nataka nieleweke. Nieleweke tu kwa hapo. Asanteni hapo, labda niongezee tu kwa hapo PK. Asante.
Haya, asante msimama, asante Jemo na kurudia namuona. Wajua hivi sasa kuna vitu tunatakiwa kuangazia, ama kuna mambo tunatakiwa kuangazia. La kwanza ni je, siasa mambo yalivyo sasa katika kwa mwananchi wa kawaida. Kwa Kiingereza tunaulizana, the agitation in the common man today, is it normal? Has it been the same? Have we experienced that before? Huu mvumo tulio nao sasa wa resistance, wa resistance una uzito gani? Okay, kushawahi kutokea katika nchi ya Kenya, kukatokea rais ambaye amekataliwa kila pembe la nchi. Imewahi kufanyika? Hayo ni maswali tunatakiwa tujibu. Haya, Njiru akauliza, je, ati kwamba Matiang'i akija saa hii ashakuja, manake akishatajwa amesemekana, Wanyonga alikuwa ametumwa akasema kwamba yuko je, eti Matiang'i akitokelezea sasa hivi atapata wafuasi? Niulize nikijibu hilo, ati atapata wafuasi, atawapata mara moja. Matiang'i ana wafuasi tayari. Wafuasi wa Matiang'i sasa hivi ni the majority ambao wanasema Ruto must go. Katupende tusipende, mtu yeyote sasa hivi ana feel amegandamizwa na utawala wa Ruto, hana jambo lingine ama option nyingine. Matiang'i akitokelezea ati kwamba ataanza kuuliza maswali kama Matiang'i ana nguvu, Matiang'i ana pesa, kwamba hii kampeni itakuja, hela itatumiwa tu na Kasongo na Raila. The leaders person ambaye wananchi watamtaka hatahitaji pesa hizo nyingi, maanake hahitaji kubribe wananchi, atahitaji logistics money, and it's the first time it happen hapa nchini Kenya, kwamba hata kuanzia cheo kule chini mashinani utahitaji tu hela ya logistics, ikiwa pale ulipo wananchi wametosheka na yule ambaye ni incumbent kwa sasa hivi. Manake mfumo ulisetiwa na Gen Z, mfumo wa kusema reject upo sasa, na kila mtu anaelewa kwamba imefika kiasi wa viongozi wanafukuzwa katika mikutano. Ndugu yangu, hijawahi kufanyika Kenya. Imekuwa huyo ni mbunge bana, mbunge aheshimiwe. Sasa hivi hamna. Kwa hivyo that dynamic imebadilisha mambo. Sasa tusianze mambo ya hela ya nini na nini. Shida iliyoko sasa, na ndio itakuwa hii siasa itakuwa ni ya ukabila chungu nzima, ukabila ule wa kina zaidi, ukweli wa ukabila ambao huwa umefichika Kenya. Sasa utaipuka katika hizi kampeni za sasa. The true tribalism and the true tribalistic whatever ideology, ukabila ile chafu ile mbaya itatokea, na kabila mbili ndio zitaharibu nchi, Wakikuyu na Wajaluo. Okay? Now, Wakikuyu wataharibu vipi? Wakikuyu wataharibu manake kiongozi akitokea ule watu wanataka, watu wengi wanataka, Wakikuyu watataka wakae na wao, because nadhani Wakikuyu wanadhana kwamba Gachagua ako sawa kusimama urais, na hilo ndilo jambo litakuwa bovu kabisa. The day Gachagua will say ama declare anataka kusimama kiti cha urais, basi atakuwa amebomoa ile hajawahi kuona, Lakini akikaa hivyo tu ati yeye anajaribu atasupport watu wengine na nini, basi hapo atavuka. Lakini vile mimi katika udadisi wangu nimeangalia, Gachagua anajaribu kuongeza bei ndio aweze kupata bei ya juu, anunuliwe, arudi kule kwake nyumbani. Ndio sasa anaringaringa tu, kama vile tukiwa vijana tulikuwa tunakwenda kumtongoza msichana, anakwambia leo usije, kesho njoo, njoo kesho, lakini kumbe ashakukubali. Gachagua hajamtema Ruto, manake anajua ni wapi hela ziko, na tunajua, we know Gachagua of last time, and he has not changed. So huyu ndiye ataweza kuangamiza Wakenya, na atawaangamiza vipi? Kutumbukiza Wakikuyu, kutumbukiza mlima katika shimo ambalo halitafaidi nchi. Tuje kwa Wajaluo wachache, si wote, the fanatics of Raila, ambao already they are declaring that they will elect Ruto to punish people. The most stupid thing that is happening in Kenya, second stupid thing, is that we will mulikataa Raila miaka hiyo yote, sasa lazima, that kind of stupid thing which happens, that because your wife has cheated, wife ameshika husband that sijui alikuwa ana cheat, hiyo kucheat sielewangi ni nini. Sasa na yeye anaenda huko barabarani akitafuta mtu wa kucheat naye, an eye for an eye. Yeah, hiyo ndio imeletwa huko na part of the Luo leader, Luo followers, Raila followers, not all. Okay, and it is very strong. They have declared that. Ndio wanasema Ruto 10 bila break. So with that antagonism, yeah, Raila fanatics, because Raila will be with the Ruto throughout. That's where he can survive. He can't survive any other way. He has to be there, to be offered, to be pampered, afungwe napi, ambiwe lala hapa, kaa hapa, nini. And it's only Ruto who can do that, so that he can survive for a few more years, maybe up to even 2027. Ruto will do everything that is under the sun or under the moon to keep Raila warm. Okay? Now that, and then the Kikuyu factor, fanatical following of Gachagua, because there is those who feel like Gachagua is a savior. And I don't understand this fanatical thinking from Mulima that Gachagua is saving anything. Gachagua is just lamenting of a failed relationship with Ruto. So how that becomes what? A Kenyan problem, I don't understand. But again, what is called the fanatical? Now Gachagua is being called that is this, that is this, that is that. Because if you even assess, ukiangalia tangu alipoanza alikuwa anatoa mambo, ametoa mambo, sasa yameisha. Amefanya hiyo drama, amefanya hiyo acting, because it's good, is a good literature student. Ame dramatize, watu wamecheka, watu wamefurahi, okay, yeah, ametoka, but he has not said he has not said, anakataa kusema yale ambayo wananchi wanataka, na hata sema amekataa kusema ukweli kwamba vile waliiba kura, because we still believe waliibia Raila kura. He has refused to say how they got into power, because that is what he should tell us if he's a truthful man. That's why I hate and detest when somebody akifungua kinywa unasema ati mimi ni truthful. Where is the truth meter? Anybody who starts by saying I'm a truthful person, I'm a man of God, I'm this, that's a conman, that's a thief, that's a ni muongo wa ajabu. You don't need to tell people at wewe ni mtu, oh, I'm a man of God. Who is a man of Satan? So I have very little faith in that Gachagua following, Raila following. Those are the two tribes that will antagonize the liberation of the country for those who believe that they want change. Because those two followers of Gachagua and wherever, they are myopic. They are not even issue based. Because like, why would you follow Gachagua, for example, if you are normal, with your normal head? Why would you be fanatical about it? Na nataka mjemo mtaniambia, why would you really be fanatical with Gachagua? What is new? Ni nini ameleta mpya? What has changed from 2022? Just because you've been fired by the man, you are leaking his ass and doing all the kind of garbage with him, then now you've been changed, and so that should make us get crazy about your following? That's nonsense. So those are the ones who, yani, Gachagua is equals to Raila and is equals to Ruto. I know people might not like that. So Gachagua, Ruto, all those you are supposed to put them in one set. Wale walifanya mahesabu ya set. Tulikuwa tunafanya set. So now, out of that, we need to get another subset. They have the true leadership. And that's where we want to have now the likes of Matiang'i and all that. And then dive into already built force. Because there is a force now. A force that has formed itself without mobilization. A force that is of common sufferers. The people who are really suffering, and those who are mourning with the murderers, the attitude and the death of people that has been happening in the country. That is a force now that Matiang'i and the likes of Matiang'i are supposed to consolidate and begin to move with and set the storm. Nafikiria hapo nimechangia, unless mtu aniulize swali, elaborate zaidi.
Julia amenyamaza.
Julia labda ameshapumzika kwa kitu. So Jemu, when I am feeling your argument and I can see it, but I still don't mind, because you see the way when those scenarios I've explained are very murky and stupid. So you may need to, there is another remote scenario, that somebody should not start phoning that Matiang'i belongs to Uhuru or this kind of your garbage, your kwanza Matiang'i, the day he will come, he can try to detach himself from that. Because I don't know why people still, and hata raia ndio huwa wanaleta hiyo ufuji. Just because I worked for Uhuru government, that I become inakuwa sasa he was a civil servant, and I mean, he needed to work for a government of Kenya. The fact that he worked there does not mean that any other ambition he will go for, itakuwa ni ati anaenda for that ambition under the sponsorship of a boss. Like, for example, Jamie, you said you worked in several companies or whatever organization.
Now, wherever you work, you had a supervisor, you had a boss, you had a thing. Does it mean when you move to any other company that it is the sponsorship, or you are moving under the shadow of your former the former boss or something like that? I don't like when people attach that. But that's Uhuru man, that is so and so man. In fact, Matiang'i was brought to Uhuru by Ruto when he was VP. So sometimes we spoil people's and weaken people's rating by attaching them with some people. I don't personally feel like when you attach me with Uhuru, you are adding me credit. Hapana. In fact, you are spoiling for me. Yeah? Unless you attach it kwa umbali na Kibaki or something like that. But I would hate to be attached to Uhuru, attached to Ruto, attached to even Kenyatta if I was in those days of Kenyatta Mzee. Yeah, you know, because all these leaders that Kenya has had are terrible. They are homes. Yeah?
You know, and also a lot of people that are very good in what they do. They are usually fished somewhere by somebody who maybe knew them before, and you are given an opportunity. Once you get that opportunity, you have to now say, I'm gonna start. You start doing your own self definition when it comes to leadership. Unajua, ukiwa under mtu is so different than ukiwa wewe ndio the main guy. A good example is when watoto wanatoka kwa nyumba. You can see that they are all good, but wakitoka nje waende pate apartment kidogo washaanza kulia. So it would be nice for Matiang'i to say, if given a chance, I've learned a lot from the traits and opportunities of Uhuru, but I have the feel that mimi pia nikiwa kwa hiyo position, there are 1, 2, 3 things I could do better. And it's good for him to just step up na aseme, I am presenting myself, instead of the way niliona. I typed hapa tukiongea Matiang'i's last nini kwa YouTube, just searching, and I could tell there's a bunch of people fronting him. Sasa inakani kama endorsement. It's okay to be endorsed, but if you're endorsed and you're quiet, sometimes watu wataanza kudoubt, are they forcing you? You know? Are you being forced to do that? We know you can do the job, but are these people doing it that way that they can control you? Kenyans sahi penye tumefika, we want an independent-minded leader wenye atajitokeza mwenyewe, akimake hizo decisions atazimake, and also a good leader kama Matiang'i atajitokeza, atamake independent decision, ataconsult with others. But akiwa yeye, unajua kuna ule mdosi wa juu lakini anaongozwa ana nini, amekuwa hijacked by people at the bottom, the likes of Kasongo. When you see Kasongo putting 7 to 9 Mount Kenya people, do you think that's normal? It's not. And that because akiwa pale, it's true, he was owned. He's busy running around trying to find another owner, someone else to hold his ladder up. He didn't build his own ladder. Alisema nikikukanyaga shingo nifike pale, takusaidia. So tumemwacha juu ya mti, anatafuta how is he gonna stay there without any help. And that's why it's kinda not good for Matiang'i not to speak early. Kenyans need to have the feel that he also wanted. I am glad actually, Stone, that we have moved away from, ana tunachambua hii topic ya Matiang'i, because we are moving away from even the possibilities of Baba. And these are the conversations we need to be having, because we are moving on, and try to see what's the alternative leadership. And if we see a leader and the leader is good, there's no need for us as people to give him a general feeling that it's okay to be quiet until the last minute. Because the more we front him in public, the more Kasongo anampangia. In the eventuality atatokea amesimama nje ya hiyo kashimo ya wherever atatokea na rungu. So I think it's good for him akitokea sahi kaende. Of course Kasongo atasema hii na hii vile walikuwa wanajaribu kusema huko Bungoma wakiwa na Ishungwa that mambo ya River. Those are the mud they will be trying, the darts they will be throwing at Matiang'i. But at the end of the day, he needs to come out. Matope ukauka. But I think Kasongo has more issues that Matiang'i can materialize, and it might not be based on him spending money. Him just doing what Miguna does. Imagine. Miguna is very outspoken. Even if we might not vote him for, and we don't want him to run for presidency, but the same energy is what Matiang'i needs to adopt. Akitumia hiyo mi naona Wakenya watampenda vile Njiro alikuwa anauliza, is he electable? You don't become electable overnight. You don't people just don't vote you. I mean, I know anybody but Kasongo, but unajua pia watu wanataka pia wakwe na kale ka feeling, unajua satisfaction. Yeah. Huyu hata ameniingia kwa roho, ndio anybody but Kasongo, but we have vetted this guy so well. I am good with the decisions I made. Not that ameingia kule alafu sasa 6 months later tunaanza kusikia there are some deep state ama zilikuwa zinaitwa nini, they are running him. We don't want that. We want him to own the sword. We want to hand him over the sword. He needs to come out and speak bravely, courageously, and sometimes he has to sacrifice. Maybe sacrificing might not be his safety, but it could be his reputation, it could be defamation. He has to sacrifice something. Mi sijaona mtu amepata kitu bila sacrifice. Hata wenye wanaenda shule pia they have to sacrifice, pay for tuition for that school. Matiang'i has to sacrifice. And earlier I was only against the narrative that he shouldn't come out because we are sacrificing on behalf. Do you know that that's the conversation we were having? Verbally, that we are fighting for him. We are fighting for the leader. The leader needs to fight for the people. And I didn't get that as very appealing.
No. I think, that's why I was saying, Nani, the dynamics have changed. In fact, like for me, let me reveal here. I'm already contesting. All right, in some place.
That's good. Yeah. Hey, and where we concerned, I will pray for you. That's good.
And you see, what has happened, it's not my first time, but I had, the way you do it, and because it was true, that is stupid and all that, I say to hell. I nikasema, and that's why I came to where I am. Because, I said, wacha niachane na hiyo ujinga, because, if you go and get involved in this, you see a lot of nonsense that happens. And if you are a straightforward person, you wonder, because you talk with people, they tell you this, but then they come the following day, somebody comes and given a lot of BS, and you see people buying it. Anyway, so what I'm saying is, like for now, I told the people, and this I went candid to my people of that place I'm going to be. I told them, until you guys are serious. And I told them, for me, the rest, I'm not coming to do. You all know me. You know what I stand for and all that. Convince the rest of your people. Convince the bigger majority. Okay? And even meetings and all that, we will be holding them, in the modern technology and all this and all that, because it's still early. All right? So people are
doing their work at the whatever, at the ground, and they are crying because the leader they have now is replica of Kasongo. People for the last, because the leader who has been there like 2 terms, all right? They look at the money, the allocation of that area and all that, because we show them technically. You know, for me, how I do it, I post those things. I created a media there that I use to communicate with people in the language they understand. And then we also have something called like a local, you know, bi-weekly, every 2 weeks, pamphlet, you know, like a local news bullet. So you post reality. You tell them this is the budget that has been allocated to your area. Ask your MP or your MCA, this money, where has it gone? Better have your women, youth and sports, you know, better celebrations with gender-based violence. When other people are celebrating, you know, those so you categorize, you know, break down and learn, because that's the language people understand. Then you tell them, according to the results here, this year you are supposed to have gotten a budget of 120 million. Ask your leader, where did it go? You are all around here. You are being told CDF, you have this amount of money. For this year, where did it go? This class you are being told today, you had been told in the other budget. So what happened to the other budget? We have to go that way. Sasa Kenya imeiva for nini. On top of that, they are mad with the current government. All right. So if you really have, you know, you are in touch with the people, or people know your work, it is a bit easier, you know, that you are not coming to start anything new. For example, if I ask you, if anybody came out today to talk, what would they say? Because like if you look at Kasongo, he's been narrating his experiences with Ruto. No value addition. Now, if you look at Kalonzo, whatever he's saying, no addition, they're just rhetoric. And I'm so happy with people like Martha, unanyamaza, and then you only come out when there is a very critical issue. Yeah? Because it's not that the more you appear with press conferences, you talk, and there is you are doing no action. You are just talking. Oh, this has happened, this has happened. Like now, people are talking all over, you know, like what Kalonzo, the speech he gave. Oh, Kenya lost because Ruto didn't do, Ruto did this. But that has no business with the villager in Ugunja, the villager in Karatina. You know, that people go for irrelevant issues. It doesn't matter for somebody in Kalambia huko, whether nani alianguka, Raila alianguka EU or not. The only people
Una katika PK sikupati. Sio kama wenzangu mnampata poa.
Amepotea kidogo.
Imerudi sasa, sio? Nimerudi.
Ya, uko sawa. Uko sawa.
Nimeona internet ilikuwa imepotea. So ndio nilikuwa nasema kwa sasa agenda ya sasa ni moja tu, na msimamo umegusia vizuri, hata Jemo unaipata. Agenda ya sasa ni tutaundaje a very very big force ya kung'oa the corrupt government, alafu tuweke watu ambao ni the right people. Hiyo ndio agenda. Agenda si ati kuanza kusikiza stories na narratives na vipindire za AU, vipindire vile Raila sasa Raila kama hakupata hiyo kiti itakuwaje, morning and all that. Hiyo haisaidii mwananchi. That's why, for example, if I would ask, if let's say Stone PK wants to come and vie as a president, would I really come and start talking about how Ruto has messed internationally, ameharibu AU, sijui hakufanya hivi hakufanya hivi. To me, I think that is out of place. Mwananchi analia because of corruption. Pesa inaibwa. Yeah, and if you realize most of them wanna avoid your topic, and I would challenge. I try to ask people even on space. Unamuuliza directly, Kalonzo Musyoka, corruption utadila aje nayo? Most of them wanashikwa na kigugumizi ukiwauliza hivyo, because inakuwa vile Njiro alikuwa anauliza, wewe do you have the balls to go for the thieves? Utafunga wezi, na wezi wanajulikana, wanaogopa, wengi wao wanaogopa, hawataki kuzungumza. Sasa utaongeaje, utakosaje kuongea juu ya corruption? Because if you are elected president, you have to deal with Ruto and his people, the Chirchirs and all those who have looted the economy.
Na PK, kwa hapo ndo panaingia sacrifice.
Exactly.
Hapo sasa ndo kunaingia neno sacrifice. Unajua kila tamko tuliangalia linaingia katika mazingira gani? Hapo ndipo kunaingia the word sacrifice, kwa sababu yule bwenyenye ambaye anaelewa fika ni nini haswa hata kubali kabisa atumbuliwe. Vita hivi tumevishuhudia hapa nchi jirani, hapa tu Tanzania, kwa Magufuli alipokuwa na waangilia wale ambao hawalipi ushuru, na wengi wao ni wale mabwenyenye wako wa serikali, ni mabwiji wa biashara, wana biashara wa Kongo na hawalipiagi ushuru. Akasema sasa nyinyi mnatoza hao wauza mifuko na wauza njugu ushuru, mnaachana na hawa. Akaanza kudili na wao. Sasa vita vikaingia kwa wao, wana biashara kati ya wao sasa, kwa sababu alikuwa nauma ndio na wananchi, lakini hawa mabwenyenye hawako pamoja na yeye. Unaona, sacrifice inaingia hapo sasa, kwamba a sacrifice kwa ajili ya mwananchi, sawa, dhidi haswa ya hawa mabwenyenye, na ikiwezekana pia na wale wa nje ambao wanaofandi hawa mabwenyenye. Kwa hivyo hapo ndo kunaingia the word sacrifice. So tunahitaji mwenye hiyo roho kwamba mimi lazima kibe vyote kitaniramba, kwa sababu nitalengwa kila pande. Asante.
Aha. Ndio. Mwamba, karibu.
Asante. Pole, nilichoka kidogo, nilikuwa na kashughuli kidogo. I had to run.
Lazima multitasking.
Yes, I've really missed this debate because this is one of the good debates that we have had recently. Sasa mimi kitu nataka kusema, and I don't know whether I'll be digressing kidogo. I would just want to talk about us Kenyans. We have an opportunity and we know the good leaders that we have. Lakini tunakosa kuwachagua kwa sababu ya mambo mawili matatu yamesemwa, na hiyo ni tabia yetu. Number one, there is a person once said that if you want to hide anything from Kenyans, just put it in writing or just put it as information somewhere, because we don't look for information. We don't read. We don't pay attention to what you have said, because like now, that clip that you have really sent us is a full campaign to tell this person his character. But is there anybody who pays attention?
Wanasema ni ndefu.
Sisi tunatakanga mtu akiwa amepanda juu ya gari anakuambia nimetenga, kuko na mipango katikati, sijui na mikakati na nini. That is what we know. Matiang'i has told you that we can't continue doing the things that we do and expect different results. I mean, that is a full campaign in itself. Number one, we don't look for information. Let me come to these people in the diaspora. Nimesema watu hawaelewi ama nini? Si kusema watu wote. Jemu alinishika kwa makosa, and I didn't have time to defend myself. I did not mean everybody. I'm in the diaspora, and my friend, I'm so informed about what happens in Kenya today. And I know so many people who does that. But there is another group of us who are out here. Who has no recollection or no connection whatsoever. Huyu mtu alitoka kule nyumbani 1980s, 1990s, by year 2000 huko mbele, vile aliwacha Kenya, anafikiria tu iko hivyo. Do you know some people would go to Nairobi today and get completely lost without an idea of where to go?
Totally.
Hiyo hawaelewi. Things have changed. Life in Kenya, number one, is so expensive. In fact, food in Nairobi is even more expensive than in America today. Siku hizi unaingia kule Nakumatt ukiwa na 10,000, unatoka na kafirushi kadogo hivi ukielekea nyumbani. It's so expensive. Things have changed and people are not complaining for nothing. Alafu sasa ndio hiyo ushuru, mtu amepewa payslip hapa inatolewa sijui housing na ni nyumba, hata sijui unalipa nyumba na una you are not going to get a house, you're just paying.
Who does that,
Ndio
by
hiyo
the way?
haya, unalipa sijui shashi na hiyo na nini, you don't get treated. In fact, you are not even treated. Ukienda huko naambua lipa. So those are those things that we are saying we are not connected with. We don't even understand some of those people when they complain. Tunafikirianga tu wana complain for nothing. So as I was listening to Matiang'i today, he has really taught me a lot, and he has actually enhanced of the way I've really understood him before. Haya, tunakuja kuongea habari ya Gachagua. Gachagua is just developing himself to become the other number 2 Raila Odinga. He's just on the right path of becoming the conman Raila has been all these years. He's just trying to build up this fanaticism. He will have followers. He doesn't even need to be the president. He wants to be the fanatic, the kingpin of Mount Kenya, to be appointing governors, to be appointing senators and everything. And these people will be paying him kickbacks, which is even much better to be paid those salaries by those people because they have to pay you kickbacks and you have no responsibility whatsoever. What is better than that?
I'm telling
This is
you.
what we are developing in Gachagua today. Gachagua as a president, please excuse me. Are you serious? He can never be a president of Kenya. You'd be crazy to appoint somebody like that in that kind of a seat. So he is doing very well. He is really doing very well in actually developing, and I think he's just playing the script of Raila. He's following it to the letter. Now, Kenyans, as I've said, we don't look for information. Utasikia watu wa diaspora, this is what I'm saying. Okay, watu wa diaspora msinione kama niko na beef na nyinyi. We do not do due diligence, and that is a matter of Kenyans the world over. Utasikia watu wakisema oh, nilikuwa natuma pesa nijengewe nyumba, natumiwa mapicha, but never due diligence. You did not even care to know who is selling you what. And that is exactly what happens when it comes to us electing our leaders. We do not think where you are putting that ballot. You just put it there because you received 500 ama ulinunua unga siku moja, and then you complain when services are not being done. That is what we are. That is exactly what we also in the diaspora do. That is how we are Kenyans. So we are just getting leaders who are just as good as us. But when the ones that are actually credible and good leaders, when they come out and they tell you their truth, and people who speak the truth, they don't really go so much about it. One time my father told me, and I still believe him, if you ever do somebody a favor, alafu huyo mtu anza kukwambia asante sana umenisaidia, kama sio wewe haki ningekufa. That is not a genuine person, because number one, he does not believe that you can do what you have done. That is how you identify somebody who is not genuine, who is not good, somebody who cannot help you. Mtu wa kusaidiwa husema tu asante mara moja na anakuanga na hiyo guilt ya kujua hii ni deni nimejiwekelea. But yule akusaidiwa shinde hapo akipiga magoti, asante sana Mungu wangu, Mungu akubariki nini. That is not a genuine person. In fact, you should run. Don't help that person any other time, because he can never help you after that. Number 2, Matiang'i amesema you have to be courageous, and that tells you who we are. We are all cowards. Had the Gen Z not come out, we would still be the same naive people that we have always been. And that is why corruption is so rampant in Kenya, because number one, we don't fight for our rights. Hata saa ile umekosoa kitu kidogo, unaenda kwa office, somebody starts to tell you come tomorrow, come the other day, come the other day, come the other day. You never fight for your own rights. That is why we are violated, and you have to pay your way through so that you get services which you actually are your rights. And that is how we behave all this time. That is why we are violated right, left, and center, and that is what grows corruption. Polisi, mnakutana na yeye lazima umpatie kitu. For what? Why do you have to give them? Why don't you let them take to the station and ask what you have done? I mean, if that is the case for everybody, I think something would stop. Lakini siku hizi wewe hata ukiangalia matatu, unakutana na matatu already ametoa ile kamsini, ametoa hata siku hizi wanaangushanga chini akienda. That is who we are, and that is how we elect our leaders. So we should not complain. We should not complain. The problem is us. It is us. And I have always said, we know the good leaders, we have seen them, they come out, they always present themselves, but since they don't have that money, You don't care. You just put those guys who can yap on top of cars, give you the 50 shillings or 200 days for that day, but you don't think about your tomorrow. We are so selfish, and I think that is what he did not mention. Sacrifice. Kenyans don't sacrifice for anything. Everybody fights on their own. Mimi leo, wewe kufa kesho. Tukutana, I mean, we don't think about our brothers. We don't think about anybody else. And that is number one, more so to my community where I come from, the Kikuyus. Nyinyi mnajipenda. Mpaka saa ile mmesukuma mmefika kwa ukuta, you guys are so selfish. You're so selfish. Huwezi kusaidia ndugu yangu hapa in the diaspora, and I'm talking about America. Today we are the people who are actually reporting other people to be deported. When you see other communities from other countries actually hide their people, help them until they can stand on their own legs. Here sisi ni kuripoti watu washukishwe nyumbani. We should think twice about ourselves. And when we complain about our country, it is us who should actually make the first step to change our ways. We should change our ways so that we elect good leaders, and we know the good leaders. There are many of them in our country, but we never give them the chance to actually develop that country. Kenya has the greatest potential in East and Central Africa. I think in the whole of Africa, it's a great potential. We had made some good progress, but we keep on making 10 steps forwards and we go back 9. That is the little that we have. That's the little development that we have today. If we could actually curb the issue of naivety, the issue of being timid, the issue of fighting for our own rights, I think Kenya would be in the first world. I rest my case.
Mwamba, I don't know whether you've been listening to our earlier. We must have come from far. I've been one of those guys that have been accused for stating what you just stated. I've been laughing when you talk. Because
Sauti mkuu, uko mbali sana.
Na sasa ni njema.
Uko poa sasa.
Iko poa. Okay. Ninasema Mwamba amenichekesha akizungumza, nimecheka kwa sababu if you've been listening ama kama umetufuata since we started this thing, I'm one of those guys who have been accused silently for sometimes castrating. I will use that strong term. Castrating our, Mulima people, castrating the lakeside people because of their extremity, if there is such an English word. Now, the Mulima people, I will never forgive them. And somebody else I know, there are many people, we will never forget that they are the ones who put us in this shit. That they committed a sin like what Raila committed after the 25th activity at Gen Z. And I always say, there are things unakosea mtu, hata ukienda uombe msamaha, unaona tu anakwambia okay, sawa, umekuja umeomba msamaha, lakini akwambii nimekusamee, anakwambia tu okay, wacha yaisha. Because you have to be very careful not to commit dhambi kama ile inaitangwa ya asili ile, ingawa Mungu anasemanga tunamaliza ukibatizwa, but in life there are some dhambis you should not ever commit, whether in politics, whether in business, whether in relationships, whether you should really try very hard. Now every morning you wake up, like if you have close friends, you should always pray in the morning that I don't offend a close friend. And if you have a close friend, you know things that you can do that will break your friendship. So the same thing, the same principle should be in politics or in leadership, for that matter. Unless you are a conman or a mwizi, mwizi ajali. Mimi, I grew up in Eastland, and some of my age mates walikuja wakawa waizi, wengine those of you who have ever been in Eastland, you know how mixed grill that place is. But again, Eastland still produces some of the best leaders in many things, in different doctrines, soccer, footballers, my engineers, all that. Yeah, because it's
Except the sitting governor.
the sitting governor si wa Eastland, huyo ni fake. Ask me
I thought
about
he was.
Sakaja. That's a fake idiot. That's a boy that, okay, because he was brought up there, hapo Ngara, hapo karibu na nani, na city. It doesn't know nothing. Huh? That's a young boy. Eh? Amezaliwa hapo, you know. So these young boys wamezaliwa juzi, hakuna kitu wameona ya Nairobi. Hey, there is a time when Nairobi was what it was, but yeah, when things were working. When I hear him saying at Nairobi things work, of course he tries to read those kind of a thing. But those who are born the 70s, 80s and okay 90s wanaweza kuwa wanajua because things were still working in Nairobi. But Sakaja, and I told people, can never fix Nairobi. And up to now, anyway, we'll come about fixing Nairobi because I'm very passionate about it. Even people wonder why I never concentrated on that issue of Nairobi. Let me finish what I was saying. So when it comes to balkanizing, you know, alafu you know, because we say, oh, now, you know, we are Kikuyus. Kikuyus. Kwanza, we have very archaic proverbs that I tell people we should delete them to zisahau, zingine zilikuwa za ujinga. Oh, shokagio na mushie. So, I mean, a murderer, somebody has murdered. Ati unaenda unamtetea, mnamrudisha nyumbani, ati ni mtoto wenyu. Na anakuja na wamada, continues to murder you. That answers your question. You know your brother is a thief. Ati na ndio unatumia pounds and dollars akujengee nyumba. Na anakupigia picha ya jirani, nyumba ya jirani. When you reach there, you collapse, you die. You have spent so much. You think you are going to... unamuuliza ni nini? Ama unakuta ame take off. Or umeishi Europe or wherever it is. He screws you up. Just because you didn't do the due diligence you're talking about. You didn't think Stone PK, who does not belong to you, who is not a Kikuyu or your brother, cannot. You think he can? You give him contract, he cannot do it. Little don't you know that is the guy who can really do whatever, give you results. Hata afadhali uibiwe 20% na upewe nyumba kuliko uibiwe 100%. I've seen. I had a buddy. We were with him in the UN. He was based in Geneva. The guy alifika Karen akakufa. He died because for 7 years he didn't go home because he's married to a mzungu, and you know sometimes you marry people who are very funny. He was just sending money, anatumiwa pesa at plot. He had bought plot in Karen. That plot was sold by the brother. Yeah, akanunua plot Dagoretti bordering Karen. So can you imagine? When he went there, he found nyumba iko inaitwaje, the walls are at window level, zimenyeshewa na mvua mpaka zina mold, which means nothing was going on. The guy alipigwa na shock. He went to hospital, few months. By the time he got back to Geneva, he just died. You know, so yeah, so we have to be careful, and that's why we are saying, like now, I'm mad with the people who think the savior is Gachagua. I don't know what's wrong. Me, I would love if people say temporarily for mobilization purpose and for, you know, because we don't want a vacuum. Tukue sasa hapo, hiyo ndio joto pahali tunaota moto inaitwa kutereta, you know, as we plan. If they tell me that is what they are doing, that will be okay. As they are waiting for the Matiangis, they are waiting for, not to start telling me that if Matiangi comes, oh, huyo ni Mukisi, hatakiwa afanye hivi, oh, Itungati is from this, or this kind of nonsense. And that's why I'm praying. Gen Z, please, Gen Z, I want you to lead, then we give you small percentage na tunabomoa. Because the 75% you are the power. You'll only need another 10% from these, your uncles, your daddies, wale wanaelewa your cause. Because we understand what Gen Z want, not that we don't know. And I said this earlier in the program. I hear people, and the people are presenting, they are saying, oh, Gen Z know more than what we don't. What don't you know that your son or daughter knows? The fact that he can do these play games on the on the computer. He can play those games and all that. You know, he's quick in looking, finding and looking for them. Does it mean you don't understand? I mean,
Who
if
doesn't
you
know?
are
Who doesn't know? Who doesn't know what you want?
exactly, we know what we want, but
Yep.
thank God, of course, they are swift. Like how swift we are at those ages. All right. And
Yep.
the good thing is that we've brought them up. They know tribe is not is useless if it is used discriminately because we have intermarried. All right. So they are very well placed. They cannot discriminate their fellow people. You know, they are the best to be in any team because they don't first of all look at when Kabila Gani. Those are the advantages we have, and it is us who have brought them that way. It's like now my kids, I always say this even on TV. My kids, because I've been intermarried, my kids are hybrid. And wherever they go, when they talk and people admire that. But they acknowledge my dad is from this, my mom is from this. And from there, whatever they are discussing, they carry on their discussion. And then you see people who are really very progressive. And God willing, there are people, if they were to hold positions or leadership positions, you can see somebody who will not discriminate against a fellow Kenyan. That is
Yep.
what we are looking for, and has to be laid. That bridge has to be laid, ndio wakuje waipitie, and it can only be done by mixing the breed, mixing the Matiangi who recognizes that and will bring them on board, because hiyo iko kwa manifesto yake automatically. When he gave that speech, bro, Mwamba and Mwanda, the others, he never knew he would be proposed to become a president. That
Yep.
was when he was in Uhuru as a PS and all that. But
Yep.
he gave an outline of a leader, not only an African continent leader, but leader in any capacity. So why you cannot doubt that kind of framework, or anybody who has been a teacher, you know what it means when you do tulikuwa tunaita lesson plan. Yeah, because if you do your lesson plan for the term, anybody looking at it ataona what you're going to deliver, the objective, what the learners will achieve by the end of term 1, term 2, term 3, term 4. I mean, oh, sorry, term 3. During our time, there were 3 terms. So for me, the only problem we should look and try to mitigate, it is the distraction of the Gachagua factor and this distraction of Raila factor. I want us to now work to fight these two forces, because now Ruto, a majority of Kalenjins will go with him and some fanatics of Raila. So Ruto, Raila force, because it is the one in government that will need serious handling. And that's why Gachagua should not play around, because we want Gachagua to support anyone that majority of people will want.
Stone,
Yes.
Stone, may I say something? So my take is,
Yeah.
we who are on these platforms and wherever, we should continue singing Matiang. That is the only way of humbling Gachagua. Unaona wamenyamaza?
Yeah.
Unaona wameweka mkia katikati ya miguu wote. So my take is, what Jeremiah Kioni did was a good thing, because Jeremiah Kioni is the one who came up with Matiang name, na akasema wao Jubilee wamesema wako na Matiang, and as soon as he said that, everybody else who was saying ati sijui after viongozi, even Gachagua kept quiet. Unaona Gachagua amepostpone kitu yake ya kuannounce sijui his way forward. I'm sure he was going to mess proper. I suspect he was gonna say, I think Gachagua wanted to talk about Kalonzo Musyoka, and they had coalescing around Kalonzo Musyoka, and the intention was coalesce around him and give him some really bad conditions, like we shall support you or else. Unaona? Alafu unaona hiyo kitu ya walikuwa naleta kitu ya gema, kwamba sisi ni gema na mtu wetu. It's a good thing to mobilize this vote. It's a bad thing at the same time, because it works against other communities. So Gachagua was going to do that. Gachagua was going to mobilize Mount Kenya and coalesce around Kalonzo. Now, which means if they had enough time to come around and say, now we have a coalition, na tuko nyuma ya Kalonzo, it was going to be difficult to sell Matiang'i. It was going to be like, okay, Matiang'i is a good person, people want him, and then Gachagua would have been like, si tuko na mtu wetu. Lakini saa hizi wamenyamaza kimya, hawajui, that caught them off guard. So right now, I think they will have no choice but support Matiang'i. I think so.
Julia,
Because,
you are
yes.
right. You know why?
Mhm.
As much as they were going to coalesce, they wanted to force Kalonzo through our throat.
Yes.
Unaona vile unapeanga mtoto dawa na na unajua itamponya. I mean, unajua dawa ina test vibaya nini na nini na nini. They wanted to force Kalonzo down our throat, which is dangerous, because today we want to go with the wave of the oppressed and those who have confidence in whoever they talk about, and that has been indicated. A Matiang'i candidature, and by the way, let me tell you, and I want us to carry this opinion. I think we should fundraise and do an independent opinion. It's not costly.
We should.
Diaspora, we should fundraise. Then we float. We want to assess the popularity of Matiang'i, Martha Karua, Omtata, and around 5 of them. We pair them, or we tell people to pay. Anyway, we will talk to some experts and see. I really want us to push a narrative that is to rescue us, because number one, the generation Gen Z appointed, which is sellable, but because now kuna doubting Thomases, we need to lead. We need to take the lead, and Diaspora nilisema we have to take that space.
We need to sell him. Unaona, everybody knows that really he's the best candidate, lakini there is this tribal card yenye watu wengine hawawezi kuwa delivered, hata kama wamwagie maji ngapi, hata even if we call Father Danny Dairas, they cannot be delivered. And Father Danny Dairas, naona umerudi, welcome back.
hata wakikaa Amerika miaka 7 miaka 10,
hata wakiishi na Father Danny Dairas kwa nyumba moja, they will not change Father Danny
Dairas. They will not change, hata wakiombewa rosary.
Yes, they will not change. You know, they are like, Gachagua is our man. Gachagua was so excited, coalescing around Kalonzo Musyoka, unaona, and trying to bulldoze, and he was actually bullying them with the Mount Kenya vote. Uko na hiyo spirit ya kuwabully, alikuwa ameanza kuwabully na kuwa intimidate wote. Hata juzi, let me tell you, I was kind of like, what is this? I saw Okia Omtata and Gachagua in the same platform. Sijui ilikuwa funeral ama ilikuwa wapi? Anybody who remember that? Because Gachagua has been bullying them like tuko na kumira. Sasa inakaa watu wanashtuka, wanaona, hey, let me talk to these people from the mountain, because that is the only way I can get power. He was going to mess it all. So Jeremiah Kioni, whoever asked him to do that, whether it is Uhuru, whether yeye alijisemea mwenyewe kwa akili yake, he did a good thing, because right now the name Matiang'i is like, you want to save Kenya, you have to work behind Matiang'i. It is just like that right now. Hakuna lingine, So my take is, we should let us sell Matiang'i, let us sell him, let us join Gen Z to sell him, so that now it will be like wengine hawatakuwa na nafasi, because they will spoil it. PK, they will spoil for us, they will spoil. Hebu imagine Gachagua kito. Mimi mnakumbuka, let me give you an example. Do you know Kebaki spoiled for Matiba? Do you remember that story, you people?
Yeah.
Yes.
Anyway, remind people, I realized on this platform we have very young people who either were very young when we had the real issues in Kenya. And I'm not undermining or demeaning anybody, because of course kila mtu ana nini inaitwaje, ana uzee yake, ana nini. But I realize sometimes kuna after a certain generation, and the Mwamba has really given a very good analysis, that kuna generation which stop looking for information. Okay? Kuna generation ikakuwa you remember kuna generation
sound yako imepotea PK.
Ni simu yangu ama ni sauti
sawa,
inapotea?
Niko. Kuna generation ilikuwa tunaulizana ama wanaulizana, umesoma novel ngapi hii wiki? Mtu anakuambia nimesoma 4, nimesoma 2, nimesoma. That ili disappear. Do you know what that meant? When somebody tells you I've read 4 or 3 books in a week, it meant huyo mtu knowledge iko very wide.
Iko very wide. Na kona
And mtu alikuwa ukimpatia notes ama something, aangalii pages, anaangalia content. That changed gradually. Mtu anakwambia ai, umeandika ndefu you know, because it means
mpaka tulifika mahali watu wa kusema ati kama baba amesoma tumesoma. That is the nonsense in Kenya.
Can you imagine? So we lack that information, bro. You know, see, even listening. Do you know even Kenyans don't listen? Unapeana speech, watu wanangoja pale mwisho kuchota. Me, I'm telling you from ground. Unaongea unasikia, we si umalize utupange vile ulikuwa umekuja kutupanga. Mazee uishiage, alafu ndio tungoje mwingine. Sasa huyo amesikiza sera zako. Kuta. You know, so it is so sad that we have to try and graduate these people. Luckily now, revolve back. Gen Z wamekubali kusikiza. Na wamekubali, ukiwaambia kuna information mahali fulani, they have accepted to go and dig it. That is the beauty. Na ni God amesaidia Kenya saa hii. Juu Gen Z ukimwambia ibu ende uangalie Kenya hata mzee alifanyaje 1978. Unampatia time. Anaenda hivi, akirudi anakuja na information. Which means akidig ameelewa kitu alikuwa hajaelewa. That is one thing I'm so happy about. I'm talking like that because I also have Gen Z. So I challenge them. Unamwambia hebu enda uangalie vile Moise tunasema hivi na hivi, anaenda anakuja kwambia oh dad ama uncle like this, na unasikia fiti ameenda through, ameona. So now this time around, ukisikia wanakuja wanataja ule wanaona anaweza kuwa their kiongozi, that is what we should pick and run away with it. Na ndio staki happy. Okay, people are free to debate. I mean, I don't want people to start again talking too much, because tukianza sasa nini, we will need only one person for president. Then we will need an elaborate government. People can play in any role. Who said you must be the president? Kalonzo, as much as people say, oh, he's the most senior. Kwanza hiyo mimi nachukuanga ni garbage. You excuse my language. Don't talk about seniority here. You could have been so senior in government, but you are garbage. I want to hear that.
Corrupt.
Yeah, exactly. Because
by the way, he's a very corrupt guy.
Exactly, intimidating people with the seniority. Honestly, that's why the most I did kufanya kama civil servant was in teaching profession. Otherwise, I was supposed to transit into something. I said no. Hizi shida naona kwa ofisi na ujinga na upumbavu wa kuhang makoti the whole day and then unaenda ku earn salary. My conscience does not allow that. So I've detested civil servants like never before, because my closest, my classmates, those people whom we went to college with, who went into civil service, most of them are corrupt. Corrupt. Tell me, me graduate na mtu leo, and in less than 1 year, ana drive Range Rover. Ametoa wapi hiyo do?
It's the same question. When you saw these guys being vetted for the second time when they were sacked last time, unasikia mtu akikwambia in 2 years time I've made 100 million.
Yes.
Unashindwa.
How?
You are saying the economy is actually inaumia. Kwani what business do you do yourself to make this money? And then even corporations can't make that kind of money.
Yeah.
That is a simple question. That is how corrupt you are. That is how corrupt they are, or that's how much they steal from us.
Yeah. So, I mean, and these simple things are what Kenya tuko na kazi rahisi sana ya kutafuta president. Hata tunaweza decide hatutaki elections za ujinga kama hawataweka IBC. And we come to the street and tufanye kama, sijui nani amepeana example ya Chad, ni Chad ama ni wapi? Walienda kutafuta general nyumbani. Katafuta general nyumbani, wakamwambia wewe ndio tuna nini? Wewe at election, wakasema hatutaki maneno ya stupid election to spend pesa.
Yeah, it is just like what is happening in whatever in this Traore place. The guy wants to resign and they are refusing.
Wamekataa. Wamemwambia if you resign you get out of here.
Hapana, hakuna mahali unaenda kaa hapo.
So
And he's a military guy. They don't want those presidents of
they don't
yours.
want to know.
I wish KDF would think something else.
No, KDF, forget it, because it is 80% Kalenjin. So how you? Maybe 7 to 8 years, it is terrible. Somebody worked, hiyo alifanya kitambo, and while some people are sleeping. Hiyo walikuwa gamed up kabisa. So those guys are there, they are comfortable. In fact, today if Kenya went to war, bro, utashangaa. Wewe ulisikia platoon mzima ilichinjwa Somali. Wakaficha hiyo. A whole platoon was run over one night. Kenyans were supposed to, au ni watoto wa watu, mababa za watu na nini. Those happened because of bad governance, bad leadership. Commander-in-chief, the commander-in-chief should have committed suicide that night. You can't have a whole platoon run over and then you are still standing there as a president and doing all this kind of garbage. Anyway, I mean, the rot in Kenya is just too much. So mimi nilikuwa nasema, if it is whatever it requires to be, kama ni kufanya tuweke transition committee, we push for it. Hii serikali kung'atua, lazima tung'atue, na tusianze kuanza kudebate Matiang'i alifanya. Sasa tunasahau, tunaanza kusahau. Seriously, if I was looking for a leader, I listened to that clip and I have many more. Na nimeambia nani anipatie hiyo ya Machakos. Kuna moja ya Machakos pia ilikuwa so emotional.
I sent you the link, but ilikuwa kwa nini? Nilikuwa nimeweka hiyo link kwa chat, but I don't know whether you can be able to pick it up.
Niwekee tu kwa chat, hata I can play it now before we close. Niliwatch kitambo nikasahau, zingine sijui huwa zinashukishwa, I don't know. For me, anybody ule uenda chini Kibuga Kibwana, I can say this on TV. Why he succeeded the way he succeeded. If you know the secret, Mamba, utajua kweli being practical is nini. Do you know he went head hunting and he pulled two of his wanaitangwa nini hao ma-CECs, because those are the technocrats, they are like PSs at county level. Alienda akachukua 3 guys that were in the diaspora,
and I think they were not Kambas.
3 of them,
and they were not Kambas, and that's why that was one of the problems. One of the problems of Mr. Kibwana was actually employing people who are not Kambas.
No, one was Kamba, 2 are not.
Yes, and that was the problem. That's why he was being impeached.
And they were married to Kambas. Unaona? Okay. So, but that's why the MCAs that he had in the first round were these now Tumbocrat MCAs. All right? That's why the first round alisema mimi I can't work with these people. Kama mna nini, alirudi kwa wananchi. He explained the problem to the wananchi. When they came back second round, there's only one of them that came back. Yes. And I'm talking this practically because some of them were my colleagues and all that, like the minister for the roads and and I even took my people to Makueni for, I just sponsored, 2 vans of common Mwananchi and the opinion leaders in my area to go and see. When we talk of people having development initiatives and ideas, waende wakaone. They couldn't believe what they saw, because my area and Makueni is the same topography. Yeah, and that by itself earned me so much marks that they sing that song mpaka wa leo. Because ukiwa pale kwa nyungu unafikiria tu mamako ndiye anapika vizuri. They went Makueni majuice ile wanakunywa, wanasema hii juice kumbe inatokaga huku. Unakunywa juice wanaona ndengu ati inaitwa Makueni ndengu, na kwetu pia ndengu tunakuza. Nobody adds value on it. Yet it's part of Kenya. Is a county that gets budget just like Makueni. I thought the Makuna county inapatanga less than the other. So you
kwani kulima ndengu ni dhambi? You know, some of these things should not be coming from a president's mouth.
Yeah.
Hmm?
Mm.
Is it wrong? Kulima dengu.
No, you know, it's stupid. Ndengu is so valuable. One sack of ndengu is 90 kilo sack of ndengu is 15,000 shillings, my friend.
And that is one of the staple foods in Kenya today.
Alafu
Huh?
ukilima hivi India wanazingoja hivi. It's one of the very very high value crop.
Yep.
Inapukiwa ikiwa kwa shamba, my friend. And Kivuta Kibwana took advantage of those kind of things. He supported mass production, big agricultural land, and real value addition, and post-harvest and post-harvest management, whereby there were no wastages and this kind of a thing. And the economy, you know, spurred. So when you have a president that can feel on the ground, si kuhang kwa roof ya gari. Kuhang kwa roof ya gari unaongea nini? Garbage. That doesn't help. And I don't want you by the roadside kufanya nini. You know, one thing I admired about Kibaki, okay, there are things that I really admired. The only thing I hated and which I felt very let down was because he alishindwa kumaliza hii maneno ya ukabila, but the rest, his approach was so nice. Unfortunately, of course, the accident did a lot of damage to him and all that, so I excuse him for that. But that style, which I had seen, because he was my MP where I was born, you know, in Eastland. He was the MP of Bahati. Okay, and I remember my dad was so crazy with him.
Can you see, PK, whether you can pick that link? I've just sent it on the chat.
On the main chat? I'm a private.
I don't have your private.
Okay, let me see where you have put it. I think it's on there. Let me see. On, I can't see it here.
On the chat, it should be there.
If you went to the private.
Private, how do I
Yeah, man, private chat. We have private chat and there's comments.
Let me see whether I can see it. Private chat. I put it on the live chat.
No, put it on the private, because you are already on in studio. You can see the private one.
No, I'm using two gadgets here. I have the comment. I'm using a computer.
Okay. Then okay, now I see it. No, see where Father Danny.
The one before Danny.
Can someone?
The one before Father Danny.
You see Father Danny? What Father Danny has posted?
Yes, I can even see Annie, Father Danny, then me. Starting from down.
Why am I not?
I can copy it again. I can paste it again.
Who post it again?
There.
Because it's Annie ndiye amechacha huku kabisa.
Now it's under Annie.
Ama ni yangu haichukui.
Okay, let me post it several times. That's very easy.
Okay, I don't know how. If you go to private,
How do I get to private?
Hapo kwa hii the gadget you are on TV, hii uko kwa studio nayo. Comment.
The one on the studio, you know, I shut it on the other dock, on the other one that I'm watching on. The one I'm talking on, I don't want to touch it.
Oh, you don't want to touch it?
Because I don't have. Okay, let me see whether I can succeed. Let's see. Ta-da.
All right. I put my number there. Then you send it to me or to my WhatsApp.
Okay.
How do I even give you my number? You are not accessing.
Yeah, you're going to broadcast your number now.
Private. Because I'm seeing Annie, but I'm not seeing. You see the Annie I have there? When he's saying Gota, she's saying Gota.
Yeah.
Then where is yours now? Aikuji. And then Father Dan ndio huyo
naonyesha. Does it mean I've not been commenting on this thing every time? I've been commenting
Kenyan
so
dengue
much.
is packaged in India and sold.
Padadani is well researched. You know,
Yes,
I
after.
went to a supermarket. I saw dengu zetu za Makueni na Mbere because we are the two producing dengu areas. India wamezibrandi ni zao, walai wanaziita wacha. And guys, there's one of our diaspora colleague that is going to Kenya. Is it Kenya? Yeah, going for the by-election that are coming. One of our very progressive diasporians has been a leader, and with a post-station that announced. We want to really
Unapotea potea.
Aya, nimerudi. Nafikiria tunahitaji studio ku upgrade studio bana. Unajua mbeleni haikuwa studio ya umma bana. Bana msimamo.
Nakupata kaka, nakupata.
Unajua studio yetu sasa bana imekuwa ni studio kali, sasa lazima labda tutazungumza na wakereketo ndio tuweze ku upgrade bana.
Kabisa, na pia tuwe tunapata vitu vya mashinani huku chini.
Mashinani tunahitaji picha na vile namna watu wanazungumza bana.
Kabisa.
Alafu bana watu lazima wazungumziwe na kikwao. Mimi nasema kikwao bana.
Kabisa.
Waambiwe hela, mtu hula hela, lakini wanadanganywa ukila hela ukatae kumpigia kura majini hata kuja, sijui hizo hela huwa ni za majini. Wewe unaelewa bana. Unamwambia wewe ulichukua pesa ya mwehu, sasa bana sijui usipompigia kura vizazi vyako vita nini? Wallahi wanadanganywa kabisa.
Au mambo tutanyorosha wakati huu mapema. Hawa watu wajitokeze mapema, wajipange, watupange. Alafu tuone sasa hii injili itakavyoenezwa mapema tu. Kwa sababu kila mtu kachoka bwana pike uongozi kazi. Kenya kila mtu amechoka kabisa. Ni ile basi tu.
Ya sasa mimi kuna tutafanya vipindi sasa kutafuta in search of our leader ama in support of our leader. Hiyo kuanzia kesho. Okay? Na tuanze kusema wananchi lazima watuambie. Gen Z, unajua Gen Z wamenyamaza, sijui wanapika nini, hawataki tujue.
Hey, PK, Gen Z can never disappoint, man. Toto
wanapika kitu JMO, mimi mpaka niko worried. Mimi utaka kujua ni nini juu siwezi toa siri.
Unajua, one of the most effective ways they have used is to keep Ruto guessing. Toto acha nikwambie, wanafanya mpaka Watanzania na wao Waganda wanasema enyewe Ruto wako na kazi. Walieka huyo Museveni kwa sanduku quick fast. Unajua wanaforce Kasongo aanze kuenda shughuli za apology. Unajua unafikiria wewe ulikuwa umeamkia ukienda kanisa unajikuta ukiapologize.
I'm telling you.
I like their strategy, and I feel like also it's good for them when they are quiet when there's a major thing. Unajua kuna vitu zingine they don't. Nakumbuka niliwahi toa ile analogy, gari ile ya stick shift ikiwa ndani ya mteremuko, don't push it, let it go, because hii incident I'm saying incident because taki kurudilia, hii imepita juzi. Hii ni gari yao iko kwa mteremuko, so they don't need to put energy. There's a lot of self-destruction.
Waache iende ikaponde mamiti na huko.
Wataisukumiana kule juu where it needs to be pushed.
Walaya Ruto, unajua wazee imeisha mabreki.
Sasa unajua uzuri ya Ruto naye anafanya kazi mzuri sana. He always wakes up and deflates his own tires. So sometimes akikuja huku nje aanze kulalamika ni Gen Z, anakuta ni watu wake walikuwa wametusiana kule, you have to defend yourself. Unakuta ni mambo ya Isiolo, unakuta the next week. I think at Gen Z they have looked into hapa mbele. The focus is there's some political alignments zenye already sio mzuri na hazitaendeshana na the way the mood ya country.
Gani hizo?
Kama maybe the issue they were already talking. You know what how they suggest issues like prime minister roles, those already are there, and then the other issues the last week as a majority. When things like this happen, Gen Z don't have to talk. Hawahitaji kuongea sana kwa sababu hizi ni vita za ndani. Hawa watu wanapigana wenyewe.
Na ni nonsense, ni takataka
Mm.
inapigana, so
Ha-
and we don't want the takataka, tutaing'oa yote. That's let
Mm.
them take the energy.
Yeah, they can be on every conversation because some of those conversations they are for those individuals.
Yeah.
It's good because it makes the entire country know or feel like hawa watu wanapigania makazi lakini haongelei the welfare ya mwananchi. So Gen Z don't need to be amplifying noise because sometimes umeona how easy something can be sneaked in while we are concentrating on Raila.
Exactly.
Here, AU.
Yeah.
If there was an agenda that could have been sneaked in, oh, sisi tungeamukianga huku tukigundua, what really happened? Like, si tulikuwa na mambo ya AU, but a bill has passed on this side. So it's good to be vigilant, and I feel like they don't pay attention to every little noise, and especially the ones that are working for them and the country. Yeah, me, I like their energy. I love it. I love the Gen Z way. We will ride on that energy all the way. Na nimekubaliana na hiyo mambo ya mlikuwa mnaongea hapo ya Rigiji kwa sababu I find this kingmaker narrative to be the biggest cartel of power when it comes to Kenya, Kenyan leadership. When you say someone is a kingmaker, do you know how much power you are giving that person without having them in government? Huyo ni mtu, and especially at the caliber ya mtu kama wa Munyoro. So building him to the level of he can now say
Mbona umepotea? Jamaa umepotea.
Halo, yo, Jemu, are you there? Okay, all right. And I hope comment section, can you hear me? Ani, unanisikiza? Na kuona wewe ndio napata Dani. Sound imekwama. Okay. Imekwama kwa nini? What has happened? Sabotage? Aya, sasa okay, Esther. Oh, Esther mnanisikiza, Father Dani. Okay, we are back. Anyway, Jemu, I'm sure he's coming back. While he's coming back, so we are now saying as way forward, we need to start mobilizing our people, and we have to begin to make the people look at a different perspective, and we have to rally and ask Njiru anasemaje? Nakuja. Okay, sawa. And we have to embrace the forces that are gonna make it. Na lazima tukemee old habits, the bad habits we have lazima tusikemee. I know Gen Z walikuwa wamekuja wakasema hawataki wazee, hawataki nini, but you know they were later advised that hii revolution ni ya kila mtu ambaye ndio atahitaji, na sasa tunataka tu target.
Okay, PK nimeweka hiyo kitu kwa private chat.
Okay, haya niona nafikiria ndio
icheze alafu niingie Stone PK.
Wacha nicheze alafu.
I have an issue.
Okay, ngoja nicheze. Alafu twende hapa.
I think Stone unaweza click tu kutoka hapo tu na itaruka alafu share.
Yeah.
Take care of yourself. Make sure you take medicine.
And discuss where is the money?
Yes,
when were you here last?
I think I was at that last year when the team came here. I was in Maputo. There was a customer training, but the team came here in June.
Last year or this year?
This year. This year. June this year.
Yeah. I cannot see you anywhere. I want to see your team here anywhere. This is August. Because this is what my colleagues are supposed to be doing. They're supposed to be coming here, visiting you, because I don't want them to come when I'm coming. I want them to be here all the time, here in the Okazia. Because I can see the TSC, some county, the TSC. I'm not seeing how. I can see the deputy county commissioner has been here. Oh, guys, then there must be someone inside. This is not from inside.
There is another door. They go.
Okay, where's the other one?
The other one is there are three doors.
Let me tell you, my dear. You know, when you look at this abolition block and look at this school, look the bus. They have a bus that could have cost not less than 10 million to buy. And look at the conditions. So if they are locked from inside, there must be someone inside.
No, there's somebody who is coming with the key.
Yeah. So which one is open that we can see? This one. Would you rather actually have the bus or have a better dormitory? So?
And we are trying to discontest that we have.
Honestly, if this was your personal family matter, would you buy a bus first or make sure your children are sleeping in a better place? Would you rather buy a comfortable car driving around and your children are living like this?
Even a coat of paint will not cost you much.
And that money that you have spent on that bus actually could build a whole brand new dormitory. And you don't drive around every day. When you need to move students from point A to point B, you can actually hire a bus, or you can talk to a neighboring school, agree with the neighboring school, share a bus, and instead of sinking all that 9 million or so in a bus, use it to build a new infrastructure. Alafu sasa wazazi wanaambiwa leta pesa ya bus na watoto wao wanalala hivi. I'm straining not to shed it here. Look,
yes, we
this
came
is how
here.
our children live.
We came here and we were very bitter about it.
Na sisi tunalipwa na Wakenya kufanya hivi haki ya Mungu mbele ya Mungu. Honestly, look.
So we came here and we wrote a report and it is supposed to be implemented. We told him to convene a BOM meeting and discuss that report, because we were also paying the same way. So we came here and
Okay, let me ask you.
Yes, sir.
You came here.
Yeah.
You wrote a report.
Yeah.
And you came. Then what happened?
we told there's a follow-up under the castle.
The report doesn't change the life of this child.
Yes, sir.
If I were you, I would live here. The report doesn't change the life of this child who lives like this. You're presiding over a school where the principal and his board spends millions to buy a bus. Look at our children are sleeping. I mean, it's let's go. Saying, what? I can't believe it.
Sir, if you check on this one, it's we are in the process and
no. Let's go to the function. So okay, anyway,
are we in progress?
Collect rubbish. You have all those boys. They keep their compound clean. Really?
They have been used to doing it. The workers doing it.
No. You put 1,000 boys. They do it themselves. Yeah. They wake up in the morning. We used to do it when we were in school. You do your cleanliness. You can't. I'm sure you have those on punishment. They do it.
So now, okay, just tell me, how do you issue them? How do you use this?
For the issuing?
For the issuing is from private classes. Book issuance.
Huyu jamaa ali sweat.
Hilo hakuna kitu mbaya kama wewe umewahi kujaribu kutoa maneno alafu hata hakuna kitu inatoka.
Unaona hata tunaonyeshwa kabasa hapo.
The bus sleeps better than the boys.
Acha ujinga tu bure kabisa. That's because anapatanga pesa ikikombolewa. We know.
I think the message is home, eh? Ama ni kubwa zaidi.
Wacha speedy bwana. Wacha tuone our president vile atafanya kazi. Hata wewe uelewe vile shule ziko. Unajua mmekaa US mmesahau mambo ya down. Kwanza wewe tunakutuma Embu, lazima uingie huko ufuruge huko. Angalia mazee. Look at akiangai.
This is an English class, isn't it? Yes. How many of you have a textbook? English textbook. Where's that? Where's it at? Yeah, look at it.
Huyu ni Magufuli.
Wanaitwa result oriented readers.
I'm telling you.
Thank you very much.
Bana. Ruto hata hizi tukicha 1/100 ya huyu.
Tuta inbox Njiru hiyo imeisha sasa. Nafikiria ni hapa ama alitoa final nini? Ujue sasa Njiru, those are your ni mtoto umepeleka shule boarding, you are sending money, hujawahi kuchelewa kulipa fees. You are very
Bwana Mwamba, video zingine kama hizo.
That is the kind of a leader I would want in Kenya.
I almost shed tears, I swear.
Tunipike wacha kujifanya ujui situation ya institutions Kenya. Sasa tunazia kujifanya atumeje ujui
hapana.
Njiru kukufanya uone.
No, Njiru sikiza. You will get to know me more. Okay. Hata nitakupatia ufuate footmarks zangu where I've worked.
Njiru, listen, Njiru. Listen, Njiru. I went to school before you. We were almost paying nothing. I remember in my A levels, we were paying 325 shillings per year. And I was living in a far much better
Jiro never went to A level. Jiro ni 844.
I went to a better school, far much better than that one, by far. I had all my textbooks, we had laboratories, we had workshops and everything. What happened in the 21st century? Watoto wanasoma style hiyo.
What happened?
What happened?
Stone, hebu describe shule yako na wewe ni
Oh, mimi shule yangu nikikudescribe, I was in heaven. I went to school in, okay, me I'm born and bred in Nairobi. I always say Islam. Primary school, we were provided with everything. Kulikuwa kitu ilikuwa inaitwa Kenya Primary School Equipment Team. Basi inakuja inaleta vitabu, raba, mipira, vitu za 10 quite na nini every month. No, every term once. Zinakuwa stored kwa shule. I never bought nothing. We were given everything. Vitabu kila kitu. Primary tukamaliza. I went to Aquinas High School. One of the
I went to school from standard 1 to form 6. I never bought one book.
Yes.
One.
Okay. Yeah. Then from there I went to A level. Sikumbuki tukinunua vitabu or anything. Nothing. Went to university. Hakuna kitu, iko boom. Boom mpaka una date nayo. Yani ukipata boom ulikuwa ni kama, yani okay, we were equivalent of what?
Stone, wacha kuexaggerate hiyo boom sana. Ati una date na boom.
Aya. Mwamba. Oh guys, yuambie Njiru. There was no other source of income unless ulikuwa sasa kama mimi nilikuwa mjanja, nilikuwa DJ, nini na nini. But the boom was enough. Can you imagine those days umepata 3,000 shillings, bro? Hey, you buy books, you buy stationery, and that's the money we were drinking hapa tunaenda mpaka Starlight Club, my friend. Hey, Jiro. Hata mzazi hakuna kitu unaenda kumuomba. Kama wewe ni mkora unaenda tu kuambia daddy, unajua ni bonus anakuongezea. Una shine. Some of us were driving in college. Na si gari wazazi wanajua umetoa wapi.
Okay, so and then I believe that
what
is
we are talking here, Njiro, we are just showing you how Akiawa line Kenya system was super, the best from primary school to university, the best, bro. Chakula, yani, you know, we were going to the streets, breakfast ikiwa mayai imereduziwa kutoka 3, waseme leo tumepewa 2, tunatoka kwa street. Yani mayai imereduce na 1. You have to explain why. Because we knew our rights. Hiyo 1 imekonvertiwa labda ikakulwa na mtu fulani in terms of money. So hiyo utaitapika. So Njiro, we are trying to show that things work and they can work in Kenya. Education can be free up to university level in Kenya. Take it, Njiro.
Wacha niingie na hiyo story because you know you have actually shocked me and I'm double sure kama ulikuwa unasoma, maybe umesoma, wewe sifikiri umesoma wakati wa Kenyatta, so I'm double sure niyo wakati wa Moi hapo. So you want to tell me that even wakati wa Moi things worked? Because I believe because wakati wa Moi ni hapo around from 78. So when you're talking of boom, is during Moi time.
Yeah.
So I have been saying that it was worse.
No, you see, Moi was worse in some areas. All right? A university boom and loan, hata siku za Moi iliendelea, by the way. In fact, Moi increased more schools and even more universities came in. Moi didn't, the only thing Moi messed with education is when he shifted it now from the other system into 844. But his object was, watu wao wako nyuma sana, they were supposed to catch up with other regions. He played that card. Ndio hata alibadilisha akasema hakuna kufail, you know, watu wamalizie form 4 ndio, I mean, inaitwaje, 8 years in primary. A good idea he had, the 2 years in primary, and then all primary schools were supposed to have technical subjects. You are supposed to have workshops which were in secondary school in the other system. You had schools that used to have both hizo art subject na technical, walikuwa na workshops. Those schools were there in every district, in every province. Shule ambazo zilikuwa zinafunza mechanic, nini, ukiongea kitu akina Machakos technical, Kabete technical and all those kind of schools which were giving you both. All right? So Moi akasema hapana, let's make sure the kids in primary school start developing manual skills ama technical skills from primary. It was a wonderful idea. But because of corruption, he could not fund the workshops that we were supposed to have in every primary school. Because imagine a kid, umekaa shule 8 years, yeah, but unatoka ukiwa unajua how to plane, how to do joinery, how to do welding, how to do, that was a very good idea, but he couldn't fund it. Just like this other Kalenjin has failed to produce the computers he said he would produce to all kids. All right? Then Form 4, our secondary school, he said you go for 4 years. A good thing, no problem. All right?
Yeah,
Then
so
he discontinued A level and said after 4 years you go straight to
and Stone, can you explain to me the funding model? So how was Moi financing that program? Because your program, Moi, it looks like it is actually more complex than what Ruto has been unable to do.
No, yeah, Moi, as much as there was some corruption, nimekwambia, there are some sectors he was very careful not to mess. Okay? Like, for example, when he introduced the milk system. Yeah? Milk was to save the poor. And he
do you think Ruto can manage even to give one drop of milk in a school?
He can't, because he wants to steal the money. He can't. This guy can't give even pencils in school. It's the worst. I'm telling you, this is the worst that this country has ever experienced.
Na wakati tunaambia watu Kenya is at a devastating point, watu wanatuambia hizo vitu mnaongea kweli ni za ukweli.
Yeah.
Are they normal?
They don't know, because when we tell them, and you quoted very well, umesema these are living. See history. See, we are talking of living. There are people who are living who have gone through systems. We have seen it. Well, nakwambia, we used to have feeding program in all schools in Kenya, all, hata mpaka Marsabit, the entire country, lunch provided, bro. I'm not exaggerating.
Now, then hizo program, what happened? Is it financing which was withdrawn?
Yeah. When you have all this money being stolen every day, how will you finance? How?
No, I think Stone PK, there is bigger than stealing. Iwezekani, yani hizo vitu zote zinakuja tu zinaondolewa hivyo. If like you are saying, life in 70s and 80s was that good for school kids? This thing need to be explained deep. Either we have decided to do genocide to our kids, and we have refused to own it up, but we cannot just like say, come on, you see, I used to hear like of vitus, but what when a brush wanasema, that time Kenyan population was more. That's how people brush it off. That time like there were only 5,000 students Kenya muzima. Do you agree with that narrative?
That's stupid. That's stupid. If you can't manage a family of 4, how will you manage a family of 5 or 10 or 6 or 7? That's stupid. And then imagine, the more the population you are growing, the more the economy was growing. The more the workforce we are having, the more taxes you have. It is directly proportionate. All right? But now what happened is that now we came and became more appetized in terms of stealing. Stealing is the thing in Europe. Have you ever been a board of governor? I have had an opportunity to be in a school. Board, inaitangwaje? Board of management.
Yeah, board of management, yeah.
Yes, and in that school, the students almost, because when I revealed what was happening, the student almost lynched the headmaster.
Mm.
Yeah,
Because you know,
na wewe shida yako tu lazima ulete fujo kila pahali unaendaga. What's wrong with you Stone PK?
No,
Wewe ni mtu ya fujo sana.
hapana. Sasa unakuwa Mkenya asili. Mkenya asili ukikuja Njiro, wewe unakuwa Mkenya asili. Nikikuja nikuulize Njiro, wewe ni headmaster. Si wewe umesema huyo headmaster hapo alikuwa ana sweat. Ameulizwa kitu ngumu. Very simple. Na tumbo, unaona hiyo tumbo vile imefura? Ni nini hiyo imefurisha hiyo tumbo?
Si ni pesa ya
Njiro
raia.
hata sikuchoche kwa sababu nilimuona mahali.
Okay.
Njiro nimekuona mahali umetuachia nyuki huko. I had it running on my TV. Alafu ilikuwa kwa simu. By the way, PK, I forgot to plug my phone, ilikufa tukiongea. But niliona
okay.
Njiro ametupa nyuki huko kwa wenyewe.
So nataka kueleza
anakuambia hapa ati wewe unapenda fujo. Ametoka kwa fujo sasa. Ananuka moshi.
Nataka kueleza Njiro, it is so simple. Unajua mimi na nitakupatia malink za wherever I've worked. Uende uangalie. Ni kweli. Because nakuja na kuuliza wewe ni headmaster kama when I was in that boat. Niliuliza headmaster, hebu tupatie, just give us a simple Excel. Your total collection ya fees this term.
Unajua Stone PK, shida yako unaendaga na speculation ya au washakula. Yaani
that is it.
Sasa
una walk backward.
Shida yako hata ukifika tu hivyo lazima hapa wamekula. Tunaenda kutafuta kile wamekula.
Ndio, sasa unataka nianzie aje? Ati nianzie wamejenga hivi hicho. Nataka kujua kile wamekula. The story they are not giving us. That's what you look for. Jemu ama ni aje? In management, I want to listen to what you are not telling me.
No, that Stone PK, that is your problem. Sababu najua hata saidi, even if we give you a position in Kenya, you'll be a very violent man. Kazi yako ni kuanzia kusema why are things not being done?
That's what you need in Kenya, man.
I think you sijui kama ndio
nakwanga you are guilty until proven innocent according to PK.
Yes, according to me you are guilty. Alafu I work backward. Huyu headmaster tulimpata because sasa hapa unaonyesha umepata 1,500 ndugu yangu. Alafu unatuambia ati tuna deficit, tuitishe wazazi pesa ingine. You know, it is terrible. What did you do with this income? You are telling us because you are bored, by the way, you can unaweza kuwa hated kabisa na wazazi. Because when you
PK, you know what makes me sad.
Mwamba mute tafadhali.
Acha ni mute Mwamba kidogo.
When it comes to this topic of the reason actually nimesikia mkisema hapa, and it has been used a lot with the government, current government, that the challenges of yesterday are not the challenges of today. That means you are not equipped to handle growth.
It's a nonsense.
Yeah, I mean, growth is, he's just saying growth is bad, and you don't have the capacity to handle growth. And where are we going as a country? We expect growth. We expect you to come up with strategies that are going to make us grow. When you look at Moi versus Kasongo, Moi was pro-education to the core.
A teacher he was.
The one iconic university that he started was Moi University. Where is it right now?
Dead.
That's just right there. And guarantee you, the one thing I feel agitated with Kasongo is that he doesn't care about development and people's needs so much, especially basic issues like education, to a point that a whole university can collapse in his own backyard. Unajua mi sometimes nawaambia hapa kuwa ule leader mwenye alisi unashughulikia watu wenu, because your charity starts at home, begins at home, is more important, because if you can't handle your people, then how can you handle us? If you don't care about your own people, how can you show us that you care about. Sisi tunakuangalia, ukiangalia mtu unamwangalia vile anachunga watu wao. A whole university yenye Moi alijenga, you can imagine maybe the pushback and how maybe people perceived that he even named it Moi University in Eldoret. But at that time, as bad as it might look because amejenga kwao, at least alijenga kitu itasaidia watu wao. Hii institution inaanguka mbele ya Kasongo. So it tells me, especially when it comes to the matters of education, and that's just one of those things that maybe pengine might not be looked by even parents as critical. And at this point with Kasongo, it will take parents to push their kids to school more than the government. So education is not important. You remember during Kibaki's time, No Child Left Behind time, where education was free, that was a key indicator of how Moi and Kibaki prioritized education. During Uhuru, where they were talking about chiefs needs to report kids who are not going to school, or Mzee wa Mita needs to report kids who are not going to school. So it is so sad if something as critical as education is not a priority. So hata ukianza kusema, how do you go from an institution failing in your own backyard to now that you are going to be the champion of education in Kenya or in any other regions outside your region? Sometimes onyesha pia uko too selfish based on the fact that uliprioritize kitu na ukitoka, hata kama sisi wa Kenya hatutakukumbuka, watu wenu watakukumbuka. Hii ya Kasongo naye imenishinda.
Jemo Matiang'i amesema hata upande miti. Watu wanasema
Yeah, panda miti at least tukumbukwe. That was a good example. What he said, panda hata miti bwana. Usikae tu na regarega. And ukiangalia the frustration ya Matiang'i, and you look at the current government, his frustration back then during that visit yenye umecheza kwa hiyo clip, anauliza wewe, hata kama ni kwako, uta prioritize kununua basi ama watoto penye wanalala? Which one comes first? The bus is more expensive than the dorms, all the dorms. Now, take that, you know, the point that Matiang'i was making and how passionate he was about the well-being of the kids instead of the bus and the antiques that comes with hizo vitu za luxury. Take that and now apply it to Kasongo's government. Where he lives, you know, State House was not even a bad place. Yeah, ndio alifeel tu hii place. Yani, mashule zisijengwe lakini budget ya renovation ya State House. You know, priorities. I can see Kasongo being the headmaster or principal of that school because his priorities are wrong. Rushing to renovate State House and saying that, oh, we invite people. Kwani si Kenya, na hata unajenga building yenye ni mzuri na watu wa kurespect huko nje. Kama hiyo jengo ingekuwa ni ya maana sana, angekuwa na Raila angeelektiwa kuwa AUC. But it's how you manage people, is how people respect you, how you command authority, and how you show that you have empathy and care. Kupeleka budget ya baba to AUC and then he fails, ni kama hiyo Matiang'i anauliza, was this a priority over the people? Is this a priority over the kids? Everything that Kasongo is doing, has it been a priority? Imagine Stone na Mwamba. ati tumelipia mpaka hii kitu ilikuwa inaitwa nini, Grammys. Is it a priority? When I see Matiang'i asking those questions, you know, when you come to Kasongo, there's so much you can ask in relation to the Matiang'i video. Grammys, and you have the audacity to correct the guy, the digital guy, that as a matter of fact we have paid so proudly, we have used cash, while more university is going down in your own backyard. What is the priority?
Jemu, Mimi, I've given up on Kenya. I know when I say that, it will become funny. I've given up on Kenya. I don't think it's Kenyans that will save this country. It's an individual Kenyan. See, Mati, the individual. If you go back to angalie the DRC, what happened in DRC, kutaka Kabila. Kabila inasemekanaga aliuliwa na mtoto wake. Lora. Kabila mzee aliuliwa na mtoto wake. Ilisemekana
Yeah.
yeah? Because Kabila mzee went to extreme. Alifanya ushenzi za ajabu. Yaani mpaka ile sahani yako anashindwa haki ya Mungu dadi. Is he mad? For example, unaambiwa hakuna madawa hospitali. Ama hiyo example unapeana bro. If you are the son of Ruto and you are human, unasikia ati Grammy Award ndiye anaongea kwa public na Eldoret University inakufa. Ama hospitali, you know, watu wamekosa madawa, they are dying in bed. As a son, if you are right thinking son, as much as people say blood is thicker than whatever water, what would you think of your dad? Kabila could not, Kabila the Kijana could not stand the garbage his dad was doing. He was obsessed with useless, nonsensical things. I watched a clip nikasema hata kama si the son who killed him directly, it is said he really engineered, because the guy was shot from behind by those of his very close AD. That's how he was murdered. Alinyeshewa bullets kwa spinal cord hapo kama zote to make sure that he doesn't breathe. That shows you the irritation and the annoyance that they are on. Yeah? Where a leader, by the way, Mwamba na JMO, mimi sijui ni nini. Kama saa hii ukiangalia Ruto akiongea, does he look like he's in Kenya? He's in another area between, I think, the world and the space. Ako mahali fulani, either kwa maphantom. Because you listen to him, zile vitu anaongea. And then you look at him, unaona hii kitu ni kama ilibadilishwa. Labda Ruto binadamu aliishiaga zamani. Whatever we have is something else. Then the other day, akiwa Mandera na huko, nikasikiza akinareti. Unajua that day, I never watched it. But that day niliweka tu ndio nipate hivyo ile watu wakiongea kwa TV ndio content. I listened to him throughout. Hata ile aliogopa kwenda kwa dance, akakaa kwa gari. Na anaongea, yani nisikiza hivi nikaona haki ya huyu mtu. I didn't see a normal human being. I saw something else. Alafu anakuja na nareti barabara, yani ati inakuwa sasa fashion ni kukram. Small shopping centers along the road. Ati hiyo sasa ni achievement deadly. Naanda Gachagua alidramatize. Bila alikuwa anasema yeye. Natoka Mukurweni inapita Kanyenyaini. Kutoka Kanyenyaini inapitia hapo, inapita Kianjiro. Nani Kianjiro ndio wakikona akifika Uluyani Musakerere buli moyo alafu
Even hizo greetings ni kama kuuliza kama wako hai bado.
anaandika kwako kwa karatasi. Sasa anaklamu akifika kwenyu kama nyinyi ni wataita Madamida
Alafu hiyo Murimo hiyo, alafu anasema hey, Murimo hiyo ni kama ameshtuka.
Jamaa amanyirerudu ya kabisa unono murucha. No mwana
that is
wekwe.
literally asking you, are you alive, you guys, after all this?
Si ndio? Hiyo unajua Waluya
Kuona
wanasema
live anasema Murimo hiyo hey. Alikuwa anataka cemetery.
Wanasema hai unono mwana wekwe bwana. Amanyirerudu ya kabisa bwana. Ati huyu ni mtoto wetu. Wale vandu venya kumkupira alafu hiyo ina entice watu and
That is
you know
that is what is funny in Kenya, honestly. That is what is funny. And that's why I always tell you, me, I have a problem with ourselves. Either we are made of some sand that was, I don't know, because we can accept anything. Anything. You just call it. So long as somebody is on top of that vehicle, I think we can agree to anything. You saw him the other day, he went for Harambe someplace in Eastlands when he went to give that 5 million that was later returned. He was passing on a very dilapidated road. And he actually tells the people, hey, na hii barabara yenu ni mbaya. Can you imagine? And watu wanashangilia tu.
Nimechoka. Na watu wanapiga makofi. Ndio ninashindwa.
Wanapiga makofi. Look at that time, he didn't even promise hata hii barabara nitawatengenezea. Hapana, he was actually mocking them. How can you guys be living like this? Na State House bado mimi na modify.
Alafu seriously inakuwa ati barabara kuwa tarmac is an issue.
Yes.
21st century. What are we talking about? Na Raila anasimama akienda ati anasema huyu kijana ati na Raila nani? Ati asakuwe supported. Madimpo.
Priorities zile ziko Kenya, my friend.
I think hizi drama, I don't know what we are going to do. Mimi unajua nataka kuchukua ka small sector. I sensitize it. Wherever I'll go, hata kama itakuwa ni ward ama constituency, I want to make it fairy. I want to make it firebrand. Radical, such that they will never host idiots. Hiyo ndio nitataka niingie kwa news kwamba this is a space where you don't come to tell people shit. Yes. And I'll do that. I know I'm capable.
Bora you keep on looking over your shoulder when the Subaru
Yes.
should be coming.
I'll tell, if you are coming here to tell people garbage, don't dare. Watu watakubumburusha kabisa. Juu nitacombine zote. In fact, for me, I love when people say, hiyo sasa hiyo uongo, enda nayo. Tutaki. We have no time for that. By the way, let me tell you, I come from a village that fired a chief. A chief, no place a public has ever fired a chief. In my place, we mobilized and sent a chief home. Tukapeleka crown kwa PC.
Yeah.
Chief amefutwa kazi, amevuliwa in public. Tukapatia PC. You can Google. PC akapewa crown. Unajua hiyo crown ikipotea mtapigwa huko na jeshi ile ajabu. Ilibebwa akaenda akaambiwa ndio hii kofia yako na crown ya serikali. Mtu wako uende utafute kule yuko. And we went on record. A chief being fired by public. Frogmatch.
Which part of him is that?
I'm avoiding to say it on TV because I don't want to be tracked. It's in Mbere. Google Mbere, useme public fires.
We have started to give Embu people some accolades.
No, by the way, Embu people are tough. When they resist, they are bad. Unajua, by the way, it's the only place again, mkutano ya DC ilikuwa dismantled. Watu walikuja, wakakuja na mishale, and the DC had to disappear. Marehemu DC Chelanga.
We didn't know the Embu people in that
direction. Oh, Embu Mbere Tharaka, they are bad news. They seem docile, but when you mess them, they are bad.
hiyo mkutano ilikuwa ni issue ya boda ya Tharaka na Mbere. You just see people coming from the forest looking naked with a lot of white things wamejipaka, na wanasema sasa tumesema tupikwe ndotoko. Bas, if you continue utasikia kwa mwili. And that is what they do. And JB is of that breed, you know. And JB alisema, I'll talk. You do what you want. What is the worst you can do? Kill me? Do that. Go ahead. Imagine mtu amekudea hivyo. Sasa Ruto tulikuwa tunangoja tu ajaribu tu hata tusikie JB ati amefungiwa ama nini. Watu hawangeamini. As much as people say there are Mberes are few, you know we are 300,000. Sasa imagine 300,000 coming all the way to State House. Na mishale na kila kitu, utafanya nini? Will you kill all of them? Anyway, so by the way, the situation now is serious, and people have to think and accept.
Nauliza swali moja.
Yes, ukitaka uliza ingine, uliza Father Dani Darius atakuelezea juu yao wa Mbere vile wanabehaviki.
No, that might be to you. What do you think of this JB? Do you think he has a political ambition after now what he's going through now?
JB in 2020, before the election, we launched him for presidential or whatever. And if you can get close of that video, you'll find me there when he had expressed his interest to go for presidency. We launched him in his home. We did all the ceremony and all, and it was agreed that he will go. But
Who
then
is that?
after
JB?
that, sorry?
JB is who?
JB Muturi. Justin Muturi.
Oh yeah, Justin Muturi. Oh.
The former speaker. So after doing all that, we don't know what happened. He was lured and all that. Then some of us, after we left, tukarudi kusikia ati amejoin UDA. Because JB is the leader of the DP party, Democratic Party. Ndiye aliwachiwa na Kibaki. All right. So he joined. He folded. He did not register it, but he joined. Akakuwa part of UDA. Yeah. Members and all those who supported him, we resisted and we told him, you've gone there. You as a person, it's up to you. Unatafuta kazi, go ahead. So he didn't go there with the blessings of the people who really supported him. Yeah. Because people had thought that he would be an alternative when there was that animosity against the Mount Kenya. Embu, Mbere, they are dragged into Gema. Ile tu kufosiwa. Yeah. But this Gema thing, this is something else that I revealed to people, was the conmanship of Njenga Karume. Yeah. Gema
is a very tricky organization to even mention.
Constructed to benefit Njenga. These are some of the ways that Njenga made his money. You can imagine.
Gema today has no root. From the time it was proscribed, because there was a time, I think, there was a season it was proscribed.
Yeah, by Moi. Yeah, because
it
it's
has
tribal.
Never come back the way it's supposed to be. So it is neither here nor there.
Yeah.
It has no cohesion and it has no leadership. So Gema is not anything you can count on.
Yeah.
And the people who are trying to revive it are doing it the wrong way. They are doing it upside down.
Exactly. Because they don't understand how the purpose of Gema.
Yes.
Initially.
If you have an organization that has no agenda or no direction, then it stops making sense to people, because Gema does not mean anything to anybody. And that is usually the problem with Gema. It is just a tribal
tribal division when it comes necessary that you need the numbers. Otherwise,
Yeah.
no other agenda whatsoever. It doesn't promote culture. It does not promote anything. It doesn't bring any development. It is just a name.
Yeah. Yeah.
And then it happens to be led now. It looks like also a caste issue because it's actually led by people who are usually illiterate,
Yeah.
people who have no direction, people who are divided. Because even when it comes to those people who want to claim that they have the Kikuyu traditions or the Meru tradition, they don't seem to agree in anything. Number one, like if you look at the Kikuyu business of those cultural things, there is Kikuyu Central Association, there is Kiama, there is what. These people are fighting among themselves in the first place, even
Yeah.
before they go to the others. So really, it's just a name that has no bearing, no purpose, no direction. So that is not anything I even want to anybody to associate with. It will make you from. It's an animal that is overtaken by its own time.
Yeah, you are right. You've described it right because initially what happened is during the formation, the political formations in Kenya,
Mhm.
of course, after independence, people had to, to develop and they had to retreat into smaller units. Remember, initially, our module was supposed to be Majimbo.
Mhm.
Okay, that was the popular adoption of the government. People thought Majimbo was the faster, the quicker way of, developing the country into a nation, which I think I tend to agree with it. But the extreme capitalists, Kenyatta being that, went against that because had we adopted Majimbo, which is the devolution we are talking about today,
Yes.
then it means that resources would have been now used at grassroots coming up, and 60 years down the line, I think we would have been very far away.
Yeah.
But
And
the selfish people, as you have
there
said,
is one thing that I've always thought about when we came to this business of devolution.
yeah,
Actually, we had a very good window of actually killing tribalism and regionalism when we started this constitution of 2010. If we had drawn our boundaries better, such that there is no one region that will only have one tribe, it would have worked so well. It would have worked so well. But now we still went back to how, and we also maintained the divisions or the colonial divisions of tribal regions. And that is also now our kind of a thing, because a politician will come up and say, I come from this place and the majority of the people are this. And that is why you go to Muranga, it will be so hard to find anybody else from any other community being employed, even to sweep the roads. It becomes very difficult. Had we seen this kind of, or if we were intentional to finish up tribalism, we would have divided these constituencies such that it would include, the boundaries would be able to cut across several communities and put them together. And those
yeah,
people would have been able to fight together now as that development area of that region. But we failed to see that, and we did not seize that opportunity. We still went ahead to divide the Kikuyus alone, the Luos alone, the Kalenjins alone, the Somalis alone, and it will never change. It will never change when it comes to political issues.
you know what,
Even
Mwamba? Like
today, and I always say this, today
if I
Kenyans
had,
are not tribal. They are not tribal. It
if I
comes
had been
when it
given an
comes.
opportunity that time,
Mhm.
for me, I would have taken the map of Kenya, put it on the table.
Yes,
Then
and
I
divided
ask, I
square.
ask, I ask people, how many pieces do you want us to have?
Mhm.
4 or 6 or 8?
Yes,
Then I'll do one line from north to south,
yes.
another one east to west. Those are
And of
4.
course, and make sure you divide those communities completely.
Exactly. The lines will divide the communities. I just drew it on the map, straight lines.
Mhm.
Yeah. And then I don't want to follow river hii sijui hapana
No.
kwa paper. I just do one line. Kwanza I divide into half, then into quarters. So if you want us to have 8, then into 8. Period. Then we
Yeah.
come on the ground and tell you wewe uko kwa hii.
Yes,
So
that is
your
the
neighbor could
that is
be
the
your
opportunity we
neighbor,
get.
but he's on the other side, you know, and
The
that's
other
it.
the
That's
other
the
thing I
fairest way.
think we need to actually to come and actually agree on, and I don't know whether it will ever be possible. 47 governments are just too many.
There are too many.
Too many.
Too many.
And that was like devolving corruption.
Yeah.
So there are so many avenues of losing money in Kenya because of those very many counties. We only needed about 10 to 15. Period.
Yeah. Yeah. In fact, what if we can even work with the region, like the 9 regions or 8 of them?
Well,
Yeah.
those ones would have ended up being the same provinces that were,
Exactly.
because it was only Rift Valley and the Eastern that were so big that needed to be divided into two. But
Yeah.
still, these ones will still have placed the tribes together. And that is what I would go first to
Yeah.
actually make sure, like, if you're doing regions, like the Kikuyu, whatever, should be divided into 4 different regions.
Yeah.
So that now you take them away out of that business of thinking of this, we are the majority here, everything. Let the Kikuyus be bargaining with some Kalenjins on that side and they own that place. Let the Masais and other Kikuyus be fighting for their own survival from the other side.
Yeah.
That way, it would have even created a competition as to which county is doing much better. These days, we are talking about the Kikuyus are doing better than the others. The Lus are doing better than the Luhyas. We will never come out of this quagmire. Another thing is the issue of when I look at, and yesterday, is it yesterday we played in Nyerere? That is one of the people I really admire in Africa, because if there is anything Nyerere was able to achieve for his country, is to kill tribalism and root it from the root.
Yeah.
This guy used to appear on radio almost every day, actually talking sense like Uniungwana, Kipindi Arena Mambo, talking to Tanzanians. I think still got into their heads completely that tribalism, nepotism would never work. He was able to convince Tanzanians like that. And if there is anything Nyerere achieved for Tanzania, it's killing tribalism.
And it's the best.
And it works very well for them
It
because
works. Up to today is the pillar, is your uti, is the spinal.
these guys speak Tanzania, they speak Swahili, and they believe in it. You'll never know a person who tribe is unless they tell you. And they never stereotype anybody else. They are all Tanzanians. And they even started calling themselves Dugu. That was one person who made that happen.
Yeah. Yeah.
Did we have that time? Yes, we could have had the same time because
We had
if
it.
you look at Tanzania, they have over 100 different communities. We are only 40, but we still fight. We still fight.
Yeah. Like now they are laughing at us. You know,
Yeah, sure.
people think at Kenya iko mbele sana. Yeah, we could be theoretically big economy and all. Do you know I laugh?
Mhm.
I laugh because having been and worked in Tanzania and gone around the country and seen what it is, both by land and by air. Then Kenya, both by land and air. And then I hear people saying Kenya iko mbele, Kenya. Then I look and I ask, Tanzania ukienda mkoa wa Shinyanga is gold tu.
Yeah.
You know, ukienda mkoa huu wa nani wa huku wanaitanga Mbugani, it's Tanzanite tupu. Sasa where is it that we compare ourselves with the Tanzania? Madoido, yes, madoido tuko mbele. Yeah, na kupiga kuvaa masuti nini na nini. But
Kujigamba
truly
na
speaking,
kizungu mingi.
yeah, if it is in size, Tanzania is 1.5, is it 1.75 or 1.5 times bigger than Kenya? If it is forest, if it is nini, Tanzania has no desert.
Yes.
Unaona? If it is rivers, Tanzania has so more rivers than Kenya. Yani they have water.
Mm-hmm.
Sisi tunategemea Tana River sijui inaathiriwa. There is nowhere in terms of natural resources, in terms of population, in terms of yani ni ile tu ujanja yetu which is ukora that has made us look like we are bigger than Tanzania, and that's why wanatupita. Ni kama vile Mercedes, wewe unang'ang'ana na Probox, Mercedes ako huko nyuma tu anakuja, hata akanyangi pedal, anakukula tu, anakumeza, alafu anakuja anakupita zia.
Of
Okay,
course, I think Tanzania economically this time is really catching up with Kenya.
terribly. Imagine now after you know what they have done to their port ya Shinyanga ya nini ya, and you know they have the longest coastline, eh? You know that
Yes.
more than Kenya, kutoka Tanga all the way down to kule chini south, the longest, second to Somali.
And they are doing very well economically. They are doing very well. They are doing very well.
Alafu they have the biggest reserve ya zogozogo, hii gas.
We have
Walikuwa wamesema wauzie Kenya, Kenya nayo pride yao akakataa. Yeah? Na huyu mama Sulubu, as much as watu wananyama, kumbe wanaendelea. You know, nani set the precedence? Magufuli.
Magufuli set the ball rolling.
Set the ball rolling. Magufuli ndiye alikuja akawaambia hii deni tunaambiwa hatuwezi lipa, tunaweza ilipa. They couldn't believe it. Akasema hii umaskini ni ya kujibandikia because kuna mabwenyenye hapa wanajidai ati Tanzania maskini. You know it was portrayed like Tanzania is a very poor country. You know that's ironical.
Yes.
Eh?
Yeah.
Hey.
We are actually facing a very tight competition because Ethiopia is also doing far much better than us.
Oh, Ethiopia has taken off with, yani Ethiopia unajua for them they fragment. Political issues wanaweka kando, you deal with them. Economical issues kando. That's why they still rank the highest in terms of airline. They have the best and the biggest fleet. Wakipigana na Eritrea, ndege zao zinahamishangwa, they rent, wanasema tuna rent Kenya. Ndege zina land, wana shift headquarters. You know, these Ethiopians are terrible. They are tough. So basically,
one thing I don't understand about them, why they hate us that much, that one I don't understand.
You know why they hate us? Wakenya, by the way, sorry to say this, Kenyans are not likable anywhere. Hata mahali huko, we don't present ourselves in a likable manner because number one, we have in our blood tuna wizi. In our blood tuna ile superiority complex. We feel we are so nice, we are so, and I don't know hiyo ilitoka wapi. You feel at nini.
But then why doesn't it work for us? Because those people who have pride have actually some degree of loyalty to their country. Because if you go to Tanzania, those people are very loyal to their country, very loyal. Tanzania, I don't think you can have dissidents kwa sababu ukienda kwa vijiji hata watoto wanakufuata.
Yeah.
But in Kenya, who cares who comes in?
No, for us.
So long as somebody gives you money, you can give them the documents, blah blah blah, and everything. You become Kenyan, don't care.
Yeah.
Tanzania, you go there.
Unarekodiwa na nani wa mzee wa nini chairman wa mtaa. Report the second day, lazima unaulizwa kama umeripoti kwa nani.
Kuulize umekuja kufanya nini na haja yako nini hapa mzee, umetembea. Shughuli yako ni nini? Kama kuna shughuli utawaambia tafadhali tuandamane kituoni.
Alafu yeah. So and you know, in terms of security, Tanzania has the best. Huwezi ingia Tanzania ukae huko watu haujulikani we ni nani.
No.
You know, even in the remotest village. That is what we talk about, system, bro. Systems that work.
No, the more to the remote place you go to Tanzania, the more you are visible.
Yeah.
The more visible you are. In fact, in Tanzania, the only place you can go and possibly live like you are in Kenya kidogo, maybe the areas of Arusha, not anywhere else.
Hata Arusha.
And it is because Arusha kuna so many diplomats and many people from foreign countries because of the offices that are there.
Hata Arusha bro, ukiingia mahali ukienda mahali utarent nyumba.
They know you are a Kenyan.
By the way, when you are renting the house, the landlord ndiye anakuripoti kwa mzee wa kijiji, anakwambia lazima uripoti pale, uwekwe kwa register.
Yes.
Unaona, unaandikwa jina yako register, umerent kwa nyumba mzee Mwandao. Basi wanajua Mkenya, kuna Mkenya kwa nyumba ya mzee Mwandao.
Ndio mambo
yeah. So for me, I worked there for almost 4 years. Know what it means to be organized. Sijaona hiyo organization Kenya. Sisi tumekuwa tu mambwembwe. By the way, Mwamba, wacha tu confess hapa. Kenya mbwembwe ndio mingi. Pretense. Tuna pretendigi. Ikariwawa. Ati una Mkenya kwanza, mimi unajua nimeinteract nao wengi kwanza tukifanya hizi donor presentation. Mimi nimeingia hapa na Mkenya fulani ametoka mahali fulani tumekutana hizo kwa hizo ma slide presentation. Jamaa anapandisa. Yaani Wakenya kwa kupandisa tunajua. Anapandisa kabisa mpaka watu wanasema, "Yeah, that's the guy." Kumbe ni ugondi. Yaani Wakenya ni wagondi. Wakenya we thrive in ugondi. Ugondi kabisa. And that's why our country will break. Because we are all full of pretense. Tunaitananga bro na ni fake bro.
Let's hope we can make it turn around.
Yeah.
I think we have the capacity, and I think this time we have the willpower.
Yeah.
But yeah, we first need to get rid of this guy. I don't know where he just needs to go.
Kama sasa tulikuwa tunaenda vizuri to get rid of this guy. Now I'm realizing we are divided. Ati kuna supporters wa Raila wanasema Raila hajakosea.
No. Let me tell you
Okay for
something.
Raila to work with Ruto.
Let me tell you something you don't want to hear. Even in that Kikuyu land, there are some people who are pro-Ruto like crazy, even today.
Yeah.
That one not many people want to hear, but that's a fact. We still have people who believe Ruto is the guy. They are not two, they are many. So it is not obvious that mnafuata Gachagua. Don't think everybody is listening to Gachagua. We still have pro-Rutos and we have pro-Uhuru. So we are actually three divided at the moment. But that's why we need a change. We can bring numbers to change that. It's a problem with your mic.
Oh, inapiga kelele. Mic yangu inapiga kelele.
Kuna kati ya kwa nyumba. Yeah, so why don't we call it a day today, my friend?
Yeah, thank you Mwamba. Wacha tuseme we call it a day and then we pick it up tomorrow.
That is good. Good night.
Good night. I appreciate you Mwamba. Thank you so much for helping me close the program. And then Father Danny Darius, tuombe rosary kabla tulale, tuombe nchi yetu ya Kenya. Mjue Njagi, tafadhali wacha tujaribu kupata mtu. I know umesema Matiang'i this, Matiang'i that, but lazima tupate mtu. Kama si hivyo basi munichangie niende na mimi pia mtasema watu already wanasema mimi natafutanga makosa. Sasa sijibu tu ule mzuri ni gani? Jiro amesema story PK goes looking. Mwamba, what should we do then? Ikiwa unaenda kutafuta makosa unaambiwa hapana, you are coming looking for me.
Now you have to run the comb through the hairs to get the rice out.
Yeah, like I was running a certain project. Kaenda nikakuta watu wameiba mali ya watu 1.2 million dollars tumefund program, na nikiuliza nipewe what has happened in 1 year, napewa stories zingine za jaba. Then nikaingia gari kama Matiang'i hivyo. Then I said let's sample a few of what you guys have done. Basi naona watu wengine wanatetemeka, wengine hata wanajikojolea, wengine na hatujatoka. Nimesema tu okay guys, let's sample one or two projects so that we see the kind of things we done with the money. Guys. So once you see nothing happen, unasema zinaingia because you have when you will authorize you. Same thing, I would run. Hata saa hii ile siku nitaenda kustaza au aurani. Na nitarani kama Matiang'i. If what I'm doing is right to the people, the beneficiaries. I don't care about you, who is an individual, thinking that I'm not being fair to you. who has kama sasa hiyo clip, would you sympathize with the headmaster or the kids and the parents? Simple as that. Simple as that. What kind of a manager are you? You have a bus as a priority, and then kids are sleeping like chickens in a rotten place. So simple. By the way, governance is so easy, but it's so complicated. Anyway, Mwamba, thank you so much. Wale ambao tuko nao kule site Liz M, wacha tuseme anaongea juu ya nani. I wish we had time to get the complexity of the DRC situation. Again, DRC situation, it's not as complex as people are saying. The complexity comes as a result of tunataka mimi nakula hii, wewe unakula hii, ule anakula ile. Kila mtu kuna ile anakula. Unjustly. When the one who is supposed to cool the genuine one anakuwa con, then it becomes complicated. So the DRC, if I was the president of Kenya, I would have called it as it is, and I would have said, let's all sit down and face it as it is. Shida ni nini? Hii mineral ndio wizi inaendelea. Kama ni vita ianze, lakini niwe nimesema the truth. But I would not side with one side here, another one. When you have 5 people struggling, ningefanya hiyo case kama ule jamaa wa Bible John, ile aliuliza mnapigania huyu mtoto ndio huyu, shikeni basi kataneni, you know. Then because there is logic, if you follow logic you win the case. Kwa hayo machache Mwamba, have a very good night. Thank you so much for everything. Those Pagadani Darius, asante sana. And yeah, tumejaribu kuzungumza way forward, tumepata solution. We have one candidate, then tomorrow we get another, and then we start just analyzing, kuzungumza tu tuone. And of course, tukumbuke, there's no one who is 100% perfect because we are human beings. If you start thinking what John P.K. did when he was in the high school, then you may not even think either. Okay? So some things we look at them relatively, and then we try to see way forward. Yeah? Because after import leader ni mmoja wao. And as of now, now is either you choose, you decide to promote Kalonzo, promote Madakarua, promote Wamkoya and all that. Thank you very much. Sema Mungu atujalie na tulale vema. Asanteni.
Okay, good night.
Good night and be blessed.